Terry Riggs, Mr. Riggs, New Beginnings, Black Ice TV, the one and only station. Check it out on YouTube.
Peace, what's going on, UK? This is KT, the Arch Degree, here with Black Ice TV 7.
What's good? I am Gene Exodus, UK South London, rapper, singer, extraordinaire. Big up to Black Ice TV 7. Peace.
Good on family. This is Abu Ratata from Galaxy Radio. And I watch, I listen, I observe Black Ice all the time.
Inside. We got Black Ice TV, that was magical for the audio family. Favorite is here. It's a Shakara represented, and when I am not watching, or filling, or producing, or creating, or watching TV, I'm checking out Black Ice TV. Boom. Yo, it's your boy the week here with Black Ice TV 7. You already know, keep it locked, it's your boy. A lot more to come in the future, so make sure you keep it locked, stay right here, don't go nowhere. This is the place to be. But yeah, big up Black Ice, unapologetically black.
Make sure you check out Black Ice TV.
You already know the deal. Myself, Omega, Axel. Anytime I'm in and around, tuned in on Black Ice TV 7.
Catch the wagon. Everyone know what's happening. They have issues. It's not an issue. Next year, nobody will miss you. My life is too advanced for the artists on the name. The companies that say what's often the national. I tried to told you the rhymes for MCs like Land Rovers and took us back in time. Saying Copa, stand over the Atlantic. We run the man shoulders. Bob's trapped in the back, ready to pop the kid soda. We outlasted. Middle passage. Touchdown in New York, Cincinnati. Big Ohio status. What you want money is passing. These bastards trying to treat us like cattle. So life has been a constant battle. Rising above the crabs and barrel. Wait till you live in the death shadow. Stay on point like the best arrow. We hit the target accurate. Start shit, back it up. We get down, y'all niggas back it up. Now we get down, straight smash it up. Like whip, hydroplane, hydro on the rain and ain't game changing in the subtle shit. We remain playing, yo. Got to tell you to your face, you get replaced in this game. My quality place the face with your name. These cats drink champagne, the toast, death and pain. Like slaves on a ship talking about who got the flyest chain.
Yes, people. Yes, people. What's good? What's good? We back in the place once again. Black Ice TV 7. True Talk Tuesday. True Talk Tuesday. We back talking about integration versus segregation. That's what we're talking about today. Which one do we need more of? Too much silliness has been going on of lately to even mention royal families, people acting like racism just existed now that they found out that the Queen's, racist. All this stupidness, elections in America, vaccines being forced on people, COVID passports, it's all happening, you get me? And at this point, we're talking about the black community. What do we need to solve and put ourselves into a better place, solve certain problems that we have and put ourselves into a better place? And that's why we've naturally getting to this point of this conversation of integration versus segregation. Which one is better off for us at this point in time? What should we be doing? Where should we be going? And that, applies to economics, to our relationships, to our education system, all facets. That's what we're talking about today. Yeah, where should we segregate? Is there a part that we should segregate from and another part that we should be integrated into? If there's a difference, if there's separate areas that you think you know, the rules change or we should be more integrated. I want to hear from you. I'm already joined by a few brothers here on the panel, but first and foremost, I want to introduce Brother Minister from AWF TV. If he can hear me, unmute your mic, brother. If you can hear me, I wanted to bring my brethren and the brother who's a strong Marcus Garvey advocate, Khalid Muhammad speaker, historian, you know, scholar, book reader. I wanted him to come and lay down his premise first of all, and then the rest of us will jump off from there because I really wanted to get his opinion out there. So again, people, you know the routine. Hit the like button as you come in. The link to jump on the panel is in the description underneath the video and it's in the chat room. So feel free, hit the link, come on. Yeah, I want to hear from you, sisters. Definitely come join us. Don't make it just a brother's affair. We want to hear from the sisters as well on this subject matter. Yeah, you're a strong part of the community, if not the backbone. So we definitely want to hear your opinion. As always, like, share, and subscribe. Share this out, get people on there. It's showing on Facebook. So again, put it on your page, share it out there, jump on from there. Let's hear you. If you can't jump on, write some comments. You understand, and let us know. If you want to donate to Black Eyes TV7, the PayPal is there. Link is there in the chat. And also you can hit us on the Cash App, Black Eyes TV7. So without further ado, Brother Minister, Wagwan, my brother. How you doing? How's your day been? Yeah, me. And when you're ready, kick us off on the subject.
Yes, my brother. Everything's good, man. Just chilling, man. You know how it goes.
That's
I want to big up everybody else on the panel. You know what I mean? Regardless of the views, as the brother said before, you know what I mean? We all family. But, you know, there's some serious questions or, you know, some serious things we need to address as a community on how we're going to move forward and solve some of these problems that we've been facing. And obviously, you know, well, you know, the brother already said I'm a Garvey. You know, I'm preaching from the standpoint that it's better we separate. I don't really deal with the term integration or segregation. To me, integration never worked, and segregation is when somebody's telling you you can't come into my shop. They're dictating to you. Separation is when you're making an intelligent decision to say, you know what, I'm focusing on myself right now. And black people wouldn't be the first people to be saying they want to separate. You know, people make that decision. If you look at like countries like Russia, they made that decision. You know, if you look at India as a place right now, they made that decision and they're growing into a powerhouse. You know, China done it. Do you know what I mean? Other people have done it. And I think that for us, with our story, you know, whether you're coming from the so-called diaspora, I'm not really a fan of that word, but or being born on the continent, we're facing a racial problem. You know, it's clear. It's not whether we're Muslim, Christian, you know, speak with this language, that language. You know, it's a racial problem. That's why wherever we are, we face similar problems. So like the greatest thinkers that came before us, in my opinion, they all told us to separate. They showed us that, you know, they're preaching about this brotherhood, that we should be good humanitarians, you know, we should be all come together, we should do the right thing by our fellow brothers, and all of this beautiful. It sounds wonderful, but in reality, we're the only people practicing this. Do you understand? Everybody else will say this in public, and when they go behind closed doors, they got their race first agenda, where they're putting their race first, they're putting everything about them first, their culture first, they're controlling their culture as well, where integration made us open up our culture to the whole world, to claim it, you know, and even give it back to us now with a remix. And it got so bad that, you know, your favorite rapper, they say now not even relevant when it compares to an Eminem. Eminem is
right.
now, you know, the greatest rapper. They did it with rock and roll. They said Elvis Presley, you know, and these are all, you know, some people may say these are minor things, but, you know, these things are elements of our culture, right? And it's just been robbed from us because we wanted to just give it up for nothing. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now, You know, like I was saying, one of our greatest scholars, or some of our greatest scholars, would say, you know, it's better for us to separate. In doing what we've been doing is forcing ourselves on people. Do you understand what I'm saying? And you know, some may do good by you, some won't. You know what I mean? We're forcing them. And Malcolm X said, like, anytime you force someone to do something, like imagine going into somebody's restaurant, they don't want you in there. They don't want to serve you food. They don't want your money. They just don't want you there. And you force them for you to come in here, and you make them go in the kitchen, right, and cook up your food and bring to you. He said, you're an idiot. The man's gonna spit in your food. He's gonna do all kind of things in your food. He said, no, that's madness. What we need to do is have our own restaurants. So now, prior to integration, what did we have? We had businesses. We had an economic system. We had a culture. We had schools. We had everything. You know, they might not have been up to the standard. That's what a lot of integrationists said, that, you know, when we came into the fold with these people, we got better education. We had better access to schools. And I questioned that, because when we have these better access to these schools, so-called schools anyway, the board's all white. They don't care about our children. They're giving them labels, all kind of things. Next minute, they're calling it the pipeline from school to the prison systems. So, you know, these people are never dealing with us correctly, you know. They're not treating us good. They're not educating us right. And we still find ourselves, you know, running up to the master, begging him, please let me in the house. Let me in the house. And when he shows signs, yeah, where he hasn't let us in the house, everybody's outraged, like how dare, you know, reality is, like, we have been taught to disregard our story. And as we're born, we want to start afresh. We're the only people that do that. Every other people, yeah, they continue the story of their people. If you look at the so-called Jew now, he's continuing the story of what happened to his ancestors. Some of them weren't even born at the time when Hitler did what he did to them. But they're still continuing the story. They're building on it. They're remembering them. They're continuing the legacy and honoring them. But we don't find ourselves doing the same. We find ourselves joining on to other people's bandwagons. You know, they say, you know, we're going to the dinner party, but ain't nothing on our plate. Do you understand what I'm saying? We're just sitting at the table watching everybody eat, and there's no food on our plate, but yet still we want to say we're dining. We're not dining with them. There's no, you know, regardless of the persuasions people want to go, in my opinion, there's nothing that good came out of integration. We have nothing now. Do you understand? And when you look around, we don't have anything. The little token things that we have that people want to celebrate, I call that appeasement. Do you understand what I'm saying? And if you look at what in reality, yeah, the only thing these people respect is power, right? So now when you look at the world, yeah, you look at people like North Korea now, right? These people acquired power, and also they acquired nuclear. You understand what I'm saying? So now, man like Putin said, well, North Korea would rather eat grass than give up the nuclear weapon. And I thought about that, you know. I'm saying, well, this man is intelligent for his people, right? They say he has power and he has nuclear. We as a race of people, we don't have no nuclear and we don't have no power. So we're not even in the race. We're not even in the conversation. So these people can continue to do as they please with us, because they see, yeah, they don't respect us. And the reason why is they say things like this: okay, we freed you. And if you accept that, right, then you allow him to take away responsibility for everything he's doing to us now. Because he says, well, we've given you freedom. I have no responsibility for the injustice because we're not doing none to you. You're free. The poverty, the ignorance amongst us. You understand what I'm saying? He's saying, well, you lot are free now. So anything that happens to you, that's on your own. You never got off your arse and did anything. And that's why Obama's speeches would be forever used against us when they say, yes, I can. Yes, you can. What is the question? You understand what I'm saying? We have to get into the separation by choice, and that will bring about the unity of our people. That will bring about some love with our people, because we'll start to see our brother as our brother instead of a potential enemy. Right now, you got enough people saying, "Nah, this brother right here, you don't care where he's from, that's my brother. He's been more of a brother than any black person," and he means that. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because he's had a good experience with one person, he now wants to put this on the entire race to say, well, this person is good person, so is his race, right? Ignorance.
Let me ask you this, yeah? Is there any, and this is probably, you know, an obvious one for you, but is there any level of integration that you see being needed for us as a Black community? Because again, today we're going to talk about all the levels, from relationships, as far as who you're laying down with, to business, to education. You've covered a few of them bases, but in your mind, is there any area, before I open it up to everyone else to come in now on some of what you've said, that you can see there being a need for integration talks?
I mean, when we've acquired some power, we can come to them and talk and trade, do business as other nations have done and are doing. But as it speaks now, we ain't got no conversation to be having with them. The conversations we need to be having is with ourselves and what we're going to be doing about protecting the future generations.
No doubt. All right. Well, listen, as always, it's a free for all. Anybody can jump on. The link is in the chat and the link is in the description underneath. Lads on the panel, talk. All I ask for is try not to talk over each other, because even though we can hear each other, the people who are listening cannot. So let's just try and keep it slightly orderly if we get talking over each other. Respond. Go to. What's good, Vic?
Yeah, risings, brother, risings. Yeah, brother minister, man, you spoke very well tonight, man. I can't add or take away anything from what you said today, man. It was real talk. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. Because the thing is, yeah, you see, we as Africans, though, those that we claim to be Africans, yeah, you see what brother minister said should be our mantra, yeah? It should be our endeavors every day. We have to work towards that. So I'm saying to you, that's what we have to do. Base foundation, no matter what affiliations you find yourself in or with. So I'm saying to you, this should be the basic fundamental foundation of what you should do every day in your thinking. Yeah? So I'm saying to you, but then it comes to the question as, where else can we integrate to make it work? Do you get it? That's the point. So those that know themselves, this is where you have to work towards to. So naturally, it just builds up anyway, in whatever capacity you are. So what I'm saying to you, it's that simple. If for us, because a lot of us don't know this. What we're talking about tonight, a lot of people that look like me and you, they don't know this. So I'm saying to you, they're all bought into the whole lie, the whole deception, commercial lifestyle that exists. A lot of them are bought into it. So they don't know what we're talking about. So we can't impose this. It's like those of us that know, we just have to organize within whatever we do individually, using this base foundation. It's common sense. We can't be ignorant. Like he said, a lot of us are ignorant. That's why those that are doing what they're doing for their race first, they don't respect us. And it's true. It's 100% correct. They don't respect us. It's not that they hate us. Because how can you hate something you don't respect? It don't make no sense. You understand? So they're just looking at us like, boy, you got your freedom, innit? But what are you doing with it? Yes, I can. What? He asked the question, what are you doing? So we got to realize, obviously, a lot of us don't think the way we're speaking. So I'm speaking on what brother minister said. A lot of people ain't living. They don't even know. You know what I'm saying to you? So it's a battle, but we've got to live it. Once we live it, it becomes reality. Yes, and naturally it connects. Then from then on, obviously, we're all disciplined, isn't it? We're disciplined on our morals, ethics, and values. We're disciplined. We know that we have to preserve and sustain our race in whatever capacity. You have to understand who you are as the melanated being, the science behind you. You're not like everybody else because you've got a unique science to you. So this separation, I agree with it. I mean, but it's got to be very intelligently done, but only to be applied by those that knows how to use common sense. You know what I'm saying to you? If you ain't got common sense, you can't be what we're talking about. You'd rather be in that world of commercialism. Just be there. Let them tell you what to do. Go along with the crowd. That's it. You know what I'm saying to you? We don't hate you for it. You were meant to get it. So for those of us that do get it, we just have to just do what we've got to do. And naturally, spiritually, we'll just link up. It's not rocket science. It's just common sense. You know what I'm saying to you? But they will tell you, well, common sense is very common. Well, the joke of it is, it's not common. Because if it was common, we won't be in this predicament, trying to figure out how come we're not getting anything out of this. It's a big old pie, you know. It's a big old pie, and we're sitting on the pie, and everyone else is cutting the pie underneath us. You know what I'm saying to you? But we're not thinking straight. Yeah, we've got a lot of trauma, you know, a lot of trauma that we got to deal with. So we got to be having a conversation among ourselves. Yeah, we ain't even dealt with 500 years of slavery. You know what I'm saying to you? Now they're telling us, boy, what's going on? We're getting vaccinated.
Listen,
you know what I'm saying to you? We ain't even got over that. So we have to understand who we are as a people. As an African people, we have to understand who we are. When we say African, yeah, I know a lot of people got different labels or whatnot, but the fact is, there's a continent called Africa and we live on it. Melanated people live on it. That's where we're from. You know what I'm saying to you? We have to understand who we are. And it goes beyond that. It's science as well. We have to understand the science behind who we are. Once we understand the science that goes with who we are, everything becomes clear. Because naturally, you will separate anyway. Because you're melanated. You're not supposed to be dealing with the things these people are dealing with. No. We're in tune with nature. We're naturists by nature. So it's all about our science, the natural science. Yeah, if you understand natural science, you won't be getting the vaccine. That's natural separation. You understand? You won't be putting a mask on. That's natural separation. If you understand the science of who you are. We've got to get to that level. But a lot of people ain't about that party. So what are we going to do?
So again, let me ask you, is there any level of integration in your head that needs to happen? Or are we talking about a full separation, just to be clear?
Nah. How it is now, it's impossible to have a full separation. Just look around you. The people you know, you've spoken to, look around you, your environment. The question that you ask, can you see a solution within what you know to be reality to you? You see, it's gonna be difficult. So all you've got to do, you knowing thyself, you just got to be responsible enough and disciplined. Yeah? And stick to what you know, which is to be collectively connected. Do you know what I'm saying to you? That's all you've got to do. We've got to do it from within. So the integration, it still will be there. It's an illusion, but we just have to understand who we are.
All right, let me see who else wants to come in there. And if there's anybody with an opposing opinion, let me hear it now. Come true. If you think there's room for in terms, what I'm going to do.
That's why I put my super chat out there early, you know.
You're trying to pave the way. Yo, killer. I like it. Well, let's hear what you gotta say, brother. What's your opinion? What do you think? Obviously, you're in America, so you know what I mean. The racism again is high. You've seen how you've done under integration and all the rest of it. So, what's your opinion, brother?
Okay, well, what I'm about to say extends to Africans in the Americas, the Caribbean, and in Europe. If it wasn't like for the UK, if it wasn't for the Windrush generation, you know, these countries that or the slavery, these countries wouldn't exist. And because of that, we can't ignore the ownership we have. We have ownership. Like they can't take away what our ancestors gave us at all. Like nothing. That's the one thing that they get pissed at, especially white Americans here. They get pissed each decade. Our numbers get bigger. And that's why I say there's room to integrate. I believe that it would be an improvement. I listened to Riggs yesterday, got me hooked on this guy called Robin Walker. We need to know who we are, of course, and we need to know about ourselves, our history, and things like that. But we can't abandon the ownership we have. We have ownership over, parts of these countries, and they can't take that from us, no matter how mad they get, no matter how frustrated they are. We do have ownership here, and we do have ownership in some degree, and that just merely means you're citizens. So that means we're right now in the game of just taking what we want and just working together to get it done. I encourage us to like I was talking to Rich yesterday about it always seems so hard to go get a citizenship and get a passport to an African country. But where you are right now, we have access to some of the most powerful currency in the world that if we wanted to, if we wanted to, or if we wanted to improve, we have a chance to, and they can't stop us from it. Not in the slightest. That's my whole take. It's just like that. So yeah.
Well, wait, what does that? Well, hold on. That was kind of light and breezy, and I didn't really feel like it was one way or the other. Is it integration or is it segregation? Which one?
I think
or is it a bit
it's a bit of both. It's like if you have a house in China and you have a house in Nigeria, you put money in both houses. You don't just give up one. Regardless of how tough it is, you still have your ownership there. And that's how we have to view this thing. Of course, go to Africa, go to build our own, establish our own, but we can't abandon what you've worked for. Every man on this panel in some way, shape, or form has worked for what they got. The internet that you're paying for right now, the phone or laptop that you're using right now, you worked for it. It wasn't handed to you. So no system should ever take you away from what you earned, and what you worked for. So I'm saying right now it's a little bit of both, but I'm saying in other words, there's tons of wiggle room for integration, and there's tons of wiggle room where you can utilize sections of the government and sections of society to benefit yourself, and if not the government, society.
Well, look, based on what Brother Minister was coming out with, and anyone else can jump in after I say this, education as one of the points. Have we benefited from integration in education? Have we benefited in integrating in the workplace as just two areas? Has that worked?
Personally, I would say in many regards, no. I would say because we have to take in the fact, especially in America, even with I graduated a black college, even with that, I still took me a minute to find a good job that the white kids were getting coming out of a Georgetown, but I still say that that's just
bro. You don't even know, bro. My brother, you're even answering your questions here, and you don't even know. What I'm gonna say is this, though. I wanna say is America, is saying that we've been free, right, and we've got our freedom, but yet still, I would argue America, is still segregated, even though it's integrated, right? And I'm gonna ask the brother this, what more could we possibly integrate than we've already integrated already? We've given our lives, our blood. Some of us has even given our spirit and our mind into this integration. What more do we have to give? That's the question.
Okay, well, we live in
what more could we integrate too?
Okay, well, we live in a society where especially in the West, it depends on where businesses and ownership of aspects of society can be ran, managed, and taken over by certain people who has capital to get it. So when I say integration, I'm not saying we have to run for president and become police officers and stuff like that. But there are working models that other races of people use to better themselves. And like, if it's just simply policing our own neighborhoods, fine. But we can't like ignore the fact that like the country that we're in right now has like, or the country that we're in right now, we've earned a right to be there regardless of how much they kick us out. And I think mainly we're from, I know I get we're from two different paradigms, but like, or two different communities, and I understand. So like, like as an American, you would, or as an African American, you wouldn't see the world the way I see it. Like I know that white people get pissed at every generation that I'm here. So, like I can't give up that what my ancestors fought for, just because some white guys don't want me to be here. So like that's, I mean, like integrate. I mean, integration's up to each his own. But like if
think they would ever give you. I hear what you're saying, but I'm going to ask you a next question here. After everything you just said, do you think he's going to give up what he done killed millions of our ancestors for?
No, that's why I've been raised to take it.
Just like that.
Yeah, like I'm not. I'm sorry. Like
cool.
I can't. I'm not going to ever.
All right then. All right.
Yeah.
That's it. No. I hear you.
Like I'm sorry. Like I just can't. I'm not going to be.
I'm going to ask is how are we taking it? Innit?
That's what I'm saying. The biggest weakness of that white man.
I'm not saying you're wrong or right.
Yeah.
Yo, I'm seeing somebody saying, hold on. I'm seeing someone in the chat talk about, segregation to the best of our ability. However, we must integrate politically. What does that mean? Integrate politically, because we've been doing that. We're in their system. We're in their political parties. We talked about this last week, talked about new political approaches. So again,
well, we're more integrated socially, though, not politically. We're more integrated socially. Like we pay our taxes, we're law-abiding citizens, but we're not politically affiliated. If we were politically affiliated, it would be, trust me, there would be no conversation about like what a police officer can get away with in our neighborhoods. No. We're socially integrated, though.
Yeah, what that meant was. Yeah, what? Yeah, can I just pipe in here for a minute? Yeah, but what actually meant was, you have to move intelligently. So politically, in that essence, will be demands. You demand for things. Yeah, you organize yourself. Yeah. Politically, and you demand for things. Like you can even use the reparations as an example. You demand for things. You know what I'm saying? So politically, so it's like you have to understand what you've been through. I mean, they've benefited from us for a very long time. You know what I'm saying to you, and they still are benefiting from us. So when you want to do it on a political level, it has to be on a demand based. Yeah. You're doing business with them, but it's more of a demand. You're demanding. You're not asking. You know what I'm saying to you? So that's how you got to move intelligently. So till we get to that point, it all starts with the realization of who you are as a being. You have to understand your essence. Yeah. Once you connect with your essence, which is nature, you just naturally just demand. So imagine all of us doing it in our own little capacity. You know what I'm saying to you? That's how we get it moving. We just move.
Victor, what happens when you demand and you don't get? What's the point of demanding if you don't get anything?
You have to have repercussions to your demand. And
are people talking about separating while still living in the West?
That's what I was just about to go on that, E.
Because I don't even understand like what that means. Like, because if you separate in a place where you're the minority, then you can easily just be overcome. Like if you go for total separation, you just become a target, really.
No.
Say for example, even in the UK, right? So if we go for total separation, right, we're not able to provide enough jobs to sustain ourselves. So then what?
they're not able to provide enough jobs to sustain us either.
Yeah, but then the numbers would significantly drop if it was only jobs provided by ourselves.
That's what you got
I
first.
hear your point. I think that would force many of us here to get our business hat on and create jobs for ourselves.
Exactly. We need to
What
focus
about
on
healthcare?
But that was my point. Actually, that was my point. Is that like we live in an open market that we can take over. There's very facets of markets that we can take over at any time. That if we work together, that they don't even you can't care about race anymore. It's like, okay, you know, we need food, so let's open up this section here, or we need healthcare. Let's monitor that section there. Like, you know, like if it wasn't for immigration, the COVID numbers in the UK would have been far higher. If it wasn't for the immigrants working in the healthcare system, and they gave credence to people for that. So it's like we have,
There's a difference between doing business, with others, and then having separation as a community. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think it's getting like confused because obviously there's bits where if we're providing services and we want to have a wide base to do business, then we're going to probably end up serving or selling to other communities. But again, every time I hear Black people come together of lately and we're talking about different areas that we need to fix up in, whether it be community, whether it be political situation, I'm hearing, if I'm not mistaken, separation. I'm hearing we need to pull back from what currently is in place. So all of those integrated white boy parties, the Republicans, the Labours, the Conservatives, all of that needs to get pulled back from, and we need to reform our own thing. The same way our politics has to start on a community level, which is again a community. It's not a mixed community. It's a Black community. We have to have some semblance of a Black community to build off of. That to me again isn't that separation, or am I hearing that wrong?
Like, I think it's a bit of a mix, right?
Yeah, it's
like,
both
I think
ways.
a level of separation is necessary. Like, say for example, conversation, right? Like, some conversations not for everyone. Like, so we need to separate to have certain conversations. But at the end of the day, if we're gonna be in the West, because even with you saying, right, like we can do business with other cultures if we're properly separated. Like, if someone's coming to me and saying they want to separate from me, I'm not gonna do business with them. Why am I going to buy something from them for? Why am I going to do anything that empowers them?
But one thing I do believe is that we need to segregate before we can integrate with any. We need to know who we are before we can even work with anyone. The problem is that when we automatically integrate into people, we have no foundation.
Listen, the foundation is intelligence. Yeah, you've got to separate in the mind.
But let me just
in the mind. That's what you got to separate. The separation comes within the mind.
Hold on. Let me hear.
And then I got this and let everybody
minister
out their thing. Yeah, listen to this. Yeah, listen to what I'm saying anyway. Yeah, from the separation standpoint. Yeah, we're not saying or what we are saying that we're completely ignorant. So the first thing is, we've got to educate ourselves on what is power, right? Then once we understand how power works, we will be able to understand else. Because now we know about who we do business with, who we speak to, that we're human beings. We're going to be moving intelligent now. And we're going to be moving forward with a race-first mentality. Where it's not going to be whether man's from, I don't know, Jamaica, man's from America, man's from England, wherever the Black man is. We know that we're all coming together for one cause. We don't have to leave America. You don't have to leave England. You can stay there. But we know Africa is our power base, and we're going to build that up so we're strong. We have to make Africa strong in order for us to get any power. We have to organize ourselves, or we're just going to continue to do everything else. Once we're organized, we can demand things. We can send people into different parties because people will be working for the cause. Right now, we ain't got no cause.
Exactly.
We're just dying because.
I agree that we need to change the our relationship, the power of our relationship, right? Like integration in a sense of weakness is kind of like, you know, parent child. You know, like the child doesn't really have much say in what's going on because at the end of the day, the parent is providing the shelter, the food, and all of these kind of things.
Integrate home, integrate back home. That's all. Yeah,
But if we
integrate back
do
home.
that,
I've had a lot
though,
of
if
business
we're
ideas.
doing that though, giving up. But if you do, I mean, I'm sorry. I guess this is where our communities are different because you're giving up what your ancestors has already given you. Like Africa will never
No,
go.
no one wants you to give up anything.
But when you're saying integrate to go back home, I believe you should work here and
No,
live
I didn't
back
say.
home.
I said integrate home. I'm not saying go back home. Integrate home,
Okay.
meaning you do business with them. Yeah, you link up, you connect. It's a global village. I get that. Where you're coming from,
All
I
right.
get what you're saying. It's a global village, but you do it intelligently. Yeah.
Yeah.
When you do business deals, do it integrationally back home. Yeah. Support your mother continent. Do business with them. Collectively, organize. Go in there. There's bare opportunities home. There's so many opportunities. Endless. It's home. Do it there. Music studios. If you want to build it there. Yeah. What? We've got a young blood, English boy, yeah, called Stormzy, yeah? Yeah. Right now, he's doing it big with all the youth that do grime back in Ghana. Yeah. Setting up his own studios, massive studio. Building his own studio. It's a new beginning. So integrate intelligently. That's what we're saying. Integrate intelligently. It's in the mind. Yeah. You integrate with your own kind. That's a natural separation.
But he's still being controlled by the other side, though.
No, it's not.
Yes,
you've got the money.
Where is he getting his income from?
Look, you've got the money, blood. Like, listen, you've got the money. You spend the most out of any race on this planet. Yeah, you spend the most. Where are you getting the money from to spend so much?
Hold up, one at a time.
That's what I'm asking it.
Where are you getting the money to spend so much?
You think Stormzy, most of his people at his shows are black? Is that what you think?
Listen, he's doing it intelligently. I'm not. Listen, bruv, you got to read between the lines, bruv. Yeah?
Yeah, but don't miss what's on the
If
line.
you're trying to go on this gun hole, well, who?
Don't miss what's on the lines trying to read between them. You see what I'm saying, yeah? Like a lot of people that are like the people that are his supporters, the one that putting money in his pocket, a lot of them are white.
His backers
Yeah,
are white.
but I know that, but what is he doing with his money?
Yeah, you're not gonna be able to control. You're not gonna be like. We're talking about. We live in a globalized world.
What is he doing with that money?
We gotta take. If you got like a bunch of white, like for example, Mr. Riggs and Richie.
Come on, guys, you're not seeing the picture, bro.
If you guys find out, one second, if you find out that like Black Ice had a huge increase, like say 100,000 people watching a month, and about 50,000 of them are white, you're gonna say, yeah, y'all gonna have to stop watching our stuff. Come on, like it's money. Like the moment if someone is dumb enough to if people are like going to invest or people are going to take money and give it to you and put in your products and put in your thing, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, but listen. But this is the point that I think Vic is trying to make. Yeah, is that again, you can provide a service, you can be that entertainer, that you have mass appeal, great, but what you do with your money afterwards. So he's still going back and trying to create a segregation situation where he's reinvesting the P or whatever he's got back into an all black situation.
But that's
the point, Richie. But that's the point, and that's what I'm trying to say to you. His team they're white. His full team. So what he's doing is indirectly bringing the same people into his own background.
Okay, so you're saying he's actually integrating.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's one way to look at it.
But is he putting on other black artists though? Because like, I'm being honest. Because here's the thing. Does he have a production company that can match that of a big name record label, because you're gonna have to play with the big dogs until you get it. You know, like you can't.
He's with a label.
Yeah, so until he gets, I mean, like you got to wait. Like this isn't the day of like Def Jam and Death Row. You know what I mean? Like even they had to submit to like Atlantic in some ways. You know what I mean? If the bigger dog, if you're in the position of mass communication and the bigger dog comes to the table, you have to like bark with it for a while until you're able to get your own crew. I mean, it's just like a thing. It's a thing of power. If we're going to talk about like if we're going to realize like if we're going to talk about the thing of power, right? And we're talking about, let's say we were to build a nation back in Africa or have some political power, and we realize, all right, well, America and Europe is not going to side with us. We're gonna probably have to bend the knee. When I mean like bend the knee, we're going to probably like, hey, yo, China, India, Russia, you know, we need some help here. You know what I mean? Like you're gonna have to get there's something. That's what I'm saying. Like it's a little bit of both. You can't just have one. You know what I mean? Like you need both.
You see the problem. You see the problem is, yeah. This is the problem for me, yeah. Is that why this conversation is problematic? And Terry kind of alluded to it earlier. Is because we kind of skipped a step. We've gone from us being by ourselves, so segregation being a bad thing or something they forced upon us, or when we are successful at segregation, when we've got our own lands, our own businesses, our own Wall Streets, all that, they come and bun it down. And then we've jumped straight to integration without ever seeing a positive, segregated picture of meaning a all black positive picture. So the same way when you watch telly, every other minute you're gonna see a white and a black person together in different formats, whether it's a gay situation, but heterosexual. You know, this is part of the propaganda which they're gonna constantly bombard you with on the television screen. And we've gone from no black people to suddenly now it's black and white all the time. But we've skipped this part of seeing just a normal black family structure. We've skipped the part of seeing a normal black couple. And that's the problem when we're talking about this. Because again, I understand we're in a place that seems, as certain man saying, you know, we need to integrate, we need to deal with other people. But at the same time, do we know ourselves enough to be going out and integrating? Have we practiced enough segregation in the sense of making sure we've got a strong black base in whatever we're doing, whether it be community, whether it be education, whether it be who we're laying down with as far as relationships and family structure? Are those strong enough for us to then feel like, yeah, we're ready for integration now? Yeah, we got a strong enough constitution to then go out there now and deal with other people's rubbish, take that on board and not let it penetrate us. That's the problem. And for me, I don't think we're strong enough because we haven't had a strong segregated position, meaning a strong black position for a hot minute. So right now, the integration just looks like the path of least resistance. So that's where it seems like we're going all the time. Am I wrong? Tell me if I'm wrong. Speak,
Yeah,
brother.
I just want to chime in for a little bit.
I don't think you're wrong.
If you really look at our history over here, and I'm talking about the American side, when we were under segregation, we performed well. We had our own businesses. We had everything we needed to have. We were flourishing. But here's the thing: we politicked our way out of it. We politicked our way into integration, and that backfired. So what we have to do is regroup now. Speaking from this side, now we have to politic our way backwards. You get what I'm saying? We have to use the same game that got us into this shit, and we got to use it going backwards. Meaning, we have to now engage or integrate back into politics to go back to segregation. We got to reverse. We got to pivot just to get back to segregation because politics is what got us integrated, and now we have to use politics to take us backwards. And what we have to do over here, and I'll speak from this section, is learn politics again because the old heads or the peoples and lawyers of that time, the intellectuals, they dead now, and we didn't pick up that mantle to enter the politics to to maintain it. So to me, and just looking at it from this side, we have to enter politics just to separate from these guys again.
Nice
So,
one,
God
brother.
of Jacob, yeah, where would you like? When would you point to in history as like prime time segregation? Like you want to go back to that one?
Well, again, it's just so if we can keep it simple. If you look at the Wall Streets, and I know Tulsa is the most famous one because that's the one that got bombed. But during those times, we were kind of self-sustained. I want to say fully self-sustained, but we were operating in our own systems. We had laundromats, we had car washes, we had mechanic shops, we had everything. But it was the need to feel validated by these white folks that got us in trouble, and we politicked our way to eat at this man's lunch table, and now we have to go backwards. So I would say during the times of the Wall Streets is when at least Black America was performing well. Like I said, government is the game, politics is how you play it. Not like I said, we got to use politics just to get back to being ourselves again. And this generation, we have no clue how to play the game of politics. And that's some of us are waking up to it, and some of us are still asleep. In lieu of army, in lieu of anything, we don't have that. So all we have is our collective mindset. If we can get on board with that, but we don't have any money. We're up here asking for change from a people who have no money to really enforce that change. So in lieu of
but
money, in lieu of armies, what do we have? We have to engage this system.
right, yeah, 100%. What you said is true. It's true. But for the layman, yeah, to do politics for the layman, you know what? You know what you have to do. It's so simple. Yeah, you don't acquiesce, yeah, to nonsense. That's your politics as a layman person. Yeah, if you know who you are, you don't acquiesce, yeah, to nonsense. Simple. That's politics.
What do you mean by that?
That's
Make that make sense.
I'm gonna make it make sense to you, right? This is what I'm saying when it goes back to understanding who you are as an African, right? If you know the science of who you are, yeah, what they're telling us to do, yeah, wouldn't make any sense to an African, if you know what I'm talking about. So it's politically, you're making a stand. Yeah.
Yeah, but
and if you're organized, you can make a demand.
What he's saying is very simple. What he's saying is very simple. It's like
Okay. Let me use a very layman example. They're asking you to wear a mask and take a vaccine. Just for that.
Yeah. But the wearing the mask part is just simply it's a precaution. It's not like it's a demand. It's a precaution. And businesses that will make you wear it from the disease.
For what?
That's it.
Okay. See, this is what I'm saying. Right. Okay, now let's go back to the point we said you have to be an African and understand who you are. You see? So we're not at that level yet. Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is if you're gonna be more favoring integration, but I get that because it's a global village. Yeah. But if you want to do that, do it intelligently. That's all.
But this
you can do because there's a lot of us
politically. Politically, though,
there's levels to this.
Victor, if we're talking politically, right? Politically, there's working models all in front of us. Like I agree with GOJ. There's working models in front of us, like complete, like the Jews, Asians. Like they're able to stay segregated, but also be. They're able to segregate themselves, get into their communities, but also integrate where they need be. That's the only thing we have to focus on doing. Like it shouldn't even. It's not even that hard to be real. It's not that hard to understand. Like it's not that tough.
You have them to tell us the houses to move to, right? Like if they don't sell us the houses, how are we gonna move there? Like how can we all get together? Like we need their cooperation basically to even create this hub.
No, because you have. I don't know about the UK, so I can say I can only speak for America. But like, they're black-owned real estate companies and development companies here that the whole neighborhood, the county I live in, it's all been built by black people. So I mean, like, you got that all throughout the South. It's impossible. Excuse me, I say impossible. It's possible to achieve that.
It's possible. Listen.
I agree. Actually,
years ago,
create the communities like that.
Africans did it. So
Osho did.
It's easy.
But things are different now, right? Because like in terms of infiltration, now it's so much easier for them to infiltrate than it was back in the days. Like even like like counter surveillance and all of that kind of stuff. It's just like yeah, they can be on what we're doing much easier.
Yeah, but I don't think we should think like that. I
It
don't think
goes
that
back
should be
to
on our mind.
understanding.
That shouldn't be on our minds at all. Like I don't think we should be thinking like counter surveillance, stuff like that. We're not talking about taking over countries and stuff like that. Like that once you start saying that kind of shit, that's gonna get everyone all like, oh well, it's
like,
gonna be the white man stronger. Like we gotta look at it.
But the thing is, we become terrorists as soon as we try to start coming together and do our own thing.
So is that a deterrent not to come together then? Because
that's what I'm saying. I guess I think it's dangerous.
No.
To me, it's more it's more than about becoming a spook, like the spook that sat by the door, then just be like, okay, we're gonna be over there, bro. I beg you stop talking for a sec. Like
no.
Basically,
what I said is that it's trust. You're talking about trust,
pause
trust.
For a sec.
Yeah.
You're gonna hear what I'm talking about when I'm finished. So like for you, if you want to do that, like you can everyone go in the same place, and then man can just become hit. For me, it's not the one in it. For me, it's more about, if we're going to be in the West, it's more about being the spook that's sat by the door, then going over there and separating, and everyone then being able to attack us easily.
You're seen regardless. As a black person, you sliding in.
Mm-hmm.
The only sliding in you're doing is if you're cooning. Real talk.
No, not necessarily.
No, real talk. If you're talking about integration into white society and all the rest of it, especially if you're talking about upper echelons of society or big boy jobs, that's not even what I'm talking about. Like to me, innit, in terms of like being in the West, there's only certain levels of power that you can attain, like separated or integrated, right? Like there's a ceiling no matter what. That's what I think, innit, But I think if we separate, then it's easier to get moved to like it was Black Wall Street. Like it was the Black Panthers.
Yeah. I get what you're saying.
Like it was any movement that you can name.
Listen, let me come in there, man.
Roger, bro.
What? No. What I'm saying is, I sense a bit of trust issues. He's saying among us, there's no trust, so he wouldn't risk, going on the side of segregation and like they'll just, we'll just be easy for the taking sort of thing. Nah, it's not about that. Yeah, what we're saying to you is, it's a global village. We know that. Yeah, that we can't like physically, segregate because we mix. There's a lot of mixture now. Yeah, loads of mixtures. So we have to be intelligently moving. That's what we've got to do. You understand? We've got intelligently move.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Because we know we can't. So that's what I'm saying. The separation has to come from the mind. Yeah, physically, we know it can't be segregated, but the mind has to be separated. You understand? If the mind separates, then what I'm saying to you, whatever business ideas you have, you can have a base in Africa. Go and get a land, set up a little thing. You know what I'm saying to you? But it all boils down to you understanding who you are as a human being, your human rights, your constitutional rights, on a basic political level. So you don't acquiesce to nonsense. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, it's simple. So understand that basic fundamental and then work from that. But bruv, what do you mean? What police come where? What are you doing? You're not doing nothing wrong. You're not doing nothing wrong, are you?
So say the police come, man's not doing anything wrong, but they put you in jail anyway. What are you gonna do?
No, but why would they put you into jail? What crime have you committed?
In jail, bro?
No, but what I'm trying to say is like really and truly, we need some kind of defense for that, innit? Just like
but you are your first line of defense. You are your first line of defense, my brother. You should understand that. You are.
Hold up, Vic. Hold up, Vic. That's why I want that to just sink in, because again, the whole point of suggesting the segregation is to strengthen ourselves. So when we are abused, there's more of a community to back. you when you're being abused by the powers that be. That's the thinking of the segregation. It's not so you're weaker and you're left by yourself. It's actually so your power base is stronger now and more trustworthy, supposedly, because it's all black. So it makes it harder, in effect, to be infiltrated. Whether or not there's more technology to watch you on an individual basis and all the rest of it. But the thinking is, if you have this segregation, then you create a stronger base, which is then in turn a slightly harder to infiltrate. That's the thinking. If
Like, don't get twisted, yeah. I agree on like to a certain level with segregation, right? Like I said, like having groups, like when you're having groupthink, you want to have segregation, especially when you're making certain moves. Like, but me, I'm more thinking now, like say in the UK, if we're gonna create like a black city or whatever, right? Like that, I'm thinking that one is gonna be much more difficult. I'm more on like moving to be segregated than trying to stay around, man, being segregated.
Yeah, I don't
I
disagree
think
with
we
that.
have. Go ahead. Go ahead. Nah, I mean, all this sounds good and it sounds real, real food for the soul. But at the same time, man, we have to put everything in perspective and keep everything reality based. Uh, we're not in a position or in shape to do anything right now. You get what I'm saying? And it's not a weak mindset. It's just the facts. It's just the facts. And until we start putting ourselves in position, more and more, we still going to be having these same streams 5 years from now. So when you said
Well,
move, go ahead,
hold
brother.
up. Let me ask you something quickly. When you say that,
Go ahead.
you said we got to get back to a certain place through politics.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So when you say, we're weak and we can't really do a lot, and
Mm-hmm.
then in turn on a separate vein but kind of connected, you hear somebody talking about the need for local community politics,
Mm-hmm.
electing somebody from your community and all of that. Again, to me, that translates to the conversation about segregation, about the need for a strong black community base. So then you can select a strong black community leader to then go on and champion your causes, right?
Um, sort of, kind of. Uh, I mean, if you say so. But what I'm saying, over in America,
Come
we
on, what
for,
do you say, brother?
uh,
I'm just telling you what I'm hearing. But if you don't
no,
agree, tell me.
I don't totally dismiss it. Let's put it like that. But what I'm saying is, over here, we're not going to be black power over here. We're 14% of the population. The only place we're going to be all black is in these prisons. That's where you go. That's where we're going to be all black at. It's like I'm saying, until we start really looking at the stuff that's in front of us, we are broke. So we can address that. We can address that. Now, how do we get ourselves back into position to push policies that's going to change us being 14% in America? The only way we can do that, brother, because we don't have a military. Y'all can holler black power all day and let's move to Africa. Over here, we got people who can't move from one city to the next city. So that ain't happening. That's just the facts right there. So what we have to do in
Yeah,
this society is put our people in position to change their lives some kind of way where we can look towards Africa and be that one mind and one body. But if we're going to do anything, we're going to have to keep everything in front of us and just tell the damn truth. We're not in shape right now to do it. I want to be in that spirit where you at, but I know the facts is we ain't ready yet. And for us, and Brad know what I'm talking about, we have to engage this thing politically and take it over and put our people in seats of position to make change because we are a broke group. Outside of that, we can pray to God, I guess.
no, we can't do that. No, we can't not pray to God. But what I'm saying to you is, yeah,
That,
you
that was
said
that was,
that
that
we
was
have to get
semantics, my brother.
political.
That was
Yeah,
semantics. Semantics.
yeah. I understand that. Yeah, I get the joke. But what I'm saying, you said we have to go politically to sort of get out of what the mess that we got ourselves in. right? Meaning what Rich has just said. Community, we try to organize ourselves and elect not sort of a leader or a spokesperson for that community to demand, for things that we want, like demand it. So I'm saying to you, so I get that, yeah. But what I'm saying is, you're saying we're weak. No, we're not weak. Yeah, if you say we're weak, yeah, you're not weak because you're a human being. You're not weak. Yeah, the fact that you're alive now, you're not weak. So what you do, yeah,
Brother,
you go back to your health. Yeah,
feels good, but we are weak right
basic.
now.
I'm talking about the basic collectively movement, in the sense that you have to understand what you have to do scientifically. Your health is your wealth. Yeah, your health is your wealth. So when you stay healthy, yeah, that's what you are. That's your sovereignty right there. So you're not weak, you're strong, but you have to know that you're a natural person. Yeah,
Brother,
natural
I know that, but I also know what's going on. Let me go eat some air.
Yeah, I understand what's going on. Yeah. No. But what I'm saying to you is, there's two worlds going at play right now. Yeah, we're in a world, we're in a system. I get that. We're in a paradigm. If you look at it for what it is, we're not even ready. We're not ready. I get that. Yeah. But what I'm saying is, there's something else at play that you're not aware of. So what you have to do,
which is
what
is that play right now?
What you want for yourself? What do you want? What do you want in life? So
yeah, but understand.
Don't you
understand? Well, time out. Excuse me. 1 second. Vic. You're very passionate, brother, and I like that about you. So I don't want to feel like I'm cutting down your passion, but still, you have to understand identifying a weak position. So am I right now in my company prepared to say I can fully stock and supply all of Whole Foods by myself? No, that doesn't make me in any way, shape, or form saying that like I'm overall weak, but it's being able to recognize my weakness. We have to recognize as a community, we do not have that position of power yet to change or to actually politically impact our area. You understand? And it's not like it's a sign of weakness for us to admit it. It's just a sign of reality. It shows us, it sets a goal. Okay, right. You can be a natural human. You can look at the science of Africa and all that stuff, but it's in the end, when it's all said and done, you still have to recognize that, okay, not everything's in our corner right now. Not everything is on our side. That is not a sign of weakness, or, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like saying we're overall weak as a people.
Us these things? Who's going to teach us these things you're saying we're lacking? Who's going to teach us?
Well, we got to learn them when we want to. Like for example, okay, early last year,
when
we want to, when people want to. Richie, Vic, if you want to, you can start tomorrow. You can log off right now, go on. Like, for example, last year, God of Jacob taught me about, I'm saying that, yo, Brad, get into real estate. It's easy money, quick on, low involvement. You can still do your business and do it. I got 15 properties now because of this, man. So it's up to you. It's like, it's no idea, no point in playing. No
That's
point
what I'm saying. See, you have money, you have capital. Do business on the continent too. That's it.
Rich, I'm not trying to
do business on the continent too.
But I'm doing pretty good. And I hold 2 M's. And that's so it can be done. What you got to do is develop a can-do attitude. I own my own business. I had to go through some tough times to get it, but before I got started, I addressed my weaknesses.
Yeah.
And we can talk all that fluff shit off. I mean, excuse my language, but we can talk the talk, but we have to address our weaknesses. We can, because what you're doing is you're holding a pep rally, and I love it, and it's beautiful, and I get it. I like your passion, but the one thing we need to do is start throwing our flaws on the board and rally around them flaws and say, how do we get that in our current position? We have no money, we have no this. That's not taken away. I know we strong, physically we strong. We black people, we are spiritual people, so we strong in that aspect. But we have to address the fact that we are broke. And
isn't one of our flaws the fact that we're subjugated by these people, by these other sets of people? Isn't that one of the flaws? That's why we're talking about separating from them, because
Brother.
one of our major flaws is that we're beholden in all these various areas that we want to.
But we can fix that in a month, Richie, though. We can fix that in a month. If you want to break, if one way to get off, the one way to break this like reliance on other communities is to fill that gap, fill that need. So if you see a corner store, go in that corner store, take a phone with you and say, all right, what are all the products are they selling? And then simply open a corner store of your own and sell those same products at a cheaper price. Remove them from the area. That's one way. So now you're controlling the food that comes into your community. All you gotta do now is implement, like, okay, if a sister here is selling her own chips, I'm gonna make sure that's selling in the store. If a brother here is selling his own shea butter, I'm gonna sell that in the store. That's one way to address it.
That's
Then
what
political.
our brother was saying to you before. That's how you got to build it. That, you know
Yeah.
what I'm saying, by bringing our resources together. But this is the thing I'm suggesting to the people, yeah, because I've been saying that we as a people don't understand, yeah. The next thing I'm gonna suggest is that we don't know what we want. Because if it's just to make money and be rich black folks, then we can all do that if that's the case, because we're not actually poor. We have a poor man's spending habits, I agree. But in terms of wealth, we've got money, some of us anyway. So that's not the problem. The problem is the way we think. You understand? And because of the way we think, yeah, we act a certain way because we're not in control of our thoughts. So we're not in control of our actions. The only way for us to get any real solutions, it's not about what people think separation is, right? It's about what separation really is. Separation is a choice. It's not segregation and it's not integration. It's a choice people make, right? And we're making that choice to keep our money black as long as we can, to keep our families as black as long as we can, to stick on the straight road and try to build for the next generation. Because otherwise, yeah, what are we really doing? Just getting rich? And then we're still in the same position. Because I've seen a lot of people say, yeah, let's get money, let's get money, let's get money. But the people that get money now, they don't ever come back to the community.
Right.
So you know, we can't just be relying on getting money. We've got to change the way we treat each other. You understand? The way we think about each other. And all of these kind of things, because we're dealing with a slave mentality. Some people may say colonial mentality, whatever. We're dealing with a slave mentality, which is total, complete ignorance.
I don't know about that
one. To me, like, I don't know.
We're ignorant, so we ain't gonna know about it. But the thing is, we got to
I was
get
just expecting Tupac to drop changes there. That sounded like Tupac changes right there. Like, but I don't know. Like, we should ask the two richest guys on the panel, innit? Because like how they feel about it, innit? Because they seem to be like pro-black, getting it, and do you see what I'm saying? The opposite of what you're describing.
And we're still, are we not in this? I don't need to ask them, because we're still in the same position as a people. It's not individual, my brother. It's collective.
You know why me and you are in two different positions? Because I didn't come online talking about what we need to do. How I went out there and did it.
Yeah, we don't need to talk about it anymore.
I ain't got to talk about it. I ain't got to sit up here and say we strong. I'm gonna show you I'm strong, and I'm gonna show you I got a can-do attitude. And I'm not gonna say segregation. You keep saying it's a choice. No, over here we have to be segregated. Because let's just call it whatever you said.
Separation is a choice.
Separation is a choice. It's
separation,
not.
Definitely.
It's not.
Yeah,
whatever you said.
Segregation is not a choice.
The word that starts with an S. It's not for us. It's not. Not right now. And that's something I'm trying to get to tell you. You are like we can just walk away and be independent. Currently, we can't. That's just the bottom line.
I never said that
to separate if you're poor, though. Like if you got money, it's easy to separate. Like,
yeah, but on what level is he talking about, though? On what level is he talking about the integration?
Say again, brother.
Yeah, on what level are you talking about the integration with them? Like, on what level? Like, are we still have to carry on interbreeding with them?
No, I ain't talking about no interbreeding. Now you just throwing some shit on the wall just to have a conversation. What I'm saying is, over here,
economics, just business.
Right, over here, politically, Black Americans are integrating politically to affect change.
Yeah.
That's the only way we can do it because as a collective group, we have no money.
Black
And
people are
how they doing that?
integrated into all of the political systems across the Western diaspora because they're inherently a part of the whatever country they find themselves in, whether it be America, England, one of the European countries, whatever. So I don't get that one. Of course, you're integrated into their system. That's what I'm saying. Even if we say right now we've got a black candidate and whatever, the done thing to do is he's going to become a Republican or he's going to become a Labour or he's going to become one of the current parties. So we are being integrated into their system. That's not our parties, is it? Whether or not they say, oh yeah, black people, hold up, whether or not they say black people are historically hold this position, or they historically are Republicans, or they mostly are black labors. Yeah. Again, you're still fitting into their narrative. That's why, again, when we talked about a different political approach, the conversation of an independent party being the only way forward to truly get certain things done without you having these old narratives of the current party systems integrating into your shit to now where you're trying to get this black thing done, but because now we've got these old Republican laws or we've got these old Labour Party, guys, you can't do certain things. So,
but that's what I'm saying. I think that's the thing that I think we're overcomplicating here. Just because you have a politician, like just because like if black community in America were to get like 7 senators into Congress, the next step would be for us to hold senators accountable. That's it. It would just be like, all right, listen, we need this policy change, or hey, we need this change here, and then you go to the next level. Same thing in the UK. If you got a guy you guys put in parliament, and he's his name is Bob Marley III, and he goes into parliament and pulls your policies and do what you say do. You know what I mean? Like you're integrated into the system because you're paying taxes for it. Like the one little inferior complex we have as a people is that we forget that like we have ownership in these countries. Like this isn't
we have to create our own separate one, brother, and present it to them. That's what we have to do. We have to create our own and present it to them.
No.
We can't go through their own.
Every day you pay taxes in this country, you're showing yourself ownership. You're showing that just if you're from the Windrush generation or if you just have a citizenship, you have an ownership in this country. No one can ever take that. Does that
stop you from creating your own? Does that stop you from creating your own?
No, but I'm trying to say is that you can still go into the political system, have an impact, and still benefit from it if you hold the politicians serious. If you can't, like one thing I say that irritates me about the black community in America.
You've never seen it, but you've never seen that happen.
That's the point.
No one
Richie,
in the integrated system. Nobody has seen what you just said happen.
Because no one has done what I said do.
Hold on, Brad. All I'm trying to tell this brother is, for the last 50 or some odd years, that's the problem. We have not been in the system. We have not been playing the game. We've been asleep. We've been in a coma. You get what I'm saying? And I ain't trying to disrespect nobody. But why do you think, y'all heard of ADOS, why do you think that movement has moved past, in my opinion, past Pan-Africanism? Because it's actually doing something. It's actually putting people or educating people politically. You get what I'm saying?
No,
you can shake your head all you want to, because the message I'm getting out of you guys, I'm getting out of you guys is Pan-African. It's a feel good that's going on these panels. It feels good, but it doesn't do anything. It's dated, and our stuff is pushing stuff through Congress, state legislation. It's pushing stuff through there.
Bruv, it's not. Listen, let me show you something, yeah? ADOS is getting traction because it promotes integration. Yeah? On various subcategories.
You know how that's a lie because I'm part of the group.
And the joke of it is it creates separation amongst us as a black people, as a black narrative, but it creates integration on what it's promoting for certain subgroups, which is our major problem today, that we got so many subgroups involved in the black movement, that's why we're never coming together, because I'm with this subgroup. Oh, I'm part of the gay one. Oh, I'm part of this one. Oh, I'm part of that subgroup. That's a problem. That's why, again, people are running off and they feel like they can, get something done for their little subgroup.
But no,
But
if you
again,
look at legislation, Richie,
Stop
it locks everyone in.
You gonna be having this same conversation 10 years later.
If you look at legislation on a political level, they lock us in. Like we can say like, oh, I'm an Afro-Caribbean, or I'm an ADOS, I'm a CDOS, I'm a Continental African, but legislation will lock us all into one group. The question is that are we going to have the conversation politically with ourselves and say like, yeah, we need our own businesses, we need our own companies. These are things we can control. But in the day when it's all said and done, like, are we going to let what we own, like what we are entitled to? Because I don't care what anyone says. I don't care how much a white guy gets mad. No white guy can take what my ancestors fought and gave to me. No white guy can take that away. No white system can take that away
this
from me.
isn't about them taking away nothing. This is about you securing, as you said, what you supposedly, quote unquote, perceive you have. This is about us securing that and building off of that to have a stronger base to then do business if we need to, inevitably, or trade, or politically banter back and forth with these people. This is supposed to make our back straighter. Again, when we're talking about economic success, the last time that was when we were separated.
Brother, what are your solutions?
That integration isn't working. That's what I'm saying. Integration on a whole, whether it be them promoting integration of you sleeping with other races, don't work. Whether it be integration of education, don't work. Whether it be integration of politics, don't work. Those are all
Brother,
tried and tested
that
methods.
sounds good, but what is your plan of action? What is your plan of action? You giving me
Hold up, brother. Remember, for all the people that are listening, and for you guys on the show, in case you've forgotten, the title of the show is Integration or Segregation versus which one do we need more of? So the point is, and this is what everybody's supposed to be coming with, is what do you think we need more of? And I'm saying we need less integration and more separation. It's very clear.
I think we need more capital, like, because a lot of the people behind Pan-African movements, like, there's a lot of energy, right? But there's not a lot of capital to make things happen. And yeah, I think that's a big problem that we have when it comes to separation or even doing that.
Yeah. Hello.
Go true, brother.
Yeah, there's a reason for that. It's the reason that those that have the money, yeah, don't know what to do with it. Yeah, and those don't have the money know what to do. Yeah. So what you're there's a disconnection. So those people with the money, it hasn't really hit them yet. Yeah, as to what type of world that they're in. They don't understand themselves. Do you know what I'm saying to you? So all I'm saying to you, for those of us that do, we have to do the work from the grassroots. Yeah, it's a grassroots thing. Yeah. So those with the money will just catch on. And once they do, boom, the money comes in. Because we've got money, we've got capital, but it's just all on an individual base. Collectively, we haven't linked it together because the mindset is not correct. You know what I'm saying to you? Yeah, it's off. So we have to get the separation from the mind. It has to come from the mind. I'm not saying you stop interacting with other races of people. No, you can't. It's a global village. You have to interact with other races of people, be it economically. You understand? But culturally, spiritually, know who you are. That's all.
So that's
When
the plan.
ADOS,
Go ahead. You got it, man.
when the ADOS conversation came up and we talked about reparations and these things turned into a hot topic again, like suddenly it was the first time anyone had ever brought anything to the table. And all of this kind of behavior, yeah. I heard a lot of people talk about the fact that if we got paid this lump sum of money, what would black people do? They would end up giving it right back to all of these other sources, these other communities. Why? Because we don't have a strong base of our own, yeah, to circulate this money. So again, when we're talking like that, again, unless I'm mistaken, I'm hearing more segregation talks then. We need to practice segregation first. And I swear, if I'm not mistaken, didn't you say that at the beginning, GOJ?
Tell me what I
That
said
we
in the beginning, and I'll reply. What did I say in the
no
beginning?
that we needed more segregation to know ourselves.
No. I'll tell you what I said. I said it when I initially came on. I said for Black Americans, we performed best over here when we were segregated, and then we politicked our way out of that into integration, and that's when we lost it. Now we have to pivot and use politics to go backwards to be segregated again. That's what I said.
Okay, so then you by default then believe in segregation then being our
No,
best position.
no. By default, I said what I said, but I don't want you to summarize what I said. I think you get what I'm saying. So my,
Well,
my
which,
whole base my
which
whole
one is it?
basis my whole basis was politics. I said politically that is the only way we can get back to the segregation we want within this country. Politically, we got into integration. Politically, we got to get back out of it.
Right. Yeah. What he's saying is very interesting. Yeah, I find that interesting that very well because he's saying when they were segregated, yeah, they performed really well. Yeah. But for some reason, something weird happened where they politicized themselves into integration. Now, if you think about that, it's very, very deep. Yeah. They were doing so well, segregated, something drastically happened. Yeah. Where they politicized their way into integration. Something happened. What took place? This is what we got to tackle. Yeah, that's the mind. Yeah, white people switched it up at some point, gave them this illusion of inclusion. You understand? And they bought into
But
that.
how are they able to do that
So
while we were segregated?
saying now that we've got to politically go through the same route. Yeah, deal with them, then come back out on the other side, then segregate. He's talking about war, black.
Hold on, they
He's
did
talking
that.
about war. No,
They
you
did
know what I'm
that.
saying?
Yeah. Hold up, they did that. Yeah, by destroying anything positive that was built in that segregation time, and then creating a path of least resistance when it comes to integration.
Good question. Good question.
Okay,
Good
so how are we
analysis.
gonna
So
stop that?
the question
How are we
now
gonna stop
is,
that this time?
did the politicizing come after the destruction? Did the politicizing of them going into integration, did they come after the destruction of Tulsa and Rosewood? Was it after? That's the question we need to find out because they
That
bombed
was
that.
way before. If we're going to talk about Rosewood, if we're going to talk about Rosewood, we're talking about Tulsa, where that's in the 1920s. That's like 1920s, 1930s. Integration didn't start till the late
No,
60s.
the point I'm trying to make is, so they bombed you, then afterwards you politicized your way into integration after the bombing.
No, after that was 40 years later.
That's what you're saying.
That was only to overturn. That was only to overturn. The civil rights movement was only meant to do two things. It was meant to overturn and attack all black codes that were still in the South, from voting, education, bus rights, the things that African Americans paid for and weren't getting the best of. But even in that, Dr. King admitted that like integration was a mistake. So yeah.
Okay. So just on a basic, simple one, do you first, the Americans, and then everyone else, I want to hear a clear answer. Anyone who hasn't spoken, unmute your mic. Do you agree with his statement that that was a mistake to integrating us into this burning house situation?
Yes. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. I agree with him. Yeah.
I don't know. Like without protection, I don't know how it can last.
Well, I don't understand what you say.
Like without some kind of military force, at some point, yeah, like we're gonna end up having beef, and we don't have the military. So
No,
like
no. You
I'm
see,
thinking with military, then that makes sense. Why not? But without
Hold on,
that,
hold on,
no,
hold on.
we don't
When
need a
he's hold on, Vic,
military.
hold on, one sec, Vic. When he's saying that he
mhm.
felt that it was a mistake to promote integration, Martin Luther King, do you agree now that you've had time to look at the story, look at the years of what's gone on before or after, sorry, and whatever, right up until today's conversation, was he wrong to say that? Yes or no?
That's what I'm saying. I don't think it's a yes or no, because even if we don't integrate, but we don't have a military, we don't have, like, there's a saying, right? Those who can't protect their rights have no rights. So for me, if we're not able to protect ourselves, we're always gonna be the victims.
I hear what you're
Simple.
saying, but before we get to that point,
Oh yeah, like
was
I
he
don't care
right
who
on
said the
his
quote. Like
observation?
I don't like raise man up because, like, it's MLK. Like I'm just looking at what it said, and to me, it's not a yes or no answer, isn't it?
Well, why isn't it a yes or no answer? There's certain facts that,
Because
again,
like I said, if we
remember,
don't integrate,
hold on. Remember what you're saying. Listen
eventually
to
we're gonna
what you're
get
saying.
moved to.
You're saying after the fact of if we come out and we have our own thing, then we need to protect it. Before that point, yeah, just the idea of should we be integrating with these current people that we're around, or should we be looking to pull back? Which one is it, E?
To me, if it's all about whether we're gonna win or not, right? Like if we got more, if we build to a power base where we think now in like integrating, we're not gonna become weaker, like they're not gonna be able to move to us, then what's the problem with integration? I don't get it. What's the real problem with integration? It's the fact that they're wielding power against us when we integrate, right? So if we build a strong enough power base where we can defend ourselves, then the problems of integration are not the same.
But that's what I'm saying, brother. We have to integrate to segregate. I know that sounds weird, but that's just the way it is.
James and Terry, what's going on here? Let's hear some opinions from you guys, because you're sitting on the panel, you're silent. No one's saying anything. What's good? Taking up some space. What's going on? Big up 9 Ether. Jump on the panel, my dear, and come spit some fire. I want to hear what you guys say as well. Links in the channel, links in the description underneath the video.
That last comment was like a knockout blow to everybody, but I understood that very well. Yeah, that's what I said. Not many are gonna get it because a lot of people have the same mindset as these two American guys, where you have to integrate to segregate. That makes a lot of sense as to the world that we live in. Because if you look around you, all the TV, all the commercials, yeah, it's all about integration. So I was saying to you, they're selling it, so we can see where they're moving the whole thing. Yeah, that's the paradigm. Yeah, that's created by the illusionist. That's what they do. Yeah, so we know a lot of people will have that mindset of integrating to segregate. We get that, but all I'm saying to us, the ones that know thyself, yeah, if we do it in our own capacity, yeah, we will naturally link up. We'll set up corporations, yeah, the cooperative organizations. We'll do it. It's a natural thing. It's a natural process.
But
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest right now, because I'm not like, I don't want to sound ticked or anything, but I don't understand why. I feel like we complicate it. Like we could do the Masonic way, like let the rich lead let the rich lead the poor, let the dumb lead the smart. I mean, let the smart lead the dumb. I mean, like it's not like that hard. Like you don't need to know yourself just to simply have a mission. If you're I always bring up this book, How Europeans Conquered the World. It was the smart European leading the dumb one. So if you know thyself, create something that will have other Black people following you. Like, I mean, like, instead of just saying you need to know yourself in the natural sciences of being African, say like, oh yeah, by the way, Oxford, this is true. You can get a certificate in cybersecurity take that program. I know, I think it's Rwanda and South Africa. They're trying to improve their cybersecurity and looking for foreigners to help teach it. Boom. You're providing that second income. Also looking your country you're in now for a better one. So now you're adding money in their pocket. That's a movement right there. It doesn't even take much. That's what I'm saying. Like what we're saying is to integrate, you're simply just taking advantage of the society that you have, of what you have of what you can get from the society that you're in. That's it.
Yes, we get that. We get that. Wasn't when you make your P, when you make your money, reinvest it back into the community that you are creating. That's all we're saying. Create a community with the P that you're making within the society that you're living in. Simple. Just move intelligently. I agree with what you're saying, but all I'm saying, just move intelligently. Yeah, because it's a go get. You know what I'm saying? To just go get it. We know we don't want to separate for whatever reasons that we have. Yeah, we know. Yeah. So, but what we're saying is, be true. No. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Not everyone's gonna know this.
You get what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying to you. But like for real, like this is where it comes to. You have to be real to yourself in the sense that listen, if you know a certain code and principle, about you, you call yourself a black man, there's a responsibility and there's accountability to that being a black man, being an African person, So you have to know that. If you don't know that, it's not a problem. Just do your thing. You're not part of this type of thinking. I'm saying to you, we'll just keep it moving. That's all it is. So we understand that there have to be a separation in the mind, but not physically separating because we live in a global village. We get that. That's when I said you have to move intelligently, be it if you want to be a politician, but when you are, understand your history, understand who you are, understand who those other people are and what they've done to you historically. Understand all that. Then make a demand based on what you know in your historical, history. Do you know what I'm saying to you? You just have to understand. If you don't get it, don't worry. Just keep it moving. We understand. Because there are some sheeps, we get it. They won't get it. But those that we know, just do it in whatever capacity you're capable of. But invest back into a community that you are doing. You're laying the foundations for. Because you got the money now. You're in a global village. You're getting money from anyone. Present you, but like that's why I use Stormzy as an example. Yes, he's got a record label. Yes, he's signed by a white man or whatever. But his money, he's building a studio. He bought a land, building a studio in his own name for a community back home. He's a British born. So I'm saying to you, so he's got his P. So this is what we have to do. Just link back. Take your money that you're making in a global village, put it back into Africa. That's all. Because the youth needs. So whatever you do, if you're an electrician, you're a plumber, whatever, have a base back home. That's all. You can live in both worlds. That's how you do it. But be true to yourself. Those that don't get it, they won't get it. They'll just keep moving. But then they will realize, hold on a minute, that's my brethren. He's doing this. Oh, let me look to that. Boom, he's awakened. That's how you do it. So there has to be the example there, but you got to start yourself. That's all it is. It's so simple. I get what everyone's saying. We have to get everything on every facet of human activity. We've got to get in there and do it our own. That's it. That's all it is to it.
Right.
So you separate in the money.
James, where you at? Where you at? Unmute your mic, brother.
Oh fuck! It's about to be.
Where's James? James, where you at? Easy, my brother. Ramo Tef in the house. Big up, big up, big up. James, where you at? Unmute your mic so I can hear you. What are you saying? There's no silent people. Ramo Tef, unmute your mic, my brother. Original 9. Wagwan people, them. Unmute your mics. Voice your opinions. Come in. If I don't hear from you, I will be booting you off the channel. What's the point of you being on the platform?
I get booted earlier, Richie.
All right, family. Bless up. One love, you done know. Nice to be here.
Wow,
Richie, bless up yourself.
What's
Tezza,
going on?
Don't know.
Peace.
Big up.
I'm Uncle Justin Neb. And if you care upon the Guru, my auntie to everyone.
What's good, brother? Good to see you, James. I know I was calling for you first.
Yeah,
Unmute your mic, brother. Let's hear your
sorry,
opinion,
bro. Yeah,
and then everybody else. 9E for Ramotef coming afterwards. Respond to him. Respond to whatever you want to say. Go true, brother.
yeah. The question is what's better, integration or segregation? All right.
Which one's better for us?
Cool. I'm gonna assume us is all people that are referred to as black people. It's all every single one. Yeah.
No. Actual black people, not people who pretend.
Hey, bro. It's a serious stream. You know what I'm saying? Fix yourself up.
No. I can hear the laughter in your voice. You're about to literally.
Bro, relax, man. What's wrong with you? All right, I'm gonna ask.
I can hear you laughing.
You want me to ask the question seriously, or do you want me?
Go ahead. Yeah, answer it
Most
seriously.
definitely, we do.
All right, so stop making a joke out of this, Richie, man. What I'm saying is, if we're talking about because obviously you can't just say all black people. Some black people here are from Israel. Some black people here from all different parts of the globe. Do you know what I'm gonna say? So I'm saying if we're just anyone that's referred to as black, what's better for them? I mean, obviously, it's you have to deal with it on a case-by-case basis, isn't it? Some individuals have a strong antipathy towards white people or people that are not, black. Some people don't, right? Some people prefer white people. You know what I mean? So it's in that sense, it's complicated. What I think personally is best for all black people, I believe integration. I believe we should. Integration it connotes. It has some negative implications, right? Given that almost like the assumption is one particular group doesn't want to integrate, and if you want to integrate with those groups, it's almost like you're begging it, so to speak, yeah. But if we look at it like what's the best for functioning societies or functioning civilizations, then I mean a level of cohesion is better. I think ultimately it's always going to be better, isn't it? So that's what I'd argue simply.
All right. 9E for Ramotef. Whoever wants to come in first.
I disagree with everything James just said.
So, from my perspective, I definitely agree with the brother when it came to the story of separation into integration and then coming back out into separation. My thing is that I pop quiz for everybody. So out of the calendar and the equity years that we have under America and everywhere else, out of the 12 months that we are using, what month doesn't have a holiday?
August.
My man. So understanding how a lot of people feel like that we're broke, things of that nature, is from that understanding how well they got our minds when it comes to that integration part. Because when we was separated, things were moving at a pace that we operated on our own. As they started attacking, as they started doing more atrocities to the people, we all understand that. And then that movement of, basically having that type of union within, we can say America specifically, because that's where I'm residing at this present moment. With us being there and seeing how well they placed us in this system, and as you look at it as on a global tip of how they transaction with others and things of that nature, and I always tell people as well, it's like when it comes to myself, the way that I operate, having my own calendar, having my own time system, having our own way of about to start building our own school in a sense, or institution for universal enlightenment, so on and so forth. The thing about it is that I see how hard it is for our people to want to separate because they're well designed into integration. But that's, my opinion when it comes to that.
All right. Big up for joining us as well. If man don't know about Ramotef, he's come on before and done shows. I'm gonna have him back on, breaking down the star systems, breaking down your birth date and all sorts. So big up to you, brother, for coming and joining us. 9.
Can I ask him a question?
What's that?
Can I ask out type of question quickly before the lady gets in?
Well, hold up, Vic. Let me bring 9 in first and let her lay down a premise, and then you can come with your question.
No,
Nine, where you at?
let him answer still. Let him answer still. And just what was a quick summary of what James said, because I missed it.
White people's world is better, and we should get a piece of it. That's all James said, as always.
Okay. Thank you, Brad. All right, I'll come in after.
I mean, listen, like, on a serious note, yeah. If you want this, like, yeah, show some respect to the thing. If I will only aid in its descent, innit? If that's what you know what I mean, bro.
I just want to know.
Carry on. Man.
Are the separationists looking to pay tax?
Huh? That's. I mean, they will have no choice but to pay tax. That's why it's like it's better to just like take your piece of the pie.
Sorry, do you know what? Actually, do you know what? And also, what I said, Nine, which I think everyone sort of skipped past, is when you say is integration better for whom precisely? Who are we talking about? Because there's many groups.
Yeah, that's the bit I think I left the room because I heard you breaking down who we was, and I was like, okay, I'll be back.
There's many groups within or that are under the banner of blackness that would want to separate from other people that are also referred to as black. So what do? If you endorse the idea of separation or segregation, endorse this idea. What happens to the particular group?
I hear where you're coming from, James, but this is the premise that we have to, in order to move these conversations on some way, shape, or form, we have to kind of start to assume that when we say black people, there's a certain community of us that understand our origins, understand enough about ourselves to kind of see an inherent connection. Even us here on this panel, from America, England, African descent, like there's got to be a collective mind state. So I understand there's going to be certain people that may want to classify themselves as something else, but they can't always be included in these conversations. We got to deal with sensible black people who want to solidify their position in the Western diaspora. Like that's what I'm talking about.
I can understand that. Like if I can understand, like maybe this wouldn't apply to someone that's Ethiopian or Somali or somebody from Djibouti, but like
what you need to do is then be specific. But it's very important. Then it's very important that you specifically distinguish what particular group you're referring to. I would say, and that sort of what's the word? It contributes to the idea that education is the most important thing. Right, that wealth is secondary or corollary of getting a good education. So being ignorant or being oblivious to the fact that actually there is divisions within the group that may supersede this understanding of blackness is very important. It's almost the most important thing to establish, because then at least if you accurately define your group, you know exactly who you are. You understand the identity of that group, and you can understand the trajectory the group could potentially have.
And I hear what you're saying again, but this is what we already touched on, that this is an inherent problem, that we're drowning in subcategories of
they're caught up in all that
people. Now, you understand? We got this set of people, we got this. Now I identify with this group. No, I'm this group. No, I'm that group. And that's inherently one of the problems that we're having, because we got these little subset groups that think they're sexy,
So the logical solution,
and that's causing a muddiness to the conversation. Where, as I said, certain types of stopping us from moving off of square one.
Last sentence, and just to finish on this topic. So the logical solution, guys, is we just use the broad strokes that white people refer to us as. That makes perfect sense. That's very logical.
Well, I don't let white people classify me. You understand? I don't believe they ever did classify us. Again, whether you want to talk about Africans or our ancient ancestors understanding the color of our skin and the reflection of themselves within nature, like what, they didn't have colors? And again, I understand the premise where you maybe place less. Hold on. I understand. I understand the premise of placing less emphasis on always referring to yourself as black if you're in an all-black society. But make no mistake, it's a part of who we are, and we've always known that. So this assertion that we can't use the word black because it's so muddied and only white people classified us as that, I don't adhere to that. I just got to say that. Anyone else can come in on this as well.
It's not about that.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with what Reggie's saying. I mean, what Richie's saying. Richie's saying something intelligent. Like everything else is just wash and fluff. Good job, Richie. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, cool, man. What I was gonna say, sorry, I don't know, I'm probably taking up someone else's spot, but yeah, I mean,
who's lying? Who's lying, Malik?
Oh yeah, this is me. I just joined in the conversation. I think that, like, as far as this tribalism and all this crap and like, infighting is just not productive, and I think that people of melanated people or people of African descent are not in a position to be to be in this. And I'm thinking that the white people or whatever, when you're living in the West, they don't care what black ethnic group you're coming from. The police see you or whatever, they gonna see that melanated skin or whatever, caramel, dark chocolate or whatever. That shit don't matter. At the end of the day, black folks have to understand geopolitics, group economics, because when Europeans came, they didn't. They came together to colonize. The motherland. You had one person come this. You know what I'm saying? They didn't let the infighting stop. Getting the resources. Did they? They didn't give a hell about none of that. Black folks the only one. Concerning about, oh, I'm this kind of African. I'm this type of culture. I mean, what the hell is that? I mean, that's not gonna do anything. And the thing is, if you're not going to invest in yourself, if black people or melanated people don't invest in themselves, who will? And I mean, white people don't really have the best interests involved. They try to look out for their own group. China, people, are looking for their own, group. And I think working together, investing money in the motherland or the Caribbean or something like that, that's the way to go. And I think that that we just have to be logical about the situation. And I think a lot of black folks like to get too emotional stuff, and we have to be practical about this and getting power and coming together to get things done and put all that something that that tribal or religious ideology aside and focus on the bigger picture, So I think that's the way to do it. That's all I had to say. I know I'm just going to be on for a short period of time.
You said it right, man. He just summarized what I've been saying. That's all he did. Yeah, it's good. You spoke well, brother. You spoke really well. That's all it is.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, you just have to do what you have to do, but just with good intentions. Yeah, that's all it is. Just do. You know what I'm saying to you? We know we can't physically, separate or segregate. It's impossible because that says a lot of mixture. Yeah, the world's gene pool is mixed up. It's mixed up, but you just you find yourself within your own essence. You just keep it moving. That's all it is. Yeah, not everyone's meant to get it. So we can't we have to understand those that we know. We have to understand that separation of the mind is essential in these times that we're in. Meaning, right now, you should be a little rebel. Yeah, understanding your rights, standing on your square, knowing what you have to do. These are the basic fundamentals for any melanated person, wherever you find yourself on this planet. That's what you've got to do on that little minuscule aspect. But it's going to be on a grand scale. Everyone will be doing it. The ones that know themselves. You know what I'm saying to you? So that's what we got to do, because the world is a very precarious times we're in. Seriously precarious. So you've got to ask yourself, what is going on? What am I doing? Yeah. What are you planning for the future? Understand all this. Not many people are going to get it. Yeah. Nice. Not many people are going to get it. So talking about segregation or integration, it's good for us that knows ourselves to know which side of the fence that we are on. You understand? So it's good. But for the layman, I mean, what is the point of segregating? They live in the West. They don't get that. Yeah. Because they haven't got a foundation of a community base. They don't have that. We haven't created.
And that's why I say we got to do. That's what I'm saying, Vic. We got to do that's what I'm saying. We do like the Freemason thing, where it's like those who are enlightened just lead the ignorant. Hey, listen, this is what's best for you. You know what I mean? That's how it works. That's the key. It's like we got to put people. If you got to,
So
like,
you create another movement. You sort of create another movement.
Yeah, but without even having
In
it
essence,
be, without
you create another movement.
without having it being that deep. You ain't got 1 second. I'm actually speaking. You don't actually have to have it. You actually don't have to like do this whole thing where you're protesting. You simply get the guys together. If you know a field in which you can educate, employ, and get people in a position, do that. If it's just black people, then you just do that. Then you just link up with other black men, create a conglomerate. Conglomerate starts out. Every major conglomerate starts out with like 3 guys around the table that grows to 12 to 15 to 20. You know, like it's just that simple. Like we ain't gotta. We don't have to worry about doing too much. You know. Like I really don't think
I know. I get that, but I know. But when I look in the mirror, I like to see a photocopy of me, like all the time. So we have to hold on to us. The ones that know ourselves, like the females, have to be same as you in that aspect. If you know what I'm saying to you.
I'm only speaking about the community. I'm only speaking
stop
about
doing that.
I'm only speaking about like like if you hire.
Yeah, but it's like a little sidebar. It's a sidebar. It's a sidebar to the thing I'm trying to say. Because if you look in the mirror, I would like to see a replica of me. So the females, they've got to have the same in this as well, because it's only them that will produce our kind. Without them, we're no more. Yes, if they decide to go the other way, that's it. We're finished. We as males, looking like me and you right now, we're finished.
Yeah, photocopy in the mirror.
We're finished. So we have to be nice to the females that look like us. You know what I'm saying? We have to be nice to them and just start talking to them on a level.
Hold up,
I
James
believe we
wanted
got
to say something. Hold up, you guys. James wanted to say something. Go on, James.
Question. It's just a question. Where does this take place? So segregate, as in within, let's say, a foreign country or a diaspora, or is there
wherever we're at.
So imagine. So is a request going to be made, or is it possibly done? What in as in? I'm not asking.
It's a mind thing, brother.
Yeah, no. I'm not asking the actual solution. I'm saying what is more appealing? What is a more appealing strategy for you to go on?
Again, I don't think it's about from the time that you say what's a more appealing strategy. Again, anything that we need to accomplish most of the time is not going to come through the path of least resistance. And that is, again, what integration offers.
Yeah, no, I'm not asking you to incriminate yourself, brother. What I'm saying is,
no, I'm not. I'm just telling you because you're coming with a question that earlier on in the conversation we kind of looked at, and again, we've had conversations about politics being approached differently. We've had conversations about local politics and us taking control of communities. This is all language that alludes to separation, a stronger position.
Okay, can I just develop my question? But then maybe I wasn't being clear. As in, would you prefer so by segregation or separation, if you like, would you prefer to return somewhere, right? To leave here to establish a sovereign state that is not within European or not in the Occidental world? Is that what you prefer? Or would you prefer to stay in the Occident and create your sovereign state within or in close proximity to the oppressor? Or would you prefer?
This is why, sorry to interrupt, family, and don't get frustrated, Brother Richie, yeah?
Listen, I'm the host on here. I'm chilled, I'm relaxed.
Yeah, man.
I just want to make sure that everyone's up to speed, not repeating themselves. But James,
but Richie, I'd like to hear your answer to that though after nines because I also want to know
I'll
what
be happy to answer that. Go through 9 because I wanted to hear from you because you didn't really say a lot earlier. So come, say what you was going to say 9 in response to what you hear.
The first thing I want to say is clan, innit? Yeah, very important even in this conversation because what we definitely have to realize is that you can only do with those that, you know what I'm saying to you, you know, or on your vibration, right? So as you heard James have to break down really what is blackness, this, that, and the other. In 2021, you know what I'm saying? We really ain't got time to be breaking down, well, in my opinion anyway, you know what I'm saying to you? Yeah, so that's the first thing. But obviously it's a problem that there are those that are in that sort of paradigm where it has to get broken down, innit? And unfortunately, James is probably not alone, right? That's why we say big up Muta Gluka when say ain't no good for live in a man country too long. And so I'm saying to you, because this is really where we are. And you know what I'm saying? I can't even have a bad vibration for it, because it could be deemed it's an occupational hazard of the situation in which we are in. You know what I'm saying to you? Because where, I don't know, in fact, no, it is our fault still. But regarding the integration and segregation question, yeah, for myself, in terms of for our betterment, as it were, and obviously, James, you know what I mean, all of that thing, but before you're supposed to be intelligent enough to understand that when we speak about that, you must be able to understand the parameters that we're speaking about whilst being in the West. Do you know what I'm saying to you? So all of them thing there, it's just long, but that's a whole different story. But for myself, in terms of betterment for ourselves, just as a collective people, you know, being very selfish and selfless about ourselves, then for myself, it would be a matter of segregation. You know what I'm saying to you? Because historically, even in the West, that's where we have been at our best. Yeah. Even if you go back to the Windrush when we first came here, that generation done better when their backs were against the wall. Somehow we done better when we were being told no blacks, no Irish, dogs alone, and all them thing there. You understand me? Somehow within that kind of backs was getting, people stood up and they done bits, and they done more bits than we are doing now. So even that's questionable. You know what I mean? How can they have
So when
relayed
people were being lynched in America, they were doing better than they're doing now.
Excuse me? What did you
Why is
say?
that? Why is that funny?
I didn't. DC, but I didn't hear him. I just heard giggling.
Yeah,
What did he say?
Hold on. When there were pig laws, when fucking Jim Crow era in America, you're saying black people would do better than they're doing now.
Yes.
When there was segregation, you know what? I let the American brothers come in.
Black people
let me explain this.
Murdered in the street, they were doing better than they're doing now.
No. Because they're gonna explain it, James. James, you just said something that again the brothers have covered earlier. So let them answer you and put that into perspective.
I'll respond to that.
Go to brother.
So America.
I'll respond to that.
Go ahead.
Well, all of you can respond to him. How about that? All of you can take turns smashing him.
It's half true. It's half true and half not true. I would say that, I would say it's some truth to it and not true. So I say that, you both right. So I think in one way, with me, yeah, I mean, well, my mom is East African, but my father is Black American. But I would say, so I have a little different perspective. But I would say that, in American history, I would say Black folks had more businesses back in those days, and the family structure was better. So basically, in one way they was forced to rely on themselves. But then when integration came, it broke all that mess up and throwing American history. It kind of destroyed it. It kind of destroyed it in the sense that we call it the entrepreneur thing. Then we just integrated. Then you had we call the mass incarceration and all the drug stuff and all that stuff. So I mean, so in one way that it did mess things up, So I think that it was they had Black Wall Street, from my studies of American history. So in that way, they certain in one ways it was better, in other ways it wasn't. So more people, what do you call it, in the entertainment field, Black folks are musically, doing better. There's more Black people in schools, but at the same time, you still have a whole lot of damn problems. And I was saying that you have single motherhood, you have Black, especially Black males in America that's getting locked up.
He's actually
Firstly, independent is spelled with E's, not a fucking I.
Yeah. So I would say, I would say,
but quickly, secondly, what you need to do is divorce has increased, single parenthood has increased for every single race, for every single family in America, right? There's more single families amongst Black people, white people.
Yeah. Overall, yes, I agree.
There was more single families.
I agree with that.
Hold on, there was more single families due to illegal incarceration prior to the civil rights movement, prior to the emancipation of Black people, right? Because of obviously the tyranny they were subjected to. So the fact that it it is developed for all sort of Americans, and we're just using America as a case study here, but that is developed simultaneously, that, or there's the decline has been simultaneous amongst all racial groups. It's just evident that whatever postmodernism has sort of destabilized all family, and more particularly the black family, because they're subject
but it affects black people
more
more, man.
marginalization than any other group on the planet, right? Black people in every single country in the world, right? Or at least in America, let's use that as that's the example. So that doesn't necessarily say, okay, or it doesn't you can't make the judgment now, right? The qualitative statement that black people are fare better, were more, well, I can't remember what the particular phraseology that was used then, that they're better, it was better for them back then than it is now. That's insane. Of course that's
No, it's not. It's not. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I said in some ways.
But who would prefer to live in Jim Crow than how we're living today? Who would pick that?
Stupidness. This kind of ignorance.
Hold up, James. Hold up, James. Hold up, James. Hold up, James. I want 9 Ether to respond, and then you come back in, James. Go to 9.
Right, let's not conflate what's being said here, okay? Yeah, please, let's stick to the fucking avenue. I'm saying that we done better when our backs was against the wall. Yeah. Now, unfortunately, those were in situations, yeah, whereby maybe racism and these things were more heightened, this, that, and the other. I'm not saying that we need to go back to them times or whatever. No, but I'm making the point that let me stick to England, innit? Because this is where I know definitely 100%. Yeah. Let me stay away from America and Jim Crow and all them things. In England, yeah, in the Windrush, yeah, that's when the best foundation has been laid. Yeah, when there was extreme racism, this, that, and the other. Them are facts. Have you got something to say about that, James?
So, okay, firstly, there's more black millionaires today than there was in the 50s, brother.
So is that
number one?
Is that the only measurement then? Okay, go on.
That's what you just said.
All right, go on. There's more black millionaires. Go on. Remember, we're talking about there's no I in independence. Yeah.
There's less chance of you being, I can't remember, I think it's Special Branch or one of them fucking secret fucking policing organizations.
Yeah, that's true.
There's less chance of you being dragged in the back of a car and beaten within an inch of your life and dropped off outside your front door. Or
yeah, that's true.
There's less chance of that.
Nobody argues against you with that.
There's less chance of that in England. There's less chance of you being spat on. There's less chance of you being refused service somewhere. There's less chance of you being stranded somewhere. There's less chance.
Why are you focusing? Are you hearing what's being said?
Hold up.
Nobody arguing against that.
James, this is the kicker that you're not getting. Yeah, man. I hear everything you're saying, but in amongst the excessive oppression that we were suffering at that time, after you got a beating, after you went through whatever, there was a stronger community to rally around you. There was a stronger family base to look after you. There was a stronger community base to march for you. Now it's not that. There's less pressure, but now there's less community. There's a problem with the children.
A young black man was murdered in was murdered in, what was it, Enfield? I can't remember where Mark Duggan was killed, and the whole fucking country was on fire within 3 days.
Tottenham.
So well, I don't think he was actually. He's from. I don't think he was murdered in Tottenham, or maybe he was.
It was Ferry Lane, Tottenham.
Okay, apologies. Yeah, you're right. I thought it was Enfield. The point being, anyway, the whole fucking country was on fire within 3 or 4 days of that, right? So if
on fire.
We're Broadwater Farm, be it Brixton, whatever, people responding or community sort of rising up against injustice, whatever, has been what's the word I'm looking for? Like it's as in it's all relative, isn't it? It's always relative. So in the 50s there was a community. In 2020, there's literally how many people have met on the internet here, and you're all talking to each other and discussing issues surrounding blackness and black identity and separation or segregation or whatever. So you can argue the community was stronger now than they were back then. You could literally argue that, because how many people in 1950 could communicate with a black person in America at the same time as communicating with someone that they hadn't met, from the other side of England? Or the UK.
Person-to-person mentality and that group-to-person mentality. That's where we failed as a people, in a sense, by going into that person to possession as we keep growing and seeing all these atrocities that keep happening, because that's the main fuel that gets us going to basically, how you say, separate. But when it comes to that separation, it's more so of the separation of the brother's been saying for the most of the show that I've been watching is that mind part. Because once you separate from the mind, other things start to happen, how they say manifest. When people get their wealth and things like that, I always ask people during this whole lockdown, and I think I said this on your show last time, Richie, out of this whole lockdown, who have you conversed with, spend money with, and collect it back? Amongst the people, how can anybody answer that?
Not a whole lot of
I don't
people.
want to. I don't want to sound like I'm. Yeah, I don't want to sound like I'm bragging.
Yeah,
A
but
lot of people. A lot of people.
Good. So, with that foundation going, right? What have we all showed for it?
I mean, like, paid off
let
my
me respond
mortgage.
to that.
Brother, what is the relevance?
You mean like as a community? Yeah, you mean as a community?
Yeah, as a community, because when it comes like here in America, right?
Well, I've hired okay, my company is hired. Okay, I've been able to hire more black people than I do. Like I have Mexicans doing labor work, but I hire mostly black people for for logistics stuff, IT, customer service, sales, and things like that. So I'm able to do that. But I mean, it's small steps. You know what I mean? Like I work with a small conglomerate of African farmers and agricultural companies that are trying to take over farmers markets in Washington D.C. and in Baltimore. So I mean, it takes time. You know what I mean? It's not like it's going to happen overnight. You know what I mean? So Rome wasn't built in a day. You know what I mean? But
we're not on Rome system no more.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that we have it, and that's what my point is. I feel like we can fast shoot this. You know what I mean? Like we don't even have to worry about this. We gotta start. Oh my God! Can I speak? What'd you say, James? What'd you say, James?
You're not allowed to use it. You're not even allowed to say Rome was built in a day without it being. I wasn't saying anything.
Gracious, always bothering me. God. All right, what was I saying? Since I was so rudely.
I was trying to.
God, these agents on these panels,
right? I was trying to endorse your right to use the phrase, bro. Like I wasn't.
Goodness.
Let me ask you this though: who wants to separate with James?
I do. We all do. I don't even know why he's on here.
Not from James. I'm talking about with James.
I thought this was Black Ice. I thought this was Black Ice. I didn't know this was Berber Ice TV. Gracious.
Yeah.
Because like this is a fundamental problem, right? Because the black people that we don't like, then we treat them like they're not black. They're like, we don't want to separate with them.
Listen,
I say we
once we separate as a whole community, then we can work out our differences of what is the code, the code of our community. So therefore, now if you're talking about coons or people that are divisive to the community,
I'm not talking about coons. I'm talking about James.
I'm talking about any black person. That was an indirect. I'm not trying to think like James. I'm just saying that again. If we separate, we got a stronger code of conduct that we can adhere to for ourselves.
Richie, answer his question though. His question is, and not about me personally. It's right. Let's use this coon example, right? Who wants to separate with them?
Bruv, listen, this is the joke. You are always gonna have cultural traitors in any race, in any situation. But again, listen carefully. When you separate, when you create a stronger community base, that comes with a code of conduct that is a lot easier to police because the whole community is in on it. So when Mr. Coon, whoever he is, comes around, chatting swag, mashing up the place, waylaying the movements, bringing in his white gal or whatever else, the whole community is in one voice, and it's a lot easier to say, no, we don't do that around here. You got to take that over there.
Like we gotta learn to get the flies out of our own eyes before we start dealing with other people. You know what I mean? Like before we start calling people coons and stuff.
Again, it's a lot easier to identify somebody who isn't
Look at that. Hold on.
working
Let's
for
take a
the
moment.
common cause when you have a strong community base.
Yeah,
When
let's take
you're
a moment.
integrating and you're allowing,
I
hold
agree
up,
with that.
when you're integrating and you're allowing all sorts of people to come in and out in
Yeah.
various ways, whether it be politically, relationship wise, and schooling wise, educational wise, whatever, this is where it gets confusing. And then when I start to say things like, oh, stop the cooning, suddenly there's a 10-hour conversation about what is cooning.
Can
This
I
is
ask the
the
next
confusion
question?
that Nine was talking about. Where
Yeah.
again,
Okay.
we're getting way late talking about
has to
what's
be.
black, what's this, rare. Stop it. Stop it. Because them
Why you
conversations
Like
will
Joe?
all be
how are
cleaned
people
up 10
practicing?
times quicker in an all-black
Hey, look,
environment
one
You have
thing.
to
in
set.
this current.
Can I say one thing
Yeah.
really quickly though? Yeah. But why? I don't get like, and I'm okay. I'm using this very specifically. Why are you people so terrified of identifying what particular group you're a part of? Because you keep saying we know, like what Nines was saying. Okay, well that's you and Nines, but that's not all black people. You definitely don't have no monopoly over the what it constitutes blackness. So you
That's
have a
why I said at the beginning, clan, isn't it?
yeah, and
You
I
get
big up,
me?
I
From
big
the
up.
beginning. So from
Let
there,
me respond to
Big up
that.
that.
we don't need all them. If you're part of the clan, listen. If you're part of the clan, you know, innit?
Yeah.
It's
I
just
know, but
like
I'm
that.
speaking with you. I literally wasn't addressing you personally, man. I was just saying, and a big up whatever it is that you represent, yeah.
But I
I'm
want
saying,
to do represent this though.
like,
My
you
first,
can't say
one
everyone
second.
knows. You can't just say
My-
everyone knows because they don't. Not every, if not every black person thinks like you, then you can't say everybody knows. Because I reckon there's a lot of people that you consider coons that don't think that they're coons. And there's lots of different communities and groups. There is black people in Africa oppressing other black people. So who's the oppressor and who's the oppressed in that dynamic?
Yo, this is what I'm saying.
Let me answer that. Let me reject that.
Our people. Just say our people. Our people. All our people.
Yeah.
Stupid.
Just
You
want to
see,
perpetuate.
this is why I say clan, innit? Do you understand what I'm saying? Because if you're in a certain mindset, you're not going to start talking about who's being impressed in Africa. You're just not going to do it. You with me? Like, that's why I say clan. Yeah, I'm going to leave it at that.
You're safe in London. Because you're safe in London. You're not facing the oppression. Sure, that's why you can do that. It's cool to be.
What are you talking about?
You're not starving. You're not starving. You're living cushy in London, yeah. I love it. Though. Big up
So
yourself.
hold on a minute. So we're in 2021, March the 17th. On the internet, we've all got internet, we've all got Wi-Fi and all these varying things. Probably got food and outfit. Cool. We're speaking about integration versus segregation. Cool. And you're telling me about this is what I'm saying for me. Like just bringing in things like that makes no sense to me, James. For real. That's
No
just
sense at
different.
all, man.
It makes
agree.
absolutely no sense.
To be
Do
fair,
you think you need to tell my guy? Listen to me, please. Listen. Do you think you need to tell me about what's going on in Africa, my guy?
Apparently.
But
Like,
I mean,
James, listen. We grew up seeing these things on TV. Stop it.
Wow.
Stop
I
it.
mean, they had fighting in Europe too beforehand, but they
wow, on TV, that's mad.
I'm trying to say, man.
Yeah, man.
Like, hold on. You asked the question, yeah. Like, I think it's very like as in it follows from what was being said. Like you're talking, Richie's talking about. I literally addressed Richie. I didn't even address you, Richie was talking about blackness, as in it's inherent. I think it's intrinsic or something. I think these are the words he used, and I'm saying no. But if you can agree that
He didn't say any of that.
Okay, so, all right, but Brad, I beg you read the room, Brad. I'm not here to joke with you.
Go. No one's joking.
I didn't say that. No, he was right. Exact. I didn't say it. I didn't say
no problem,
say none of that. But it's cool. Jay, you say your point, and then Ramotep wants to say something. I think.
Yeah, you use the word.
Because I don't want to get this minute. I don't want you to, as I said, these kinds of conversations create a dynamic where, again, as I said, it's waylaying the conversation.
I'll mute. Let the guy.
We're trying to argue, or you're trying to argue for a demographic of people that none of us here right now are really concerned with. Yeah, if they don't class themselves as being down with what we do here at Black Eyes TV or some of the conversation they've heard, then move on, go along. You get me? It's cool. It's do your thing in it. But this is a like-minded conversation. So again, for the purpose of us trying to move it along, We're trying to imagine us as the mini universe so we can conduct this discussion. And in this mini universe, we're of like mind where we don't need to reclassify who we are as black people or the black experience and all these things. We know inherently what we're weak in the diasporan spaces. We know they're fucking us up in education. There's no political scene. Economics is low. We know this. These are facts. They're not up for discussion. We know the family structure's under attack. Yeah. And these are all things that's happened from my point of view under segregation. So that's why I'm saying, under integration. So that's why I'm saying, I think, based on the question of the show, we need segregation more. Yeah. So,
but there's gonna be people that disagree with
no.
you.
Forget that statement, James. So, based on what I just said to you,
it's not even James.
James. What do you think? What do you think is the best one for us? Segregation or more integration? And if you're saying integration, as I said, besides saying to me, okay, it's less racist, when you're talking about those points that I've just pointed out about how we were, and the other brothers and sisters have talked about how we were as a community, yeah, forget what the white man's doing, forget what he's putting on us, whether it's harder, worse, more brutal. What was we like as a community when we were put in a situation of separation? Were we better off or were we less? That's the question. And if you don't agree with separation, then come with some facts to show us where, as black people, we were a lot better off once the integration kicked in as opposed to the segregation.
And you know what else it is, I think, Brother Richie? Really try to help the young men out. Not even help them out, but you see, I think they can only maybe look at this from a theoretic way, yeah? They don't really know about racism in Britain, I would suggest. Do you know what I'm saying to you? They maybe know about the more sort of, undercover racism. So maybe they find it hard to really not even sympathize, but what's the
racism
word?
in Britain?
But if anything, yeah, we're saying that like it was worse when there was racism, but the argument is that when there was racism, people was more together, so it was better off in those. That was better situation.
Yeah, but
so how are we not able to sympathize with that? If
No,
we're
what
saying it was worse.
Yeah.
No, what I'm saying is, yeah, because maybe it's not something that you've actually seen. Do you know what I'm saying to you? So probably
man has definitely experienced racism, like maybe not to the level that you have, right? But we also we've got like my grandma's part of the Windrush generation. She told me like on length, like a lot of stories on how things were, right? But so I think it's difficult to say that. But I think it's dangerous, yeah, what Richie's doing, yeah. To be honest, yeah.
But Brother D, I don't want you to hear me wrong. So I didn't say that you don't sympathize. I definitely didn't say that. But I'm saying for some, it's more of a theory than the actual practical. You know what I'm saying to you? And maybe.
But can I just say, well, what if a 60, 70-year-old person say, like a 60-year-old, 70 person says in front of me and you, Nanifa, and you, it was so much.
Yeah, I got you.
What if they say, right, it's so much worse back in the day. You don't know what we struggled through. Like I've seen numerous interviews. I even see something the other day on one of them Graham Daily, one of them channels with Tricky and his dad, and Tricky's dad's talking about what life was like when he was young. Do you know what I mean?
That was hard.
Yeah, big up my man. Yeah, but what I'm saying is like, what are you saying, Nani? For them, are you dismissing what they will tell you that it was far worse back in the day than it is now? Are you just gonna? I'm saying
no, I'm not dismissing it. And I'll tell you something else as well. Like, I'll even admit to growing up certain times when I was growing up, I used to even say to my mum and dad, yeah, I know what you lot went through, but I was even saying to them that it's worse now because it's now undercover. You with me? So there, for them days, it was right in front of them. They knew what was popping. Yeah. And when we were coming up, it was more of a smiling thing, this, that, and the other. I could go into other things. So yeah, the point being, of course, I can appreciate that someone else of the elder generation would say, nah, you're talking absolute nonsense. You with me? But all I'm saying, definitely, from being from the 50s till now, I would definitely say that when when as a community, and remember, we're not that big. You know what I'm saying to you? We're only like maybe 2 million or whatever. Yeah, so we're not even that big, and of that 2 million, we know that we're just concentrated in certain cities. Obviously, London being the primary one, Birmingham, Leeds, Nottingham, Liverpool to a lesser extent, and that's it really. You know what I'm saying to you? But we can see from other small communities let's even just keep it to London, that you can separate in a kind of mind state in London and do your thing. You know, we don't need to mention the Jew. There's so many different people we can mention. We can mention new communities, it could be argued, that have come in more recent times, just kept to themselves, you know what I'm saying to you, and doing their thing. So it works. It's the only way forward.
But can I just say one last thing real quick? I agree with you.
Once you start to integrate, yeah, okay, then the dolly house starts to match up, in it, because
but like, British people are white though, right? Like, so they're uniting under an ideology, So they're rallying around an ideology. That's the reason they're separating. That's what I'm saying to Richie. Don't be scared to say that. It's just ideologically. It's not necessarily about the color of your skin. It's the fact that to qualify.
James, once upon a time, we rallied via the color of our skin.
Hold on,
do you understand?
James. I don't understand what you just said. Are you one of them guys that
listen, James. Yeah, whereby even Asians were calling them.
Watch out for a second, bro.
Go on, Nine. Finish what you were saying, and then I'll ask you what I was going to ask you. Because he sounded dodgy then. Go on, Nine.
No, not you, Bamuchi, but I was just saying, yeah, them time there, coming under the black umbrella was definitely a thing whereby even Asians were calling themselves black. You understand me? So they didn't get their ass kicked, yeah? And then when the coast was clear, then everyone broke away and said, I'm Asian, I'm Bangladeshi, I'm Sri Lankan, and all the rest of it. You know what I'm saying to you? So what I am saying is that, yes, for like-minded people or whatever, you can band under that black, or whatever you want to call it, because it's been done before. Yeah? And remember, when we were getting our ass bust, you think they was asking, what kind of black are you? You're just black. You know what I mean? And this is what I'm saying. It's not good for live in a man country too long, because here we are in 2021 trying to give categories and subcategories and all of these things. And the only reason why we're able to do that is because you're not getting your ass bust.
But Nines, yeah, I think then James's question earlier was even like more valid, right? Because if you got someone like Brad in America, yeah, he would have no clue that someone could be talking about an Asian saying black, like at any point.
No, we got that
Or
over
not
here.
at any point. I can't speak for Brad.
No, we got that over here. The Philippines and the.
So are you counting those people in black?
No. They just simply stated that they used to call themselves black because they struggle. They said they struggled the same as black people. That's it. Like if you
are you counting like Aborigines as in this conversation?
No, like them, the Pakis, none like. I mean, sorry, Pakistanis.
But like some people, like some people would count like the people that are from Australia as black. Like, because I remember what's his name, Raven, when he was doing his classification, like people that were black from there was counted as black.
Wow, I didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know that at all.
You guys, wait there. Listen, we're hitting the 2.5 hour mark. Yeah, big up to everybody in the chat room, contributing, adding your comments. If you haven't hit the like button yet, hit it, please. Support the channel. If you want to donate, the Cash App is there. The PayPal link is there. Share the link out. I know a couple times I've seen people trying to get on and the panel's been full. So as people jump off, or if anybody on the panel has nothing to say and they feel like they're done, get off. But if not, stay true and say what you got to say. But I see someone jump on. Dean. Is it? Yeah, the Dean?
Yes, family. What's good? Respect to the panelists and people's opinion. I think in regards to the question, segregation, integration, ultimately, if you look over the history and the more integration we've been doing through our culture, through our whatever thing that makes us black and our food, we're disconnecting from it, we're losing it. And I think the more we do it, the more problem as we go away from it. So ultimately, segregation is the key to strengthen our bloodline, strengthen our future in our race. And I think, even just with some of the comments we're hearing back, and you see just by the segregation, the mindset, how it's kind of muddied the waters in terms of even our history and why it's so important to segregate in the first place. That even having this debate, we shouldn't really have a debate, really look over the history and what's been done to our people and what's been done to this day in 2021. It's crazy, but I think obviously it's good to have this debate, and this debate is about education as well. So everyone's good to have an opinion and a mindset, but ultimately we were all working towards the better of our people. And I say our people, you know who you are, our people.
Yeah.
Then you won't know. So
That's
yeah.
done now. All right, listen, let's get down to the nitty gritty part. Because again, whenever we talk about separation and whatever, even though we've kind of touched on education, we've touched on the economic side and political side, partners, yeah, is it a cool thing? Are you still pro-black? Can you still be pro-black and have a white partner or have another race partner? What's the play with that? Because
Why are
again,
we
it's
the only
part
race?
of the integration separation question. So and again, that's going to split. This is what I'm saying. This is my opinion. It splits your allegiances for the bigger questions when it comes to trying to get certain things done or strengthen our positions in other areas. I believe if you're sleeping with someone from another race, it can definitely compromise you when it comes to things that you are trying to achieve for our people. What does everyone think on that subject?
Yeah.
Did you say can on purpose, or are you saying that it always does, first and foremost? Like it's not this not related to me, but I'm looking at the wording though, because he was quite specific the way he emphasized the word
did you
can.
want to say something?
So,
Hold on, Ramotev is going to answer.
He asked you the question.
Richie, you dodging the question or what?
No. I'm laying it out there, and I'm going to let everyone else see. I'm going to come back to it. I'm not going nowhere, brother.
But the question is about the question.
Yeah.
So once you then speak on that, then we can answer the question fuller, right?
The clarification.
Sorry, what was your clarification? Look at things coming out.
You didn't even
What was the
listen,
clarification?
bro.
Right. The clarifications come clear, and I can give the full clarification. Shut your mouth, James. Don't try.
Because
You just
basically, yeah.
something there, you know.
And furthermore, first as well, you didn't answer the question earlier about whether you're looking to separate in the West or out of the West, yeah. But let me just.
All right. Well, let me first quickly answer that one because that's a quick one. For us to have our best power position, whether you have a colonized or a colony here in the diaspora, you need to have a connection and a strong relationship with Africa, the Caribbean, and all of those base countries where black people is, the main stroke. That's a definite. I personally think to have your best life, it's about leaving here. If while they're in charge, unless you're going to go head to head with the English government, the US government in that sense, then you're never really going to get, you're going to accomplish the things we're talking about, because inherently they have to relinquish their power position for you to have certain things, and that they're not going to do that simply. So unless you're prepared to fight, if you're just about a negotiator, if you just want to do the vote thing and let's just talk about it and we do this bit by bit thing and rare, and you think you can do that without a strong power base and relationship with Africa and any other black country and spot that, is doing their thing, then you're mistaken. You're under an illusion for me.
That was a quick answer.
I agree with that.
That was the quick answer.
But cool. So now back to your question, yeah. You was basically saying that having a partner of another race, right, can compromise you, yeah? Do you believe that it is a can or it definitely does?
Definitely does. I personally say
Okay.
from the time you do that, you can't be in a leadership position. Most definitely, you can be a black supporter,
Yeah.
but
What do you
I'm
mean?
not trying to put you in
Hey,
no
Richie, I don't mean
leadership
to put you on the
position.
spot, bro. I don't mean to put you on the spot, bro. Are you speaking from experience, or is it just,
What
like,
do you
do you
mean?
just believe, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, have you dibble dabbed in the white devil? Like, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, how
We have use for those people, man.
Listen, I'll tell you what, the joke of it is, no, for me, on a serious one, for me, it was only ever sexual. It never got to a point where I was trying to.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
In
you're
my
about to get
years,
cancelled. Wait.
no, in my younger,
You're
listen,
about
in
to
my
get
younger
cancelled. Well, you
years,
saying you done that, yeah?
listen, in my younger
Oh,
years, I
man.
have been with every woman of every race. That's just the realness of it.
Have you
But
produced though?
no, never.
Sisters, how do you feel about that?
Okay,
But
that's good. That's
That's what I
good.
want to hear.
No. But listen, the point is though, is that I haven't been in a relationship, so I have never
okay.
felt compromised in that way. The
Oh, you just
moment that
dropped your
I
spoon in the right
was,
tortilla balance. I got you.
listen, the
You're
moment
saying
I
you got
was
lucky,
fully a
yeah?
big man, listen, the moment I was fully a big man in myself, and I knew I needed to stand on a square,
Mhm.
and meaning stand on principles, raise my youth a certain way, garn a certain way, then that just didn't make sense because why am I going to put myself in an inherent position where I'm either going to be arguing constantly my point with the person who I'm supposed to be with, or I'm always explaining this experience, this black experience to her, which in her case will definitely need explaining more so because she isn't black. Why am I putting myself in that position? That's counterproductive for me. So again, it doesn't make sense from that personally. And for me, if that's what you've got at home, I wouldn't necessarily be trusting you to make
You
the
mean
best decisions for the black community as a
Yeah,
whole
that's
now.
a very good point.
One second. One
It's an
second.
excellent point you've just made. Excellent point.
I'll say one quick thing, real quick thing, yeah. So Kwame and Nkrumah wasn't a good leader, yeah, Richie?
Bruv, I'm saying that was an inherent flaw.
She was a
Yeah. So
Berber. She was a
whether or not,
Berber, Jay.
so hold up. So whether or not
But basically, you're saying he was compromised.
hold up,
Yeah, he couldn't be a
hold
leader
up,
for the black community.
hold up. Whether or not you didn't see that particular flaw play out yet, trust me, it would have.
What does that
Mark
even mean?
my word,
Nah,
it
nah,
would have.
Bro, what does
That's
that
my
I respect that. That's
mean?
consistency still. He's being consistent. He's saying that basically man was compromised. He just didn't live long enough for man to see it
That's
fully
it. You saw
manifest.
they had to deal with him a lot quicker, but I'm telling you, that was an inherent chink in the armor.
Bro, he was a leader of Ghana for how long? For more than a decade, 20 years or something. So we saying, so 20 years, you got a 20, what's the lifespan? What's the lifespan if you got a white wife? 10 years? 15 years before we get compromised? 20 years? 20
Listen to what I've said very carefully, yeah? It's an inherent chink in your armor, and it's something that at certain times or at certain point, whether you see it or you don't see it, it can be used quite quickly as a trap against you.
How? Give us
You
an
can
example.
be pulled into a compromise. Hold up. You can easily, let's not be silly about it. Yeah, you can be easily called into a compromising position, especially if you are a pro-black leader with a white wife. There can be multiple times where if you're called into a position now to make a decision to pick between her or your people, them, or
how? Like, give us an example.
to make a hold up,
Ready?
bruv, listen.
Yeah.
Again, we're not endorsing certain behaviors here.
Yeah.
We're not playing the Minority Report one. We're playing the average thing that's going on when you indulge in certain behaviors. And I'm telling you, without a stretch of an imagination, in 2 seconds that could have turned into a compromising situation at any given time. Facts.
Why are you being so vague, though? I don't get it. Like, when you just want to give an example.
No, it's not vague. It's it's one of those ones where I'm sure, and correct me if I'm wrong, if the people on the panel is listening to me, can you guys ever think of a situation where if you are a prominent black leader and you have a different race wife, would there ever be a situation, or could anyone ever think of a situation where you could be compromised based on that relationship? Or other people call your loyalty into question based upon who you are now laying down with, like
What
I'm
about
doing.
what about white friends? Can you have white friends? Would that compromise you also?
That's what it's called, my man.
I don't think so. I don't think so because I'm friends with a white guy. James, am I betraying my? Do I betray my people to be friends with you?
Oh, Brad, that's all lyrics.
Hold on.
You see, for me, yeah, this is why I get a bit frustrated, yeah, because for myself, yeah, you see these sort of questions that I'm hearing being asked about these situations, yeah. You see, and this is why, you know what I mean, we're in an upped up situation, because you wouldn't hear like Turkish or Chinese or whatever, you know what I'm saying, to you throwing in these kind of idiotic just taking the tip for some big joke
that's
thing. You know what I'm
disrespectful
saying
though
to
to
you?
call it
I'm not,
idiotic. Yeah.
can I finish, please?
Can
But that's my
No, 'cause you just
opinion,
called
innit?
what man said idiotic.
That's
So
my
why should
opinion.
man let you finish?
So I can't finish.
Let her finish talking, and then you can come in afterwards, please, just so everyone can hear
Mind you
everything.
know me, if I hear
Go
man's being called idiotic, man's not gonna just take that.
Go through 94.
That's all right, I'm done, man. Let them go on.
No, finish what you were saying. This ain't
No,
no
she said she's done. She's done.
Finish what you're saying.
You know what? Yeah, you know what? We're done. It's all right. We're not going to chat, man.
Yeah, no, it's trivial. The questions that they ask is very trivial. Like we shouldn't really be talking about them. That's what she's saying. Yeah. Listen,
What do you mean?
James and the other guy
Richie
wants to
asked
do, they
about
just
having
want to perpetuate
Richie asked
brainwashing.
about what? No. Me, I don't advocate for having a white partner. Yeah, but Richie asked whether it's cool to have a white wife. Yeah, so or partner. So then I asked if it's cool to have white friends. What's the problem?
Well, yeah, you can have white friends because you're not.
But what's idiotic about the question?
Well, why do you want to
Because you can
answer
be
it?
compromised because if your brethren is white, then now if you got to choose, you got a brethren, someone that's close to you that is on the other side. What's idiotic about that?
Bruv, listen.
What's idiotic? That's what I want to answer to.
No. This is what I'm saying, yeah. That question is not idiotic. Because as you're pointing out, you can be compromised in the exact same way. If that person is someone who you consider you're bona fide and they're in your inner circle and people see this, yeah, and again, if you're supposedly a prominent leader, black agendas going on, and you've got this white best friend that's they don't even come to the meetings, but they're always at your house, they're always eating food with your family, whatever. Yes, it can compromise you. Of course it can. Because it's a matter of optics.
And religion.
It's a matter of perception.
And your religion as well. Like if you're a brother Martin, brother Malcolm, both of these people came in brother Malcolm's case, he had an epiphany or whatever, or Damascene moment. But both of these lot came to the conclusion that actually there isn't enough distinction between races for them to favor one over the other. Both of them. So that would be another example of black leaders that didn't necessarily hold a position. Granted, they didn't have white wives, but they held a position in which color was arbitrary. They both held that position. So what we saying about them?
Who said that? Who said that?
Maybe wait 1 second. Forgive me. Maybe I answered incorrectly. Yo, brother Richie, was the thing about the man and the woman? Because that's what I was responding to. You with me?
Yeah, that's why I
when man starts talking about friends, that's what I'm saying. This is getting a bit idiotic. I know we were speaking about the man and the woman thing. You with me? So if at some point we then want to go into friends, then we can talk about that. But I thought we were talking about the man and the woman. Yeah. So that's why I said idiotic. Forgive me if you thought that language was a little bit. You know?
No.
Sorry?
Listen.
It's flowing. But no, you know me already, man. Like when I hear them kind of things, I get triggered, innit? I don't really like to be talked like that, but I get it, man. My bad if I went too much.
Come on,
May I cut in, guys? May I cut in, Richie? Guys, may I say something?
Yeah, come to, brother.
Yeah, so about this whole segregation and integration thing, right? If two groups are, there's no equality between them, right? The two groups to be integrated, if they are not equal intellectually, financially, and culturally, there's always going to be inferior and superior. So in that respect, it's better for them to segregate, right? So
wait, that's 10-10? Yo, you know he's like not black. He's like Chinese. Y'all know that, right?
Yeah.
Just being real.
I'm not gonna lie, this guy's a bit suspect still. We need to get back him
I'm
on,
being
man.
real, Richie. I'm being real. He's not black, so I'm just saying,
All
like,
right,
you like
bro.
non-black guy. Man.
Yeah, but what he said makes sense though. It makes sense what he said.
Wait, one second.
Relax yourselves, man.
One second.
Relax yourself for a second, brother.
You is black.
Who just spoke? Wait, James. Who just spoke there? I have a dream, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, where are you from, my brother?
I'm from Africa, actually. I'm half Djiboutian and half Kenyan.
He's not being serious. He's from Ethiopia, but yeah, he is from. He's black.
See, like, why did he have to lie? Because last time he told us he was a Semitic.
So
he said he
the
was a
point
Semitic
I'm saying,
Caucasian.
Richie, is like there's always going to be an inferior and superior as long as those two
Brother,
groups integrated
brother,
are not
listen.
equal.
You had a good opinion, but let me show you something about Black Eyes TV and True Talk, yeah? This is a black space, yeah? So I only allow black people to come in here and conversate. It's not because I hate white people, it's because we don't need to hear their opinion unless we bring it.
No, I'm definitely black. Don't worry about that.
I'm going to say to you, because I don't know you, brother, and I can only, a lot of people that come on the panel are from different YouTube streams and all the rest of it.
Okay,
So all I'll
ask
say
everybody
to you is
in
this,
this
brother,
panel if I'm black or white.
all I'm going to say to you is this: if you're not black, do not disrespect this platform and stay a moment longer. If you are, and you really hold to that, and that's your truth, yeah, and that's the realness, stay, voice your opinion. But if I find out that that's not the case, I'll be very offended. And trust me, yeah, don't ever come across here ever again. So I'm going to leave that to your discretion. Yeah, I'm not going to put you on blast. But if you're not black, I'm going to ask you respectfully to leave the panel.
I am definitely black.
Yeah, but what he said makes very sense. It makes a lot of sense what he said.
Speak.
So you got the point. What I'm trying to tell you is, if those two groups are not intellectually, financially, and culturally equal, when they integrate, it perpetuates an inferior and superior kind of class.
And that's exactly what we're in right now.
Even the second generation African immigrants, right? When they are in their country, if they were raised in their country, they'll have a better self-esteem and identity, right? So second generation African immigrants in the West, they suffer from the same inferiority complex compared to the other Africans who were born in Africa, because here they're raised as a minority within a majority culture.
But the issue you have is, even if they were to segregate within the same nation, they would still ultimately be inferior, right? Like, for instance, you couldn't develop a sovereign state within America. But hold on, you couldn't develop a sovereign state within America that on the land and build like a nuclear reactor on the land without any issue from.
So say for example, James, right? Like you are like a second generation an African immigrant from Ethiopia, right?
It would end up being, relax. It would end up being a satellite state is the point I'm making, right? So just follow that. Don't go personal. Just follow the argument. Like,
no, I'm not trying to make it personal.
Within the diaspora, that inferior nation, if you like, when they develop sovereignty, it wouldn't somehow now elevate their position, their social position on the landmass, would it? They would still be, if you like, a satellite state for.
No. If they are secluded, it's a better environment for them to form their own identity without any pressure of conformity.
Yeah, but you can't just develop some enclave and believe that somehow that elevates your status within the sort of the wider nation or the broader nation.
So, for example, if there's a geographically separated area.
James, hold up, brother.
Colonial virus.
This is again what we talked about earlier. Again, before you integrate and try to negotiate whatever rights you want within England, within America, within these constructs that aren't ours, you have to have a strong back to go in there and negotiate properly. Without a strong community at your back, that's your backbone, the community itself. So without that already in place, your position will be weak, as it is for us right now. That's why we're talking about separating more so we can strengthen our position. So when it does come to those people, those sets of people who don't want to leave America, don't want to leave England, don't want to leave whatever diaspora country they're in, but want to still negotiate, their back is a lot stronger to do so, because their community is stronger as an entirety. Why? Because it separated itself from the wider mess.
Then the most important thing, then, like, or at least it seems to me, the most important thing is to sort of concretely define one's identity. That becomes the most important thing then, like more than, because you can say education. Of course, education is important, right? Economics, of course, rational decision making is important, right? But about what exactly, like, or over what exactly, or by whom? These are like, that is the most important question prior to you. All of those are corollaries of the most fundamental question, which is what exactly defines this community. And that question about mixed race is a really good one. I think you should ask that to the panel as well, because this further complicates what you believe is very simple, and not many other people agree.
No, again, it's another symptomatic of the problem, because again, when we're talking about the mixed psychological identity crisis of a lot of half-caste people that's going on, that in itself is another problem. It's the same as the whole classification. Hold up. It's about the again, too many classifications, and it's too much for the censors. So when you've got this person who, again, has both of these sets of DNA running through them, and this racial connotations and upbringing experiences, it causes a lot of confusion, especially if the parents don't clearly identify one way, or they leave it with no conversation. It's a 50-50 toss-up. That's so inherently, whether or not there's a conversation to be had about what do we do with the existing amount of half-caste people or mixed race people, whatever you want to identify as. But again, can we not see that that's becoming a problem, because we've got this whole set of people who from moment to moment are feeling like that, and that in itself is causing
But Brother Richie, let me just cut in. Sorry to cut in, but just for the purpose of this conversation and moving it along, even when it comes to mixed race people, that's what I said from the beginning, we just preset the thing with clan, because from we say that, then we know what it is, isn't it? Like, so if you know you're not part of the clan, then all the questions it's unnecessary. That means you're not part of the clan, innit? You with me? As a mixed race person, again, if you identify with the clan and what the clan's up to and what they're dealing with, then you come true, innit? If not, you park up on the other side. It's very simple. Like the mere fact that we have to waste so much time in it, like, and I do see it as a waste of time. Forgive me, knowing who the F is who, and it's long, and this is what I'm saying. This is symptomatic of, I don't know if it's been here too long. I don't know if it's flipping Ralph and his liberalism chattings, and maybe they think they really are one, whereby in 2021 we really have persons amongst ourselves just categorizing. I don't even understand it. You with me? However, I think it is relevant though. So I don't even think that the way in which, like, some of the things that we're hearing, I don't even think that it's like tonight we can just kind of, brush past it. But in terms of like future thing, we have to look at it, because unfortunately, rightly or wrongly, this is the way of certain thoughts. You with me? Like some people kind of think like this. That's how they be. You with me? And again, that's why I say that clan is so important, because clan just separates the, I don't want to say wheat from the chaff, but it just separates, not even the sleeping from the, I don't know, but it just separates the thing in it. You get me? Clan is either you're involved,
to me, it's confusing though.
Yeah.
Well, it's confusing. I can't even help that at this point. This is what I'm saying, man. Like, we can't, because we're always doing, we as black people, we're always doing hand skids and pausing and rare for people to catch up. But I don't believe that we can do that no more. I think we just got to, clan's got to push ahead.
Let me say what I find is confusing, right?
You get
Like,
me?
because
Because no
Brother
one
Richie,
else does all of this accommodating,
let Nine
asking
finish and
questions,
then
and
come
boom
in.
and all that.
because Brother Richie is
Sorry.
saying that if you have a white partner, then you're compromised. But you're saying if you got a white parent, you're not compromised as long as you like saying clan. I don't get that.
No.
Obviously, you're being slightly
No. I'm being 100% serious.
All right, no
Not
problem.
facetiousness.
No
Like
problem,
100%
yeah.
serious.
Let Nine explain yourself before I even jump in. You say what you need to say in response to that.
Right. So I spoke about the children, yeah, because at the end of the day, the child, it could be argued, could identify as whatever. And at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying to you, it could be argued a child shouldn't, I don't want to say, what's the word? Can't think of the right word, man. Can't think of the right word. I'll come back to that word. Like, not, can't think of the right word. Not be victimized, for want of a better word at the moment, yeah? So in terms of separating the child from the guy getting the white woman, because that's what you're talking about, right? Hello?
She's talking to you.
Yeah. I'm basically saying that connection, like say for example, if their mother was white, would be like a compromise. I'm not saying that it is, but I'm saying based on what Brother Richie is saying, like if your partner is white and you're compromised, wouldn't you be more compromised by your parent than your partner?
You know, guys, if I may say something here, right? I think there
Can
is a fundamental problem here because a lot of
can they respond though? Can they not respond to that question? Sorry, 2020, but cannot Richie or 90 respond to that?
I'm waiting. Nine was responding to the comment, and then I can respond. But go on, Nine. Finish what you were saying.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to go into you're saying would they not be compromised more by the child as opposed to the partner? Is that what you just said, bub?
Like by their parent, because Brother Richie was basically saying if you got a partner that's of another race, right, then you're gonna have you're gonna be allied with them, right? So when it push comes to shove, you might be compromised thinking about them. But I'm thinking, bro, like that your partner, you can leave them or whatnot, but your parents, you can't leave them.
Yeah.
No, but what I'm saying though, brother, is like I said,
Like if your
as a
mother's
mixed race,
Jupiter,
as a mixed race person, yeah, obviously we know that there's even in history there's mixed race persons that definitely identify with their black side and done whatever. You know what I'm saying to you for that cause. You with me? So what's the point that you're making?
I'm not saying that I think that, but I'm saying based on what Brother Rich is saying, like if you got a partner that's white, because if you got a partner that's white, that's like who you're sleeping with, right? That like, do you care more about your partner or your parents? Like, say for example, if someone had a gun,
That's why I'm
gun to
saying
your head,
clan
and you have to
brethren,
save one,
because
you're gonna
as a
save your
mixed
partner
race
or your mum.
person, if you're coming into this, then you know what it is. This is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I know you tried to take the mick out of
But then a black
but I'm
person
telling
could
you
do the
that
same thing,
thing is.
though.
Sorry?
I'm not taking the piss. Seriously, I'm not taking the piss. I'm being serious.
No, but
Like,
you slightly
I'm
did. But
100%
I'm saying, you see, for me,
serious.
that is like that's the contract, isn't it? You get me? So if you're a mixed race person, as we want to talk about mixed race, but you get me, and you see the clan contract, if you feel say it's something you can work with, you with me, then you know what it is. If not, you keep, you know what I mean?
So if
Keep
you're a
stepping,
black
man.
person, if you're not like say if you're a
Same
black
thing,
person,
brethren.
right?
Same thing.
And you
Same
got
thing. Clan.
and you got a white
Yeah.
and you got a white partner, but you think
No.
then
But we no.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's pressure.
No. But you know my thing already, so that's a no, isn't it?
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. When it comes to the child situation, most of the time, in my experience, yeah, and this is just what I see again. When you see a white person and a black person come together, yeah, most of the time, this is what's happening. Either someone's taking on someone else's culture, so there's an over compensation. Either the whole house is on the black wavelength, or the whole house is on the white wavelength, or they play the game where they do this. Oh, we're not going to talk about race. We don't identify race, which is even madder because again, you're setting up that mixed race child for a greater fall when you do that, because they're going to go into the world. They're going to inherently butt people that do care about race. They're going to understand the system, in a horrible way, and it's going to be a shock to the system. So that's a next crazy level why you've got a lot of half-caste people that aren't properly equipped when they go out there because of their experiences of how they were parented. So that makes the difference, I think, a lot of the time. But again, because you're dealing with genetics and you're dealing with your mix of two sets of people, there are inherent traits and pools that you will have when it comes to both races. Like I expect that, but that in itself is a problem if we're talking about being focused on black only issues, because straight away this is where the conversation turns into something else, because now again we're dealing with another subset group. We're dealing with another set of people that, through lack of identity of self, which is self-inflicted some way along the line, because again, these people are choosing to lay down with these people and have children and whatever without the pre-thought of these things. So again, when you're raising the child, and
can I just say one thing though? Like,
go through.
I've argued a lot about the differences in Western culture, yeah, and African culture specifically, right? And I know that's a broad term, but just to save time, I'm doing it like shorthand. One of the, like, if you look at the Enlightenment period, right, a lot of introspection was done by Western European philosophers. A lot of Enlightenment era philosophers were inquisitive and curious about all things pertaining to self. And I feel like you're being way too dismissive, because the alternative is, and I've heard people like Brad and that do that on other panels, where they just do this, fantasy top trumps, then we'll get nuclear energy and then we'll do this and then we'll build.
We'll never do that. Whoa, we'll never do that.
Create these. But hold on, can I just please?
Yeah, don't lie on my name. Just tell your story. Shut up.
But like, if you're okay, thank you. But like, like I believe that's a de-evolution of a discussion. If it just is reduced to like, well, let's just play this hypothetical in fantasy land. Black people will be super powerful and we'll all grow to like 7'2", and like that's just stupid, right? The questions surrounding identity are the fundamentally most important, because to speculate on the future, you must have some clear understanding of identity. You must have a clear distinction amongst all of these groups, and as evidenced by the Europeans, that's one of the reasons that they managed to advance at the rate that they did over all of the Orient, right? Not just fucking black people. So you have to ask, like, these are very important questions. What defines your group? What comprises your identity, right? What separates you and distinguishes you from these other groups? Segregate amongst whom, from who? Like, these are very important questions, right? So I feel like the way everybody always dismisses it, like we've already answered them. Of course you haven't, because
James, that's a very simple question. I can answer it. Descendants of slaves, right? That's the identity.
Last sentence, please. Can I just finish? Yeah. And as evidenced by E bringing up an inconsistency not 2 minutes into your thesis. Do you know what I mean? Like, you asked one question and it just unraveled from that point on. You know why? Because these aren't properly ideas.
What question?
I implore you, and I implore you to look into this shit properly. Like, it's just stupid. You just made the claim about white. You made the claim about white, about having a white partner being covered. One of the founders of the fucking OAU had a fucking Arab wife. Like, you know what I mean? Of course, how compromised was he? He's done more for black people than anyone on this panel has. But you're gonna say he was compromised and you're not, by why? Because you have a YouTube show, or Naifa fucking has a YouTube show. Like, be serious.
He was compromised in a sense. Krumah was compromised. Yeah.
You're being silly again. I tried to give you the simple, just be sensible. You're with somebody who has a whole different culture. They themselves can have a whole different mindset and be allowed to have a whole different mindset to anything that you bring, because they are not black. That's a fact. That's a fact. You may think, yeah, they love me, they know what I do, so they're not going to resist. But the truth of it is, they are not black. So at any time, they are allowed to say, I'm done with listening to this. I'm not really agreeing with that. I don't feel your pain. I don't agree with your struggle. And when that happens, what the ras are you going to do?
But then that's
are
not
you
good
not in,
partner.
hold
But
up,
then that's
hold up, James. Are you not then in a compromising position? And
I
is
shouldn't
that not, hold up, is
James,
that
answer.
not a completely realistic scenario that can happen based on somebody who isn't from your cultural dynamics?
But Richie, we
No, no, no,
never
no, no.
denied
I
that.
need a yes or no. I need a yes
can I
or no. Is
answer?
that
Can I answer?
Like it's possible. It's possible. One sec. I just want to say one
okay
thing.
then?
Yeah.
All right.
Man
Cool then.
never denied that. I never denied that. Right.
No, I'm
But the thing
hearing a
is, yeah.
lot of talk. No, E,
But
hold up,
the
E.
person
Hold up,
the
E.
person you
Before
got an
you jump
opposing
in,
views
hold
with.
up, E. Before you jump in, the reason why I'm saying it because James has been going on like somehow you want to hang on to these minority reports in the other way. Like, no, look, there's this guy over here, and he done da 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 da. And I'm saying to you, listen, on the whole, without even getting into it, is there room for compromising going on when you have someone on
James,
different? And
James,
I can't
let me just say
get,
this one thing though, quickly, James.
hold up, I can't seem to get because even you just answered for him, James. You said yes, and then you went into your point.
Oh,
But I'm
no,
not hearing James's mouth right now. I'm not
Richie,
hearing
Okay,
James say
but I
yes.
just want to say
You
something
can
to
be
make something clear though.
compromised. Hold up,
Okay,
E.
but what?
I want to hear James say yes. You can be compromised.
Richie,
Of course
Richie,
he's going to say yes to that.
my answer is
That's
long.
an easy question.
My answer is long.
Hold
Let
up.
you go. You not answer after. I
Can
promise
you
you.
answer? Can you answer with a yes or no, James? Or are
Can
you
you
running?
Can you let it go? Because my answer is going to be long.
No. Can you answer? No. This is where I got to draw rank. It's on my show. So I'm asking you before he talks. Can you give me a yes or no? Are you or can you be compromised simply from that scenario? Is that a realistic assumption to make?
Yes.
Okay, that's all. Now you can mute your mic.
Okay, boom.
Now
boom.
go to.
That was it. That was an easy question. And like anything can happen, right? So,
It took
but the
long
thing is
enough
that
to
you're
get
missing,
the
yeah.
answer,
The
though,
person,
innit?
the person you're disagreeing with is not James. It's Nines, because Nines is the one that's saying if you're clan, then it's cool. James never actually had a position, but because you want to disagree with James, you're focusing on James.
No, this is what I'm going to say to you again. This is what you're not
Let's
understanding.
focus on the topic, guys.
When Nine's talking, and then after this, brother, I have a dream. You come in after me. But this is what I'm saying, and what I heard Nine say. Yeah, when she's talking and she's saying about clan, that stemmed from our conversation of the classification of who knows they're black and who identifies with the code that we need to come together and do
But
something
she said
better
mixed
for
race
us.
though.
Hold
Mixed
up.
race people,
That
if they say they're clan.
hold up.
That's
That
what
was
she
my
said just before you started
understanding.
speaking.
Hold up. After I Have a Dream comes in, she can come back in and reclassify herself. But this is what I heard, yeah? This is what my understanding from what she's
But I
saying. And
posed the
when she's
question
been
though,
saying, hold
Richie.
up, E, you just asked me a
But you're
question.
not
And then
gonna.
you just made a statement that I'm not agreeing. I'm not disagreeing with James. I'm disagreeing with Nine. So I'm trying to show you why I don't believe that's the case. Because when
Okay, can
she
I go
was
before my man then?
identifying,
Yeah.
listen, when she was identifying with the clan talk, that stemmed back to our conversation of can we stop with the waylaying in the realms of who's black and who
You
should
missed
really
it.
be
You missed it,
identifying it?
Richie.
Who do you really want to separate? And do you want to separate with all of that silly
Cool. But that's
is why
not
she
what happened.
classified that talk.
No, but wait. But I asked specifically in a question related to what you said, and then I said about people that were mixed race, that were 50% white, 50% black, and then she said, I asked based on what you said, are they compromised, right? And she said, no. If they identify as clan, then they're okay.
Because
or did you not hear that?
and
Did you not hear that?
that's why.
Did you hear that or you didn't hear that?
Look, if it helps to go any further,
everyone
yes
stop
no,
talking. Everyone stop talking. Yes,
yes
I
or no,
did
Richie?
hear that, and that's why I
So
said.
why didn't you just say that just
hold
now?
up, E. That's why I said straight away. My classification on top of that was listen. When you're dealing with the kid thing, you're dealing with the experience of how they're parented. That's why I started to classify, in my experience, half-caste youth or mixed-race children are usually brought up heavily identifying with black, heavily identifying with white or given this fake narrative that
Okay,
there's
yeah,
no race.
I agree. You said that.
Yeah. So
Can I
that's
just
what that was
okay?
my premise.
So when
But
I
so
said you're disagreeing with
hold up,
mine,
That was my premise.
we don't need to
When I'm
use so many words. I
hearing
got
her
you.
say about clan and people identifying with a particular way, I'm looking at it and I'm saying,
Yeah,
okay,
but you're
that must
using
come under the
confirmation bias.
category.
That's not what we was talking about. We was talking specifically about mixed race children. So you're trying to separate it. You're trying to say before she was talking clan about something else. That's
No.
not what the conversation was about in that specific instance. We was talking about children that are half black, half white. That's it. Not about what conversation we had before that. So I'm saying
I'm
you
gonna
don't
come back
agree with
to
that.
you.
Wait, you saying you don't agree with that with what Nines is saying, but I'm saying how comes you're not going and talking to Nines about that? You're just going straight
No.
to James on oh, what do you think?
Bruv, this is why, again, because I know 9 Ether identifies with the original conversational point, which is segregation over integration. And so far, James has come in and clearly said the opposite. So on saying the opposite, I have to press him more than anyone else who's saying they're into segregation. If he's saying he's into
but
I'm going to press him on his arguments, and when he's not being when he's not understanding simple premises of how you can be compromised if you have this inclusion situation going on, that's where I'm having to go back and
Hold on,
forth
wait,
with James.
one second.
You never said that was not the case. You never said you couldn't be compromised. You never said that.
One second, yeah.
He didn't say anything. I had to batter him and beat him down until he said yes.
I beg you, 1 second, please, yeah. Richie,
Oh, you needed to do that, yeah.
Hold on. Everything he said is right, yeah. Like, I don't think you made any salient points, yeah. But just quickly, like, the reason it's a stupid point is like whether I agree or not. It's like he said, it's an easy question. Is because a black woman could compromise you, like a Chinese woman could compromise you just as much as a black woman could. What you're arguing is that it's impossible for it not to be the case that someone compromises. And I'm saying I don't really see an argument for that, because if I said this statement, right, tell me how I'm wrong.
How are we including a black woman?
James, let me ask you a question, because it's 1:12 in the morning. It's getting late. Let me ask you a question, James, please. No, please.
I'm saying something.
Brother, are you here to debate, right, and win?
9 come in, and then I have a listen. 9 come in, and then I have a dream come in.
Are you here to debate and win? Or are you here to, or are you here to reason?
Are you gonna? I'm gonna finish my statement, please. That's really rude. So what I was saying to you.
No, I don't care no more.
No, James.
Because you're rude, innit? So I'm asking you a very blatant question. Are you here
Richie,
to debate?
you're not moving right, bro.
No. This is what I'm saying.
Or
are you here to reason, man? Because there's a big difference, my guy. Because if you're here to reason and see what I want, then I'll keep chatting in it. But if you're here just to win a debate, you know what I mean, and score points and mash up arguments and all that, that's just not what it's about, man.
I don't understand why.
So my first question is, James, you see within this debate,
are you okay?
No, of course I'm okay. But in this debate, and then my last question, I'm done, yeah?
What's happening?
Do you identify as black?
I just want to move it along and not be waylaid in a silly roundabout conversation.
So I'm going to ask one question and then we're done. Do you identify as being black, James?
Richie, what happened to you, bro? Like, I'm speaking, someone's interrupting me. You're stopping it. You're letting people call me white. This thing.
All right, when you're ready, Richie, ask me that question.
James, you said your point. You said
I hadn't finished.
No, you did.
I'm ask a question, and I didn't get to my question.
He didn't finish.
No, James. That's what I'm trying to say. We're going into a place, and this is where I'm gonna act like the moderator, and I'm gonna say this.
Wow. Okay.
You might not like it,
man. Later, man. I got time for that.
At this point, you're going round, and I want to bring in some other people because again, I feel like I've answered your question.
Bless up.
Yeah, cool. we're 3 hours in, and man's still trying to beat down the same point. Like, and again, I'm not hearing any proof of concept to what man's saying. We're just dealing with minority reports.
Did they both leave together?
That's all.
No, but did
That's
they
all.
leave actually together?
He left, and then James left.
I'm gonna have to rewind. I need to see this. 1 second.
You get me? It's all good. I have a dream. Sorry, brother.
No,
Country.
it's not a
I'm
problem.
trying to keep the conversation. As much as I want us to go back and forth, I don't want us to get caught up in silly, nonsensical parts of the conversation, and that's what I thought it was. But go true, brother. What was you gonna say?
Yeah, I forget. But I was gonna say that in terms of interracial union, right? You just reminded me of this guy, Clarence Thomas. I think he's a Supreme Court justice in the U.S., right? He's African American, actually, and his wife is a Trump supporter. She's a very, very right-wing oriented lady, a white lady, right? So this is a trend that I see in the African American community, that when Black people become successful, it becomes a sort of a status symbol to date white women. So if you don't have an established identity yourself to begin with, and when you date someone else from a different culture, there seems to be a trend of adapting that new identity or assimilating. So in order, so I think that could be the problem. But if you have established sense of self to begin with, when you're with someone, it becomes sort of a union, a perfect union, rather than one adapting to become the other, right? So I think it's relative to the situation. But from what I see, I mean, I've been here in the US 6 years or so. All the Black men that I see that are dating white women are the women are like overweight and kind of ugly white women. So I think Black women just date white women just for the sake of dating a white person. I think.
Who's agreeing with that?
Myself.
Speak on that, brother.
Because like he put it on the nose. Like even with myself being here in the Americas, right? As I notice certain trends that have been playing towards the original question. As for that question that you gave, Richie, I definitely agree, because it's definitely a compromise situation depending on all aspects of the relationship of the culture, the parents, the status, the sense in the education as well. But when it comes to brother, I have a dream set. He's on the money for it, because it's like after, especially on that generation specifically, a lot of the brothers and sisters out here, they tend to go mentally in that route, if I can say that. Because when I say mentally, is more so of the genetic, how you say, the right word I can say is vicariously passed down to you. Because somewhere along your lines, in a sense, there was a time when it's like, yeah, we should stick with this, stick with that, and then just growing up, depending on what family, certain parts of my own family, it's like that whole saying is, if you can't use your pick, don't bring it home. You know what I mean?
Say for example, if you look at Eddie Murphy, even Dr. Dre, the rappers, even I think once a Black person becomes successful, his aim is like to be with a white woman. It seems like, because imagine if you're like a Black lady, a young girl, you're thinking like you pretty much don't have a chance of dating a successful Black man, because when a Black man becomes successful, they date white women, right? So.
Well, I don't think that's true at all, because 91% of Black men marry Black women. So you're talking about less than like 10% of our race. And then under that, you talk for Black women, same thing. It's like 69% of Black men that have a median income over $80,000 are married to a Black woman. So if you're talking about a few celebrities, you're doing exactly what Richie was talking about, utilizing the minority report. You brought up actors, a couple of athletes, but even if you look at the overwhelming pro athletes out there, they're still married. A lot of them still do marry Black women. So
when we see this trend in DC, do you think it's a constructed narrative then?
It's a small, you're talking about a minority, like you're talking about
No. I'm with you. But when you turn on the telly, you would think it's the minority. Because as I said right at the beginning of the show, just on that aspect, propaganda wise, I can turn on any television show right now. yeah, that you love, and you're gonna see some form of white black thing going on, pushed in your face, adverts. As I said, we've skipped over the black on black family image, and we've just gone straight to the integration. Yeah, you know, white and black always together now in all the formats. This is what I'm trying to say. So are we looking at a constructive narrative? And if we are,
well,
then
if anything,
it doesn't benefit us, and it's not even the norm, then are we, you know, are we clear then that it's not good? It's not a good look. Then it's not something that we should be adopting if it's not the norm, and most of the time it can compromise you.
Well, what we're looking at primarily is, and this is just to be real, in America, whenever they try to find a way to promote diversity, it's either from the aspect of, have you ever seen a movie called Guess Who's Coming to Dinner with Sidney Poitier, or if you look at advertisements in regards to like shows like Mr. Rogers, you know, his black neighbor sharing a pool with him, or the mailman living in his neighborhood. It's just a ploy from the media as a way to promote that. Like, that's mainly it. But it doesn't represent at all like the black community. Like, if you go to Atlanta, Georgia, if you go to Detroit, Michigan, if you go to Harlem, Brooklyn, Queens, I'm only naming one, you know, I'm still naming three parts of the same city. You go to Washington, D.C., Prince George's County, Baltimore, Pittsburgh. If you go down south, Chattanooga, Tennessee, Lafayette, Fayetteville, Raleigh, you're going to see black on black. Like that, what he's saying is so like less than 2% of our overall race that it's like almost insulting.
To that one. Let me get back to that point, right? So what I'm saying is, Brad, if you look at, you said it yourself, like the top 2% or something,
You
right?
coming afterwards, Ramotef.
So what I'm saying is, you have to be super successful black person to even be considered as a potential mate by a white girl, right? So I'm not talking about the majority of the people who are perceived as inferior to begin with in society, right?
That's not true, because if you go to Boston, Massachusetts, there are tons of white girls that marry black guys, and they're both poor.
What?
If you go to Boston, Massachusetts, you have the same thing. You have white girls, working class white girls that marry black guys, and it's normal.
That is not true at all.
You go to Hartford, Connecticut, same thing. You go to East Side Baltimore, excuse me, and not even Baltimore City. You go to Baltimore County. You have white girls marrying black guys. You go to Laurel, Maryland. You have white girls marrying black guys, and these.
I have been to Connecticut and I have been to Massachusetts.
What part of Connecticut have you been to? And what part of Connecticut have you been to? You been to the Cape? Because that's primarily what black people. Have you been to Columbia Heights?
What I'm saying is, I'm not denying that there's interracial relationship. Right?
No. Your idea of marrying, the idea that a black man had, because I can take you to Kent, I can take you to Kent Island, I can take you to St. Michael's Bay, I can take you to Martha's Vineyard, I can take you to many parts where you have working class black guys marrying white girls, and it's a no big deal.
Probably the overweight and ugly kind of women, right?
No, you have like you can take you to Texas. I can take you to Gaylord, Texas, Dallas, Texas. I can take you out to Houston. I mean, like El Paso. I mean, like not even just white girls, Hispanics, Asians. I can take you to Chinatown in California. So like, I'm really trying to understand your point.
If we are like,
because you said you've only been in America for 6 years.
We're just considering
I don't think you really have a foundation to actually speak on the community when you've only been here for 6 years.
Why not?
Because what you're saying is completely false. Majority of white people in America are poor.
What?
So I don't know what you mean. So I mean that must be an inferior thing that you see white women. You see white women as a. You must see white women as some
let
kind
me
of
ask you this, Brad. Let me ask you this, because I hear what the point you're trying to make.
Yeah. No, he must see white women as
when we're talking about all the positions that, again, inherently we need to be in to improve our position as black people in our communities and in the wider realm of the places we are, So that's politically, top businessman, Fortune 500 company runners, those types, real positions, gatekeepers, as we call them,
Yeah.
In those positions, how often are those positions filled? The key positions, the ones we really need, are filled with people who are
2 black, yeah, white, black mom, black dad, black kids, black mind state. Because isn't that the inherent problem that we're talking about? And
Well,
I'm
no,
just,
'cause
and again,
like
we're
I was,
just talking about them
yeah,
key positions. Because I'm with you
yeah.
that the majority of us marry black, the majority of white people marry white. This is how we keep certain, you know what I mean, situations going. Obviously, this is why white people are dying out because they can't breed amongst themselves, etc.,
Yeah.
etc. But in those key positions that
Yeah.
we are inherently always talking about, we need to achieve or we need more people in. Whenever we do get people in, doesn't that then allude to what I Have a Dream was saying, where it turns into this status symbol situation where now I have to have this partner now in order to fill these key positions? And that's
No,
the part
because that goes back to what I was trying to tell you when I said that if in America it is a common practice that in the media, because you notice those successful black men that have white wives are like usually the same guy being circulated over and over again. They'll show you, for example, if you look at the draft, they'll show you a third, fourth, fifth draft pick that has a white girlfriend sitting next to him, some like unknown lineman that came from like Nebraska that played
Yeah,
football
but
for
hold on,
Nebraska.
bro. Let's deal with the, as I said,
Yeah,
key
that's what I was
positions.
trying. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like these. They
Forget the
show you.
sportsman.
No, I'm saying they
I'm,
show you. They show you these people. They're just a minority. They just show you these people.
listen, we've dealt with that. And
Yeah.
I want you to come in as well, Ramotef, because again, you're stateside as well. So I want to hear your opinion on this one. But again, I get the majority, but in the key positions, the key political positions, your senator that you really need, your Fortune 500 company runner that can really make a difference and redirect corporate responsibility in the community. Those people that we need, whenever they're in those positions, do they end up having somebody standing next to them that is non-black?
Yeah, you have some. Yeah, in some situations, but in others you don't. I mean, yeah. So what do you mean? Like,
No. Well, again, let's be clear. Which is it the majority of
oh
those
no, it wouldn't be the majority.
gatekeepers have non-black partners, or do the majority have black families
I
and
would
have
say
that
it's the
black
majority
ideal?
because the numbers do not reflect that like the majority of African American men that are successful marry non-black women. That's not the case.
There is no statistics being done on that one, so you cannot be certain
Yes,
about
if you
that.
go to Black Enterprise, if you look at Business Insider, like you can definitely see that there's been statistics done on it. I'm saying like the reason why I'm saying you're extremely unqualified to have this conversation because you've only been in America for 6 years. So like
Ramotef, where you at? Where
yeah.
you at, brother?
So like I bet it's best to let like a GOJ or a Ramatef talk because like we're homegrown, we know this area. So yeah,
So
we know that yeah.
Where you at? Where you at, brother?
For myself, it's just more so on a psychological base on, because that's basically where it all stems from. Most of the things that we see, especially here in America, just understanding, going back to not just our story, but quote unquote in his story, we seen how it played out when it came to that scenario. Those scenarios end up building what is called, what as the brother Richie was saying, in a better lack of terms, it was just call it mulattoes, right? They will end up being classified. From that classification, understanding that going from either I'm gonna be all pro this or I'm gonna be all pro that, or I'm gonna just come into it and really don't know what the fuck I am. When it comes to most of the things that we seen here in America, yeah, there is some individuals who are out there, but for myself being here in Pittsburgh, I'll even put my place out there where I reside in Pittsburgh.
Washington D.C. That's what I meant.
I don't see a lot of that at all. Like I see a lot of our sisters out here taking major roles in offices, like for instance, going for mayor, going for state rep, things of that nature. That's a great thing. But at the same time, most of the people here in Pennsylvania only know about the governor or a certain mayor that went to a certain other position. And usually in those positions, they take over what is called the communities that we try to build up. And then the one thing that I try to stress a lot when I come in contact with people, mostly because most of my thing is done in what we call the shabit, which means shadow and metal netra. The most of the things that I do is to make sure that people understand what it is to have that concept of what is that I learned from the great Seba, um, Leonard Jeffries, not Leonard Jeffries. I'm sorry, Professor James Smalls. Of one class that I went to was talking about the concept of a nation. Right, most of us are in that status of going from dealing with self into building up on that neighborhood. From that neighborhood, we got to the community parts. We're at that level now where we have all these multitude of communities, but no community is actually building with each other, because that's the key to that success of how you say going towards the original question of the show, separation versus integration. We still been in this system of integration for as long as I can remember of my 37 years. But now that we're at the level of community base, and how the community base is just being attacked, whether it be psychologically, physically, or just spiritually in a sense. Now it's up to our generation at this point in time is to have them really get that concept that all you have to do is find that other community. Henceforth, when the sister was talking about clan, understanding that mental part of how and where we need to go and push forward when it comes to that system. Now, going back into the original question, when it comes to that particularly, like I said, I agree with Brother Richie when it comes to that compromise, because that's basically what it is. Because me personally, being where I'm at, yeah, we have the 40 for 40 or that 50 for 50 type thing. But at the same time, you don't see them in the streets. You don't see them or who they're with. But if you end up finding out who you're with, I bet you is with a whole different race.
That's it. By design. By design. Lion. Wagwan, you just come back in, brother.
Yeah, I just came on. I think it was an earlier question. Was I forgot. I think the topic's separation and integration. I think that I think in the West it's a little bit difficult in the sense that, like, I think that a lot of black folks, especially in America, are caught up in a lot of individualism, and I think what we were talking about earlier about like the older days. I would say that the older days where people were forced to rely on themselves a little bit more. Now people are more self-sufficient in one way, because you had these different I think like Wall Street, Black Wall Street, and you had like the one in what was the other one? I guess that was Tulsa, and you had some other communities too, like in there's one in Texas, I think Rosewood, whatever, I think, from studying history. But I think that a lot of black folks become dependent on the white system, the Babylonian system, and I think becoming dependent on other people is just not good. So I think that and I think we have to think outside just wherever we at. We have to be more global, and I think Malcolm X were talked about that, as far as black folks being more global in a sense, trading between across the diaspora. So I think that so I think a lot of people just live in neighborhoods, not communities. In America, it's not really, I would say, a community in the sense that we think of a community, but I would say that I think that that's what I have to say. So I think and we have to, like, be.
Let me
Yeah, I
ask you
mean,
this, brother.
May I
Do
ask
you
a line?
think
let me just come in there before I leave,
Sorry,
man.
guys. May I interrupt? May I ask a line of question? A line. Do you speak any language beside English? Lion, can you hear me?
Yes.
Do you speak any language other than English?
Well, me, a little bit. Huh?
What language do you speak?
A little bit of, not too good. A little bit of Amharic, a little bit.
Okay, okay, all right.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, but I think that, yeah, I think the problem is, I think black folks, as far as like manufacturing, especially like black countries and stuff, being able to have control over the means of production and stuff like that. So I think that, yeah, I think just working together, and I think that people just like just out for themselves and not thinking about the people as a whole. So I think that's the problem. So I think when you're in the West, you had this capitalistic mindset where you just think about yourself, and all this type of stuff. So it's a lot of the mentality that's going on too. So
Yeah,
brother, yeah, go to Vic. You said
yeah.
you're gonna go.
I mean, I've heard a lot. Yeah, I was quiet for a while. I've heard a lot. But what we've got to understand is, yeah, there's no urgency. Yeah, we don't know that it's a global agenda, to annihilate a certain group of people. So going back to what that lady said about the plan, yeah, we've got to understand certain dynamics as to what world we're living in. Yeah, to be melanated means your life is in danger, no matter where you are, what you do. Yes, but it's been perpetuated by this whole brainwashing, yeah, of this inclusion of, there's this illusion of inclusion, should I say? Yeah. So that's why when you turn your TV, you see the propaganda of the mixing, but at the same time, there's an agenda, yeah, to wipe us off culturally, spiritually, economically, every other way you can think of it. Yeah, they're trying to minimize us.
No doubt. Facts.
Agree. I share you.
Facts. Yeah.
Richie, I would like to say that I think when forming, identifying your group, I don't think anything is wrong with that idea to begin with, because I think that should be the basis.
So there's this, yeah, you have to, I don't go as far as say that we're at war, but if you know yourself, you will know that we are at war. Do you know what I'm saying to you? So we have to understand, for those that understand, have to realize that this is where we are today, in the mix with everything else that's going on. Yeah, so you have to know thyself. That's all it boils down to. Just know thyself and keep to the plan, like that lady said. Yeah, that's why I see the thing. Yeah, because mixed race people, they'll have their place to play. Yeah, because they can identify to either race, they're in the middle, but we can use them. Do you know what I'm saying to you? Because if they understand our plight, they understand our historical struggle with these people, yeah, they will do the right thing.
Yeah,
we can use them as
someone like a GOJ thinks he's from Israel, for example.
Yeah.
So how are you going to deal with that if somebody claims a descent from Israel? Is he going to be?
If you want to talk to me, just say hi. You ain't got to do all that to get my attention. Just say what's up. Good evening.
I don't get
that. You ain't got. I'm an easy man to reach. All you got to do is say, "Hey, GOJ." I don't do the indirects, really. I mean,
that's why it's important to identify your group first, because some black folks they're from Israel. That's why it's important to identify yourself.
Yeah. It's important for me to speak for myself, right? That should be the case.
Okay, where are you from?
I am from America.
Okay, so you're not a Hebrew then?
What did I just tell you?
So are you not a Hebrew Israelite? Right?
What did I just tell you? You got 2 ears, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay, now I'll repeat it again. I am from America.
So what I'm saying is, you know what I'm talking about. So you are a descendant of Hebrew Israelites, right?
I'm gonna tell you again. I'm a American descendant of slavery, the institution of slavery. I know I originate from the continent of Africa.
Oh, okay, I got you. So what is the Hebrew story?
If you want a narrative, if you want me to play the game with you, I'm up for it. I was laying down.
Okay, if you're not a Hebrew Israelite, that's my apologies. So if you were not a Hebrew Israelite, right? Maybe I misheard you or something, but like that's how you presented yourself on the different channels, right? So now, if you're claiming to be an African American, just power to that, right?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you what power I have. I have the power to speak for myself. And with that power, I just told you I'm an American who originated from the so-called continent of Africa.
So there is no Hebrew Israelite to that story, nowhere, right?
Did you hear me say anything about Hebrew Israelite right now?
No, you did not, but I heard you in the past.
Well, you hear me right now.
Okay, I take this one. I take this one. So
okay, see how easy that was?
I'm gonna assume. I'm gonna assume that the brother right here, is here because again, this goes back to us conversating earlier. He identifies with what we're talking about, regardless of his religious connotations or whatever. Clearly, he knows that we're talking about his community, and that's why he recognized earlier that we need to segregate. I know you kind of came later, brother. I have a dream, but he actually did state his position. He feels like, and I am going to speak for him, and then he can correct me if I get it wrong. But from the chat room, he was saying that he feels like there's a lot of talk of separation, but if it's not with a geared plan with that separation, if you don't know what you're going to do with that, then obviously that's a problem for him. That was one of his gripes earlier. But outside of that, he did agree that separation was a better position for us. Did I get that right, brother?
Yeah, and another point that he made, just to add to what you said, he made a point that was very interesting. He said we have to politically, get ourselves out of integration. That to me is a strong statement, because how do we go about doing that? Yeah, because he said we have to politically get ourselves out of integration, then separate, then segregate. Yeah, so going back the other way. So meaning we got, I don't know whether he means we have to create our own political parties or affiliate and assimilate with the Democrats and the Republicans. I don't know what type of strategy he's thinking. That's what I want to know. Where's the strategy?
So
what are you thinking? Tell us.
Well, like I said, for a long time, when we were separate from the white man in this nation, we were doing good. And for some strange reason, we decided we wanted to eat at the lunch counters and drink out the same water fountains, X, Y, and Z. So we marched down the streets, we protested, and then we got what we wanted. We got bills passed and laws passed. And then we entered into this white society. So politically, we use the justice system, we use the courts, we use all this stuff just to eat with this white man. And we got to eat with this white man, and everything fell apart for us. So now what I'm saying is we have to politically go back in the courts, position ourselves in seats of power, create all our legislation that helps us segregate, meaning using laws, putting mayors in our city, not even the mayors, putting city council members in our communities, putting ADs in our communities, putting councilmen in our communities so that we can function as a community. For right now, you got these black communities, with the exception of many mayors, but most of them are white people sitting in those seats. We need to remove them people out the seats in lieu of money, in lieu of a military, in lieu of any real strong militias. We got a couple of them, but not enough to get the job done. So we have to reverse what we did. We have to pivot, go back, and put in power those seats. You got to think back in the 50s and 60s, we had black aldermen. We had people that were black looking in our community. So we have to, I just feel like we have to go back and do that thing. We have to go back and put people that look like us in those positions to be segregated.
Not just like us, brother, but mentally like ourselves.
So I want to ask the question. I want to ask the question.
All that good stuff too.
If that's the case, you see that segregation part where you was doing all the well, you was doing all well, when you was segregated, yeah. Were those politicians part of that community?
Yeah. Some were.
Well,
a lot of. Hold on. You go. Okay. Go ahead. You got to follow on. Go ahead.
Yeah. So okay, you said they are part of the community. So what made them think that by politically integrating will be better than what they had?
White validation, and this is just I'm speaking for myself. We, for some strange reason, we felt like we had to be validated by this white man when all we had to do was keep doing what the hell we was doing. But then you
So
have
see, that's the psychological problem, then, isn't it?
right. But like I
Which
always
is
say, you
still
gotta.
evident today. It's still very evident, and that's what James and the other guy was coming from. That's that
Brother,
psychological validation. You
I
hit it
disagree.
on the
I
point.
disagree. I disagree. I believe we are beginning to wake up, but as we are waking up, there is some divisiveness in the way we're waking up with the ADOS movement and the FBAs that's out there. Yes, it is creating division. You won't even have
Right.
me argue that, but it's collateral kind of like damage. You get what I'm saying? Because when I speak American descendants of slavery, for me, truthfully, I've never distinguished Black Americans and Black Caribbeans. I've never until this movement started, because they was like the dudes down the street. They were they were embedded in our community damn near day one. So now Africa is totally different from me. We had no connection with them folks. I'm gonna just keep it a buck. But as far as Caribbeans and Black Americans, I always saw us as DOS or just the dudes down the street. It's easy. It was quicker to get to Jamaican than it is to California. You get what I'm saying? So I really never really distinguished that until this specific event.
Damn, it's
So
like 8 hours. You're right. Oh
that's
shit.
what I'm saying.
I just
So
realized that. Yeah.
but that Caribbean community has been in our communities, and we've been back and forth in their communities since pretty much the onset. You get what I'm saying? So
Well, the
I've never really
Africans
saw
have
this.
been there too, brother.
And
Real
if
talk.
you
Like when I bring my boy George Macon on from Philly, he always talks about the African community being there, little Africa being down the road. Do you get me? Like again, same
see,
thing you just said, that the
but here,
Caribbeans and the Africans are just the guys from up the road. But again, it's only through certain movements and certain mind states that now suddenly there's this separation and you're looking at them and they're the Africans over there and this and that. Again, when we was younger and coming from the hip hop era, I'm coming from the hip hop era where everyone was wearing African medallions. Like Harris, like this is why I'm confused certain times, because
yeah.
at one point in time, as you're saying, it was not a big thing, and then through various propaganda, various maneuvers, suddenly these subcategories, as I said, that are problematic keep popping up now, and there's more and more.
NWA.
Like,
No,
say that again,
I'll
love.
go.
NWA.
NWA. We talking
Yep.
about Ice Cube? Ice Cube only
That
primarily
was
talked
the change. Yeah. It's very, very crude what I'm saying. Yeah. It's a very crude line. Yeah. But only because you mentioned like medallions, this and that, right? So that was a time where everything was quite pro-African, quite coming together, especially at the music. You with me? Yeah. And then because you had Public Enemy and the like, yeah. At that time, obviously, there was quite a awakening of consciousness in America, which was really important because then they sent the message internationally, yeah, and it worked, it helped. And then obviously little different branches of information came about. It could be argued, like not solely, but as apart from that, because we're not going to ignore pop culture, etc., etc. Yeah. And then for my mind, yeah, when the likes of NWA come, yeah, and I say NWA specifically because obviously they came with a completely different. Am I derailing this, sorry, Richie? Have I gone completely
No.
off?
You
it's
make your
good.
point.
It's good. It's good. It's
We
good.
went into hip hop and the branch, so make your point. You're relevant. You're still
All
on
right,
topic.
I'm not going off point because I don't want the man them
No,
to say,
Make your point. You got to
you get
land
me?
your plane.
So I'm saying, so I'm old enough to remember that time in it. Like you see, like the time of again, and let me speak about Britain, right? But you see the time of like Public Enemy, that kind of time. You with me? It was niceness. The people that were getting on, you with me? People were getting to know their identity, boom, boom, boom. You know, even and even in terms of reggae music as well on the other side. You know what I'm saying to you? There was a nice a unison, like a a good orchestra, if you want to kind of bring it down. You know what I'm saying to you?
Mm.
You know?
Running.
Yeah, Benjamin, I had them days I used to have this is how bad what I was in. I used to have an Africa shaved in the back of my head. Yeah. In fucking blonde. Don't fuck about. Like, yeah, and like you say with the medallion, like we was all listen, it was beautiful. You with me? But NWA came. Yeah. And the whole vibration just changed, man, just from that. And the things in England,
Wait,
we would
NWA though was trying to. NWA was exposing though, like police brutality. They were bringing in the aspect of like showing that like life of a black man in America. It didn't just because KRS-One was still there. You mean you still had like hip hop groups that was on the Africa thing. It's just like when popularity kicks in, popularity kicks in.
No,
So you
listen,
can't get
I'm not
you know.
I'm not dissing the thing, though I slightly am, yeah. But I'm just saying that the energy changed. You with me? The energy changed. Now you have to remember also that in England, we was not necessarily experiencing what was being experienced in America to have that kind of vibration in it. You get me? But I'm telling you, all right, then I'm gonna say this and then I'll finish, right? So my brethren, I got a brethren called Madhu, yeah. Now, one year we went carnival and he had on like a t-shirt, like an Africa t-shirt with whatever. I can't remember, but you know what I'm saying to you, one of them positive ones, yeah. The next year we went carnival, yeah, my man had a t-shirt with fuck the police and NWA on the back. And I'm just using that. Might be a bit crude as a transition, but I'm just trying to show you something. And then the mindset changes. You know what I'm saying to you, and then other things come in, and then we go onto a different trajectory now. You know what I'm saying to you? So that's my little 2 pence, and then I can bring in other music as well, obviously on top of that. You know what I mean? And we can bring in the reggae thing. We can bring in, you know what I mean, the shabba and all them little
No,
batio.
I hear what you're saying on the hip hop thing. But what DC said was
with the hip hop
was also right and exact, where he said that even though the NWC, there was a point where obviously they realized the power of hip hop. They realized there's a propaganda tool. And obviously, from when NWA came out and they were banning rap and it's devil music and whatever, to then realizing, okay, inherently us banning it is making it more, more wanted, and even by our own youth. So now we have to control it rather than try to stop it, because we can't stop it. It's inherent. Again, this is where black people.
I don't remember
This
them
is
being
where
banned.
Say that again.
I'm saying I don't remember them being banned still, but all right.
Yeah. When NWA, but again, as DC was saying, when it came out, it was about fuck the police. It was about showing the injustice and the rawness of how life is as a young black person in
That
America.
was even my biggest gripe still. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna get
but the point is that the vibe changed. It did change in what you're saying, where okay, it was more in your face, it was more gangster and whatever. But
as women became, what did we become, Brother Richie?
Well, this is the thing. I get it. I know where you're going with the over sexualization, the whole thing.
Yeah, the
so
tip
I
drill,
understand the negative.
like the tip drill stuff happened. Like I can tell you, once tip drill came out, that's when the downstroke came. You know.
Say that again.
Really became bitches overnight. Well, in my mind, didn't it?
Yeah, that was like right after like Professor Griffin and like fell off.
Some bull.
You know? No, listen again, Aoife.
Women, I still remember it.
Aoife, I'm with you that there was a certain vibe change. I'm with you that there was a certain vibe change, but I'm also with DC that it was a direct response at first. And again, forget what we was doing now.
Yeah.
Going back to the government response, at first, their first response was to ban that shit because they didn't want to hear young black people saying, fuck the government, fuck the police, I'm not listening to you. This is how bad my life is. This is the realness of what you're leaving me and all the rest. They didn't want that out. But as I said, it, like most black things we do, we're reality setters. So they couldn't ban it because it was going everywhere.
The young white boys was listening to it. It went worldwide. The Chinese, the this, the that. So after that, that's when they realized, okay, this has to be controlled, and that's when then the propaganda tool began, where now they endorsed it in a way where all the things you're saying that happened, the bitch, the whole, the endorsing of
It's like
the
party hits became more popular than
right.
Yeah,
like
but Robin endorsed it for mourning.
No. Shall I tell you what?
That
Again,
whole Bannon thing was
All right, sorry.
hold on. Who was that speaking?
that was me. I was just saying the whole Bannon thing you talking about. That was just a front. They because it was the white people was behind it. When I went to one of their concerts, bro, they was like the concert was gonna be bad. Blah 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 blah. They was just saying that shit to make it look like they was trying to enforce the music or ban the music. They really had no intentions of banning NWA, bro, because they was making too much money.
Yeah.
Too much money.
Like
And
there
they
was one
couldn't
time
stop.
police.
Thank you.
There was one time
Listen,
police
yeah, but
officers
you
that
gotta
tried
remember there's gotta
a
be
police
proof
union.
Remember,
A police
was
union.
there.
A police union tried to say we're not going to do guards and stuff for one of their
concert.
shows, and then they just simply hired. They were like, "Oh, we'll just do private security," and then like it was in Detroit, like so it's a yeah. No, that was. I mean, that was just money though.
Listen,
Like, I'm sure
there's a point in time where the money
can't get to Britain, brother Richie. I'm sure they came to Britain, NWA. Yeah, I'm sure.
No. This is what I'm trying to say. Yeah?
And all
This
now
is what I'm trying to
Farrakhan
say
guys
to you.
can't
When
get
they first came out, when hip hop, when you're talking about the nice vibe and how music was on a certain level, that's when there weren't no love in the mainstream for no hip hop. There was no big money for no hip hop stars. When we're talking about classic hip hop, real MCs, yeah, there was no big money. Today, these guys think they're the GOATs because they made 50 million, not because of the content that they're putting out.
Oh yeah, you had UK rappers too. You had
Like this what I'm saying. There was a clear point where, as I said, it became that propaganda tool where they looked and they said, okay, it's popularity, so the money it's making, the potential for the money, the potential for the messaging that we can propagate for it. Because as Brad said, while NWA's out, there's still conscious rap still going on. It's not like it was only NWA and that was it. You still had options, but that's when they chose to endorse and push extra money and force behind that form of rap and hip hop, because they knew that messaging, if pumped in a certain way and propagated in a certain way, would do damage.
Well, exactly,
More
brother.
than
for example,
mentioning the other countries rap, excuse me, is, I don't want to say a waste of time, but like you said, didn't it? The machine then changed, right? And it heavily backed very negative, very, very, very negative music. Whereby
But that was the point. But that was the point of all. That was the point of entertainment, though. That was the point of all entertainment, though. Like they happened in rock music. They did the same thing. Country, like for example, instead of that low beat, chill, jazz, it became like the high beat. I mean, they did that with jazz music during the time of like the cotton clubs and stuff. Instead of that nice vibing love, it became like sensual, because sex sold. I mean, that's just how the culture went. Like you're not going to be able to fight that in a sense.
I don't know, Brad, because I disagree. Because in early hip hop, remember, I'm old enough to remember this. When I was coming up, we had Kool Moe Dee, LL Cool J. They wasn't fucking the police. They wasn't doing all like that, and they was getting big money. You get what I'm saying? And I'm gonna tell you what happened. It wasn't really the propaganda. We stopped buying conscious rap. We killed a part of that ourselves. Let's just keep it a buck. When all the conscious rappers was putting out good music and stuff, we didn't want it no more. So it wasn't just all of them. And I agree with you to a certain degree. They did put it on spin, at least in America. NWA, all day long. You get what I'm saying? but we stopped buying it. And I tell you why we stopped buying it, because if you grew up in the 90s in America, man, you felt that shit. I grew up in the 90s, late 80s, brother. That you ain't want to hear nothing else but that, because that was just the temperature in America at that time in the 90s. And that shit hit you and it hit you. LL got played out. Nobody wanted to hear that shit no more because the police was out there whipping our ass and they was talking about fuck the police. So we wanted to hear that all day long.
So again, like I was saying, it was in a response to, or like DC said originally, it was a response to an already ongoing situation. That's why there was already traction with the music, and then they just pushed it that much further because they saw the potential in the propaganda side of it. But again, they were responding. NWA's first tunes, those big tunes, and that were responding to a real time situation that was happening, which was black youths getting fucked up by the police and living in squalor. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
Like, well, look, again, unless we're going to say the government was writing the lyrics for them, you understand, we're still talking about something, an art form that's coming out of young people and based on their life experiences, right? That can't be taken away. Whether or not we say, oh, that's a negative to play that all the time or whatever, that's still a real-time life experience of those young men. That's why when they wrote it and they put it out there, it got traction, because as you just said, a lot of other people were living that same reality. That's pure. That's untouched. It's just as I said, once it was realized that this thing here has traction, people obviously are identifying with it, then, and we clearly can't stop it, then we have to control it. That's where them integrating into our system, yeah, caused the problem again, because they saw our art form and they said, yeah, we need to penetrate that, we need to control that, and we need to manufacture eventually our own artists, which is where we're at now, where you've got man them now who don't write their own rhymes at all, so God knows who's writing their rhymes, and they're just going into a studio, putting out a tune, doing some worthless video, 1,000 gal, beer gyrating, and that's it. You go home.
Yeah, I
That's where
think
we're at right now, isn't it?
I don't even know the
like
point you're talking about.
like in hip hop, most of these people didn't really control their we call it distribution. So a lot of those record companies wasn't even controlled by a lot of the black people anyway. So I think that it definitely was an agenda, because I think Professor Griff had, like, from the NWA, wrote like a book, The Infiltration of Hip Hop, and I think that yeah, also you have other rappers too. I think that was from the UK. I think like Slick Rick and what's her name, Monty Love, and
Moni.
Moni Love, Slick Rick, and I think what was the guy that just died, what was his name, MF Doom
Man,
or
you
something
can
like that.
Sorry.
MF Doom or something. But I think that but I think that like what was happening, that like the only ones that were like kind of took control was like Master P, and they created this, like, what's his name,
He
Cash
came
Money.
later
That
though.
he came later, that controlling their we call it their own record thing and stuff like that, came like later. So like I think it was, and a lot of the white folks were buying a lot of that gangster type music, and they were because white people were buying most of the records and stuff like that. So yeah, so I think it did have a propaganda element in it. So
I see. Sorry, Nine, what was you gonna say?
No, sorry, Bab. I was just really just underpinning what the gentleman was saying. Well, for myself anyway, because I half forgot what I was going to say now. Bloody hell. I'm going to forget what I was going to say. I'll come back.
Don't worry, it happens to the best of us. Trust me, we're all getting old. What I got, melanated goddess out there in the chat. That's our going into the late hours because all my American people them are turning up now. Yeah. What is it? It's early evening for you.
It's
You
like
people
10 o'clock.
you ain't even breaking a sweat talking on this thing. It's all nice and relaxed. Oh yeah, let me just tune in now. I'm just gone here. Yeah, for us, middle of the night, all them way there. The dedication of Black Eyes TV. If you're in here listening and you've been listening, you ain't hit that like button, you know. Shut blow hole. Fix up, hit the like button, share the link out, come on the panel, voice your opinion. We're going to be going for at least another half an hour or so. Yeah, me. So there's still time for people to jump on if you want to jump on. We're still talking about integration or segregation. Which one works better for us? You know, that was the original question. We was just talking about the hip hop situation, and again, what works or what destroyed the hip hop situation. And I'm putting forward, and we kind of was just going back and forth on, you know, once they integrated into our art form, it quickly got dismantled, and now today we're left with a weaker form of
Right.
music.
Right.
You get me?
So it
We're
ties in once again. It ties in with the whole thing, Brother Richie. I agree with that.
always, come on. There's
That's
always a sense of infiltration or integration, whichever word you wish. But again, it's the illusion of inclusion. And this is the problem. And again, you know, key positions, whether it be the distribution company, as the brother was pointing out earlier, or whatever, are always controlled, you know, by them or by, as I said earlier, somebody who allegiances are split because they either have very close ties to people who are not black first, just based on their race and their politics, or they're laying down with somebody who, again, is not black first, which again leads to compromising situations, let alone if we're talking about a high profile black leader, which was asserted earlier, which, you know, even matter to my ears. You get me? That you're going to have that situation go on in and not expect or not at least envisage a compromising situation that could ensue from you having a non-black partner. You know, I don't get it myself where you could think that. Again, that's as silly as Meghan Markle going into the fucking royal family and thinking that they're not racist after the very guy you're marrying, he's got bare pictures of him in a Nazi uniform dancing.
She just wanted to stay.
Like,
She
this is
knew
what
what
I'm
was up,
saying.
man. She wasn't
We
dumb,
gotta
man.
wake
She knew
up
what she
as a
was doing.
people. We gotta stop this behavior. Yeah, we gotta deal with
Wait,
what's in
what?
our face. We gotta start to deal with what's in our face, man. Come on. We gotta
I
stop
ain't gonna lie,
it.
I was kind of shocked by the whole thing myself because I would thought that they were trying to fight for relevance in the world. The last thing they would want to have is race relations, especially amongst themselves.
What are you
It's
talking about?
dumb.
Like I
Don't
would
you?
have thought that the most important thing for them would be to like always look good in the public eye. So the last thing on their mind, the
Who
last
is
thing
the
they would
best?
want to be the royal family. The last
Oh,
thing that
okay.
they would want to have, you know, be a stain on them is like bad race relations, especially amongst their own family. Like you know what I mean? Like you would have thought that PR
You know how
department.
funny that sounds, DC? Z, this is the kicker. To most sensible black people in England,
Yeah.
we done knew the whole country's racist. We're the minority here. So again, they can take the mick even more. Look how many Americans, black Americans there are, and they're still taking the mick, yeah? And you've got numbers that if for some reason everybody was to say, nah, you know what, fuck that, it will be a real problem. Here in England, we ain't even got them kind of numbers.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
if the whole of
3%, right?
England, we're like 2% of the population here. Something silly. So again, if the whole of the people then wanted to band up and every white person wanted to get their pitchforks out and say, yeah, we're rooting out and running these black people into the ocean, that's an actual possibility. Yeah, that just in the sense that logistically they could do that. Not that it's actually going to happen, but logistically they could do that. So when you're talking about how we have to flex and
the mind state of understanding racism here, it's a joke. We already done knew it. We didn't need
I'm thinking.
no royal
No.
interview to know.
I'm thinking. If I'm a royal, if I'm part of the royal family, right, and I know I'm a descendant, the crown that I am under, right, I'm the queen.
Let me
I'm
stop
like
you,
Prince Harry.
DC.
Yeah.
Reverse what I just said and
Mhm.
think like from the roles, like you're about to say. Would they be concerned if they know that they're sitting in a country that's majority white and they've lived off of this imperialism thing? How bothered do you really think they are? Because again, this ain't, other than America doing this little propaganda move with your Barack Obama thing, where, oh yeah, look, first black president, and that we saw how that one worked out. That was a
Yeah.
farce. But again, outside of that, England, again, as an institute, prides itself on tradition. So again, we're not surprised by the Queen's reactions, by what they're doing, because they're doing that all the time publicly, a lot more than this little silly story here that's come out now with these lot. We already knew they had an open disdain for black people and for other races that aren't white, standardly, without that standard issue. Like there's a radio station over here called LBC radio. It's like a common talk radio, but enough white people love the radio station. They call in all the time. And with all this Brexit and these kinds of things, you just listen to this station for an hour and you will understand how racist England is. And again, it's not in a way where they're even getting angry because it's so second nature to them. They're just saying it as a viewpoint, like, yeah, too many faces like this and too many of that, and no, that's got to go, and I can't take that. And they're just saying it in such a blasé way because this is how they are. So when you've got now transposing that to the monarchy and you're
Mhm.
saying, why are they bothered about putting out this thing? I got to say, no, not really, because everybody really knew outside of this, the outside of our bubble of England, you guys might be shocked. Everyone else might be thinking, oh my God, England's got a problem. But to us inside, it's a joke.
Oh
It's
no.
insulting.
I'm not shocked by it. I'm only thinking if I'm in the like that's I'm only thinking from the aspect of the royals. You would think he's bringing in a brown girl who's an actress from America, and like she's technically somewhat part of the African American community. So if we make a fuss about something, it becomes world news. Like we did every time. Like so every time we do Black Lives Matter, everyone around the world does a protest in solidarity. Japan, Korea, China, like everyone does it. So I'm thinking, like, if I'm a royal, the last thing I would want to do is to have this American girl cry racism, because like now they're bringing up pictures when the older brother went to an African country and they put a whatchamacallit, they had him walking in the chair,
Carried him
in the
out.
chair thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like I'm thinking, like for
Listen,
the stance of the
there's
royals,
too
that's
many
the last thing
stories.
you want.
But again, you got to remember, Brad, she's not a random black American girl. This is another common misconception that, again, we got to get out of our head. She's not random. Nobody's marrying any randoms. Her family's known to them from day. This is where,
Really?
again, we got to stop acting like these people of power leave these situations to chance. This is why, again, when we're talking about key people in certain key black people in certain positions and who they are with,
Yeah.
as a rule of thumb, they always, most of the time, that's why we can say they're with someone else, because they understand, again, it's important as to what your politics are about when we start to place you with a partner. That's
Mhm.
why it was important for the Obama situation for there to appear to be a full black family and it all looks good and great for the image. Yeah. Because
Yeah.
that was great for the psyops. But again, we saw how that one worked out in the end. You got nothing for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
I'm just trying to say, like, there's no randomness. She wasn't a random black person. The fact that she's not even full black, again, is another something to examine in that situation. The fact that he's who he is in that family dynamic, who his dad is potentially, all the rest of it. Yeah, again, it's laughable. But the end result of this conversation is to say that again, we are not under any illusion in this country, especially just from the UK perspective, about racism and about how they view us. Hence why this is a real-time question that we need to have, because as I said, when you're having these other sorts of conversations about community building and politics, I'm hearing language of segregation.
But I think though, Brother Richie, when you say we're not under any under any illusion, I think at this point you have to quantify that still, because not even quantify, but there are definitely certain black people that don't see what you are saying. Like, that's a definite.
No, real
You get
talk.
me?
Yeah.
They're gonna say
Real
that
talk.
you're this and that and the past and this and that and rare and this and that and all the rest of it. So again, clan in it, because
all right.
yeah.
I'm glad you said it, because again, that's the call, innit? Anyone who hears my voice and thinks it's a madness, jog on, innit? You
Listen.
watch the interview, buy into it. As remember when George Floyd got licked down in America and Uslop was writing off the place in America and all sorts. Our prime minister was here making big bold statements about England's not racist, and that's an American problem that they don't want to bring over here. And they're the inception of your country and bullshit and colonialism and racism. But that's the level of mind state that they were going on with. So again, I get it. If there's gonna be black people that buy into the narrative and again will look and say, yeah, the same thing. Yeah, you're right, that's an American thing. We're fine over here. It's gonna happen.
Right.
You get me? It's gonna happen, but again, you lot stay over there with that talk.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, I can see why. I mean,
I'm with the whole clan thing, but the only thing that deters me from the clan is that the clan me doesn't have a plan except buzzwords. You get what I'm saying? And know yourself
Brother Richie, no.
and get together and global black. They got bumper sticker, phrasing, but no plan.
Brother Jacob. You got a plan, right?
I absolutely do. My
All right.
plans worked out some far. I had some bumps in the road, but I'm comfortable.
All right then. So once again, clan, because it's going to be those that are like-minded, doing like-minded things, going in a like-minded direction. You understand what I'm saying to you? So yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. I understand look, people that don't have a plan, you can't really help them in it. If a certain time come and you ain't got a plan, you can't even help that person. It could be argued. You know what I mean? Because at that point you might be sacrificing yourself in it. But what I'm saying is that if you can link up with people that have a plan in the clan, yeah, they're down with the contract of the clan and they have a plan. I wish I was a rapper because I think I could have done something with that still. Then you know what I'm saying to you, it's full speed ahead, man. That's what I'm saying, man. And amongst that, each one teach one. You get me? Because I acknowledge as well, yeah, that as much as sometimes we're quite hard on ourselves, I think sometimes we also have to pat ourselves on the back, because at the same time we're doing bits, and I think also that we can get bogged down with the negativity in that and not, you know what I mean, and not celebrate the positivity. You understand what I'm saying to you? That's why my thing is change the narrative as well. You know what I mean? Because I think that we can become products of that negativity in terms of the way in which we speak still. But yeah, man, let's be out here with plans, man. You know what I'm saying to you? They might not always be vocalized and this and that, but I believe that there's more people with a plan than without a plan. But it's just that the ones without a plan are louder. You know what I'm saying? That's what I
That's my
think.
point. That's my.
And you don't come and speak out your plan online as well, because you know that there's dog art people out here, like literally dog art. You know what I'm saying to you? But I think more not everyone can. And again, you don't even want everyone in your team. Like there's certain black people, I tell you straight, I don't want you in my team. I don't want to sit, like I swear to God, if a time come when I run my little Exodus team, yes, I've done a little Exodus team, and I see certain man on the road, I'll be pissed. Yeah, like if I see certain man like Tacoon and them, like I will be upset. I'll be on the straight fucking boat back. I'll be like, fuck this man.
But you see, the joke of it is, again, as we said earlier, it will be easier. It will be a lot easier to identify them if, to begin with, from the time that you are saying, all right, we need to separate the people, there's a code. Yeah, because I'm just saying, when you initially break, there will have to be, as the brother was saying, a plan in it. That's it, a plan, a code of ethics, how we're going to move. And therefore, then it starts to create a scenario where it's easier than to spot, man. It's easier to see, man, 10 miles down the road, not wearing the uniform correctly, not marching correctly. See, this is why most of, your tightest organizations have. Say that again?
Sorry to interrupt you. I'm saying it's happening, brethren. It's happening in front of our eyes right now. And it's a bit painful. You with me? But it's happening. But the end will be fruitful, man. I truly believe that, man. But yeah, man, right now we're seeing who is who, what is what. You know what I mean?
I don't see it's a bad thing though when you have black people who can't really pick it up or understand. I mean, just like if you read the what's it called, the escapee slave, no, the runaway slave, and it's about like slaves telling their stories about the ones who wanted to leave the plantation versus the ones who didn't. Like you gotta know. All right, cool. The ones who didn't, they were usually too old. They were comfortable. They were in the house, so they had no need to leave.
Well, that's it. There's always a lesson. Put it this way: wherever the situation, positive or negative, there's always an affirmation of behavior, of what not to do or what to do. So that's where everyone's got their purpose to play in it. And obviously, if you create that overview in your head and you stick and have self-discipline, this is where you can always learn from any scenario, even if it's perceived as a negative. Yeah, it's still something you can draw from and say, okay, right, I learn now not to be like that next time, or not to allow myself to do that again because that was the outcome or whatever the case. There's always a lesson to be learned, and that's the beauty of life. There is no wastage. That's not the case. Even the most negative naysayer, cooning person, cooning, swooning, whatever, has a purpose. They're there to show you the counterbalance. Again, if you've never gone through bad, then how are you going to have a perception of good, and vice versa? So again, all of these things are necessary. And that's why, again, with this conversation, we've lived this integrated experience for a hot minute now. And that's why to me, it shouldn't be too much of a difficult question. We should just be clocking off scenarios like, okay, education. Boom, we need our own schools. Separation. All right. Politics. Can we do it in their current parties? No. All right. That need an independent separation. Right.
I think that part we gotta, because we gotta understand we don't live in a country. Our countries are no longer just black, white. There's other races of people that tend to be benefiting from the political system. So it's like, what are they doing that we're not doing? Because there's only 11 million.
So here's the thing.
Community groups.
There's like 11 million.
No,
there's like
see,
11 million Asian.
But Brad, that's what I don't like, Brad.
That's what they're not doing.
They're 11. What?
Go ahead.
They're not thinking about your black ass. That's what they're not doing.
Well, the question is, obviously they're not thinking about me. But the question is how are they benefiting? How are they benefiting from the system? How are they able to get what they need to get done and still take part in it?
But Brad, I know you're gonna disagree with me on this, Brad. But again, I have to go back to that. Even people that look like this, when they come over here, brother, they stick with themselves. They get together politically, everything. And I'm talking about the Somali community, the Nigerian community, but they get no pushback. When we say, damn it, let's do what they doing, we are called divisive.
That's not what that wasn't. I understand. I don't understand what your point means to what I'm saying. I'm talking about other ethnic groups of people. So when we look at the Chinese, right? When we look at the Chinese,
Fred,
the
you just
Pan
answered
Asian,
the question.
the Pan Asian caucus represents all Eastern Asian countries, all Eastern Asian countries. The
Didn't you
Chinese
just,
don't.
yeah, but you're just answering the question again. They
So the
have
question
a
is,
strong identifying groups. They encircle their wagons. So again, when they're doing their thing, they have a strong backative. But the difference is with black people in the diaspora, they don't want to give you rights. And most of us don't have, as a community level, and on a trade level, we don't have no relationships with Africa or the Caribbean countries or whatever. So you are isolated even more in that sense. So when you're asking for these rights or you're trying to battle to get your businesses up, they can isolate you and create different narratives where your money's less, you don't get certain loans, your house is valued less, whatever, to waylay you so you can't achieve. That's why, from the beginning, going back to the Marcus Garvey thing, that's why he promoted you got to have your relationships, you got to do some trade, and then that will empower you then back in America and back in your home countries to now be able to say, right, we're self-sufficient in a lot of these areas. So right away, we're not asking you for certain bits now. So when we do come to the table, again, our back is stiffer now. We've got more to talk about. And you cannot just bully us around, because it's not just us as this community within your country, but it's us with the backing and trade agreements of a whole country that identifies with us as well.
Brother, I just want to revisit that last statement I made. When
Go to you,
other
brother.
when other groups come over here and galvanize themselves and put their people in seats and get businesses and get loans, get all this stuff for their specific group, and there's no pushback. How come when we decide to do it, it's pushback?
I just said, because again, they don't want you to have any foothold as citizens.
Listen to what I'm
See,
saying though.
as
These
true
the
citizens
groups
of
the
the
groups I'm
country,
talking about, brother, the groups I'm talking about are black people.
bruv.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand. I want to know that. Like, so are we saying Nigerians have better rights in America than you and I?
Absolutely.
Please show me that.
I can tell when Nigerians come over here,
Yeah.
because believe it or not, in this whole thing called blackness, we are other in this shit. We are other.
Yeah,
I know you don't want to
show me
believe
how.
it.
No, show me that. I don't need to believe it. Show it to me.
Brad, be quiet. In this whole thing called blackness, we are other. And I believe, matter of fact, I know that we are the only group that receives pushback when we try to do what other ethnic black groups are doing. And that's a
But you
fact.
that's not a fact.
Everybody's
But you've
scared.
already answered the question, though,
No,
G.
I
You
didn't
was
like.
answering Brad earlier as to why that was.
That's not a fact though, because we're trying. What he's indicating is that white people, or excuse me, a white
Listen,
guy, a Nigerian
how you
can go
tell me
to
what I'm
a
and I'm on the
Nigerian.
panel?
A
I just
Nigerian
told
can
you what I
go.
said.
A Nigerian can go to a bank. I asked you to show me. You said I believe. I know. I asked you to show me.
I will show you tomorrow. I will show you tomorrow. I ain't got time to be
Yeah,
showing you right
Listen,
now.
I would love.
this
Man,
is
I
what
don't even
I.
look this shit up.
And I
No,
would
no, no,
love
no,
to
no.
show
Look,
you.
the
Peace,
joke of it is,
everyone.
I've heard other ADOS people say this type of talk as well, where they've said, look, there's Africans that are coming over, they're getting more allowances, they're
Yeah, I'm
getting,
trying to see that.
stipends and whatever. But again, this goes back to what I just said, that they're coming from a country that again has great wealth, and whether or not it's openly talked about or whatever, there's deals being done with those countries. So by default, there's more incentive for America to say, all right, to these few immigrants that come, yeah, let's create again a more of a separation between Africans and those fundamental Americans. So that's one thing they're doing. We have to, by default, because we're dealing with those countries and they actually have something that we want, we have to show a little love to those citizens because they come from a country that we're dealing with. They're not American citizens. We can't just deal with them like our fundamental
That's not
blacks.
my question. You just asked my question. You gave me a good speech, but I said, why isn't there pushback from you, your community?
Peace,
What's,
everyone.
what's going on, Goddess? Sorry.
Yeah.
Dr.
I'm
Jacob
gonna
don't
ask.
want to do no.
Yeah.
Dr. Jacob don't want to do no business with me because I'm Speedos. This is like that, Dr. Jacob. It's like that, Dr. Jacob.
Let me tell you the real deal. I am so skeptical about doing business with people online. I would
Okay.
just keep it a buck. But I'm a face-to-face guy, and I'm not gonna even lie. But
You can FaceTime me.
all right, I'm just like that. You get
I'm
what I'm
just saying.
saying?
I'm like that too. So like, but
Yeah, we'll talk. But I'm just keeping it a buck. I'm
nah.
so
It's cause my mama and them ain't from Mississippi and Alabama, and I get it. That's what
listen,
it is.
melanated. I could
I'm
care
messing
less.
with you. I'm messing with you. Oh my gosh.
I'm not about to turn it. I'm just saying that ain't
Why are
even
you
my
here
goal.
to cause trouble? Your first time you touched down on Black Eyes TV for a hot minute, you're here to cause trouble. What am I?
Let me tell you something.
Yeah. What's the play? Give us the play. You just land. It's been your first time. Segregation, integration. What do we need more of?
I mean, I'm definitely a segregationist. Like I want to live in a predominantly black country. Um, and in America, I prefer to live in areas where it's more black people, or I prefer to engage into things. Just being in part of the community. Like
Yeah.
that's what I would prefer to do. Like, so for me, going to Vermont on vacation is not really what I'm trying to do, unless I'm going there with a bunch of my friends, right? And we gonna turn up in some cabin or something in Vermont.
You're gonna black it out.
But I would prefer to go to Carnival in Miami in October, where and everybody just turning up, or go to daggone New Orleans for Mardi Gras, or like wherever. It don't matter where in the country where we are. That's where I like to go vacation or whatever. I'm going to Atlanta next month. See what I'm saying? I like it's so that's to me, that's the best kind of segregation that we have right now. Is our black cities, our communities, but they need a lot of work, a lot of work. I mean, I saw what Brother George posted on his YouTube about the death rate in Philly. It's
Right.
sad. It is sad because that's us. And I mean, I'm not I'm African American, but I'm not ADOS. But I personally, like, I don't see African Americans as like they a whole nother separate group. But
We
I
don't
can't
either.
fault them. Oh, let me. I was just going to say, but you can't say we, because some do. So so the ones that don't, I embrace them. They embrace me. The ones that do, they go their way. I go mine. See what I'm saying? Like I'm just a different person. I'm a different black than them, and I can't make
You
them look at
don't
me
qualify.
differently.
You're a yardie, innit?
No, I'm not a yardie. I'm a diasporan. Okay, y'all think everybody's in Jamaica. Everybody ain't Jamaican. No, I'm joking. And Jamaicans, boy.
No, I know you don't qualify for the ADOS thing, so yeah, I
But
know
I got
you're
my blue passport. What?
Okay. That's
But Mel, you qualify for the CARICOM.
I mean, I don't even know nothing about a CARICOM. I want to qualify for some land in some Kenya, Ghana. I'm trying to go to Tanzania soon. That's what I want to qualify for. Like, I want some
Oswald.
land that
I'm going to
somewhere.
move to Cameroon. Cameroon is going to be my spot.
Wait, hold up though. Melanated Goddess, when you're a Trump supporter.
I was never a Trump. You see how I just came on the panel and he's starting stuff, y'all.
I was.
I was just checking. No, because my next question was politically, because last time you couldn't make the show, but you did drop some comments when we was talking about new political approach. And in that show, we was kind of talking in the terms of segregation. We was talking about new, independent parties and all these kinds of things. So when you're looking at the politics and how it runs, do you think the only way we can get things done, if we are to enter into that arena and deal with it, is from an independent Black party that has no affiliation to none of the current things that are out there?
A Black. What you mean a Black party that has no affiliation to?
Meaning that it
Black.
doesn't come under the Republican Party or the Democrats. It doesn't have none of those titles. Same way if it was over here, it's not part of the Labour Party or the Conservative. Forget that. Because obviously
But
once
this
you go
party
into
is going to get. So this party is going to have enough votes for the person to be the president of the United States.
No, I'm just asking, is that the only way though to enter into any political discussions? Forget the presidency. When we're trying to talk about negotiating, whether it be for, better communities like we talked about with the George thing and all these other aspects, from small community projects all the way up to bigger, nationwide maneuvers, do we need to have an independent Black party to do that rather than somebody walking in from the Democrats? Because historically Blacks have always been Democrats or whatever they're saying, or Blacks have always been Labour. And do we need to lose that inclusion and go to segregation, or do you think that just needs to stay the same?
I think that I don't know. I'm thinking it sounds so foreign that it's hard for me to really think that could be a reality in America. Like, if you're saying, oh, if there was Wakanda and what kind of government system you think we should have in Wakanda, you know what I'm saying? But in America, like, oh, what if Khalid Muhammad was going to run for, office? That would not go well. What if Farrakhan or, just some Black person that's talking blackety black, black, black? I don't know if they would become the mayor of a whole city, because the whole city is not Black, right? There's non-Black people in the city, and we got Black people who don't like to be the whole blackety black, black, right? Kind of talk.
Yeah,
That kind of freaks them out and weirds them out. They
yeah,
don't
it's
like
not
all that.
gonna
They
work.
like,
Yep.
they're gonna be like,
we
we need. I
did
don't
kind
hate
of.
white people. They're like, we don't hate white people. Like, it's like.
No, but that by default, again, we're kind of assuming then that what we're saying as dealing with our Black problems, whether it be we want better schools for our community or whatever, hospitals, that somehow is a horrible thing for everyone else. When everyone else has got their own schools, hospitals, these things, and they're getting on with what they're doing. So why would it be?
No, I agree with you. I'm saying it's more so in the message, right? So um I know that people don't like when we compare our community to other communities, but I do think the point that Brad was making about when he was saying other communities, he wasn't meaning like other non-Black Americans. He was meaning like other ethnic groups, like the Hispanic community or the Asian community or the Arab community. And when you look at, they don't do all of that kind of stuff, and how do they have their schools? You know,
What they
like
don't have their own community stuff.
no, I'm saying they don't have a politician. They don't have political figures.
Yeah, they
There's
do.
no who's the political figure in New York City for the Chinese community when they have a whole Chinatown there? Who what is their name?
No.
Okay, no. You're no. All right, I stand corrected the way you've drawn that. But again, they're generating enough money from their galvanized, separated community to have a say. And again, this goes back to what we were saying before. They've got the backing of the wider Chinese community in China also backing them. So by default, they get shit done. Whereas
So the
again,
answer is not the political system, though, right?
Yep.
well, one affects
That's more
the other.
geopolitics.
We know money affects the political
Yeah, but you have
system.
to understand that we're talking about a group of people who are 11 million in collection. All right, their community makes money, but it's not like Jews. Like Jews are another example of people that are able to make political sway. You know, and they're integrated into the system. They're able to utilize. They know that they pay taxes, so they're not going to like deprive themselves of that. So I'm asking, since we can
But China owns how much assets in America, which then in
China
turn
is
affects
first of all,
policy.
China is one community, okay, that primarily affects California, San Francisco to be precise. Okay, Chinatown is just Chinatowns are more historic and are more aesthetic. Okay, so it's like a bunch of Chinese shops, but the community themselves, right? If you go like to Chinatown, DC, a bunch of white people and a couple of Chinese restaurants. That's it. Okay, but the question is how does other races of people how are other races of people able to utilize the political system, you know, better than us? Like they don't ever talk about segregating or leaving, especially when they pay for it. Like that's the biggest thing is that we pay for Babylon, we pay for Rome, we pay for the white man's. You know what I mean? Like that's what I'm saying. The ownership, even if they tried to deprive it from us,
they inherently segregate
Hold
though.
on, you're saying why are
right.
they never talking about segregation? Because they're not under the same attack and separation from their homelands like we are.
But they are segregated, though, Brad. Why are you
real.
saying they're not segregated? They are segregated. Why are you saying that they're
They live
not segregated?
they live primarily in white neighborhoods.
Yeah, but Brad, this is what we're trying
No,
to.
they create. They don't live. They create their own neighborhoods, though, Brad.
Show me an old Chinese neighborhood.
What are you talking about?
Name
but
one
even-
old. Excuse me.
Yeah, but
Name one
Brad.
Chinese neighborhood right now. Name one old Chinese neighborhood right now.
This is what
There's
I'm
one
saying.
in there's definitely one in Brooklyn, and it's not called Chinatown. It's I think it's it's not Bay Ridge. It's like Borough Park. There's a part of Borough
Brad,
Park that's all
you're
Chinese.
being
Yeah.
silly right now.
There's one in Sussex. There's one in Sussex.
You're being silly right now, Brad. If you're in,
They have their own community.
none of these other communities,
even though most Asians live on the West Coast, but we are the only people that, mind you, and I'm only speaking for African Americans here. This is why I really get irritated talking to older African Americans, because Raleigh, North Carolina, Charlotte, North Carolina, Petersburg, Richmond, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Philly are majority Black areas that politically can sway those areas. Atlanta, Georgia, Washington, D.C. So the question is why do we have to segregate when all we have to do is politically take over? Why are we talking segregation?
Do you understand what we mean?
Political takeover.
When we say segregate, yeah, do you actually understand what we're speaking about, bud?
I've heard 8 different reasons. That's why I'm
Because
probably going to call it a night in the next 10 seconds.
Like in your mind, yeah, when we speak about segregate, I feel like you're speaking about, you know, we all go to that black part of town, leave all the white people over there, and it's just only us, just physically, mentally, spiritually, all of that. I feel that's what you're thinking, innit? Yep, that's what you're thinking.
No, I have no idea what, because I've heard like 8. I'm gonna call it Knight because Knight does this shit all the time. I like literally like I've heard 8 different reasons for segregation.
What do you mean Nine does this shit all the time? Like,
If you don't go. Ain't nobody begging you.
but hold on a minute, gentlemen.
What?
Hold on a minute.
What
I
he?
don't know what it
Nah,
is.
nah, that's
Brad
too
tripping.
emotional right there.
Brad tripping, man.
That's the problem right there.
Brad think he the sharpest knife in the drawer. That's his problem, man. Like you can't tell him nothing. But
Yeah. See, that's the problem, man. A lot of these black folks be way too damn emotional, and I'm like, and that type of stuff. But like I was saying, that like that's the problem. A lot of black folks in America and be too emotional, and yeah, and he just being reactionary. Ain't that damn serious. You know what I'm saying? So he
I
was
mean,
saying that like,
but what was? But hold on, even if
you
you
know
were
what I'm
to
saying?
take,
It ain't
even
that damn
if you were
serious,
to
man.
take
You know what I'm
on
saying?
board his emotions, yeah, because look, who feels it knows it, no problem. But what was actually said though? Even if what was actually said?
There was nothing said.
It was
He
nothing
said
said.
Nine does this all the time. So what did I do? What did I say? I just asked. Do you understand when we speak about segregation? Do you know what we're speaking about?
Yeah. I think that's what he was. Yeah, what he was.
Because
He was
we
talking
tried to
about.
define from early, right? We're talking
Who
about
has the echo? Somebody has the echo.
segregation of mind, this, that, and the other. We're not speaking about. This is what I'm saying, man. It's long, man. Anyway, sorry.
Someone's got. Oh, is that 9?
I was muted.
No. I thought you was gonna say something earlier.
I was just saying that, like, it's. I think that, yeah, I think that if we moved more, like if we're, I don't think that we're doing as well as we could in some of these cities, and maybe we can move to a more prosperous city or move to the country somewhere and get more into agriculture and like basically like change the industries that we're into. Like I don't claim to know all of the answers, but I just know that us being crowded up in these cities, we're just like shooting each other, killing each other. It's like we like in like literally in a trap, right? And not doing well there.
But the problem with what the guy was saying, like controlling the city, there's no infrastructure. So there's no black infrastructure. So I don't see, even if you did control the cities and stuff like that, you still under the U.S. government. And then unless you have to get off the grid, like do something like the Amish people or something like that, I don't really see that happen. Because I'm thinking like even with these local cities and stuff like that, you're still gonna be under the state and all that. You know what I'm saying? So there's all type of problems with that. So I think that, like, in my sense, that
But being
only
under the state, what does that mean? What do you mean by that? Like, what is the bad part of being under the state?
yeah, what I'm saying, if you don't control like the government, like like I was saying, like the state, like even with public schools, the state controls what can be taught there, and like on the state. So you
The
almost have to
Jewish
be like,
people don't control the government, and they have their own schools for that. This is what I'm trying to say. We can't be saying that as a barrier when it's already being done by other people, right? If you're Muslim and you live in America, you know what you could do? You could put your kids in school in the mosque. That's what you can do. That's how you get around it. That's how you get control over what your kid gets. You build the school. We got to stop saying that because we need sovereignty. Listen,
see, now you're talking. That's what
that's
I'm
just
like. You know
crazy.
what I mean?
That's just crazy.
Well,
We could do
but
that stuff right here.
see, this is my thing, and I'm with you, Melanie. Yeah, I'm definitely with you on what you're saying. My problem is when we're still having these kind of conversations, and I'm hearing the comparison. It irks me when I hear the comparison between other groups from the aspect of,
no,
well,
yeah,
why can't we just walk and just do exactly what they're doing? And there's no accountability for the backdrop of all those issues that are stopping that movement and why again we're having a conversation about, okay, if we definitely can achieve this, but how can we tighten up the ship to get this thing done, and where can we stop the interference from coming in? That's where the separation comes from, yeah, versus the integration. Because again, when we integrate, that's what's causing people to fuck up key parts of the plan when it comes to initiating things for our own community, like
Yep,
those
that's the
other
problem.
groups do. You understand? Hence why we're having this conversation. But again, I just don't understand the naivety when people think that we can just do it, or it's like we've just been chilling. Yeah, I don't understand black people. They've just been chilling and they just don't want to do it.
No, but
Like in
you
this,
saying that, but gotta Jacob, you know the group of people that bought like 40, 50 acres of land somewhere, just that they was all publicizing it on social media. You know,
yeah,
group
yeah.
of families,
I heard about it.
that just a group of families, like maybe like 10, 15 families. They just
Listen,
put
my
their money together.
melanated, my SWIC mentor, when I was in, he bought land out in Wyoming. You get what I'm saying? And his place is gorgeous, but you can't get black people to even think to go that way. You get what I'm saying?
That's what I'm
Like,
trying to say.
But it have
When
to be all
when I found out I was getting this daggone stimulus, the first thing I said is, I'm buying land with my stimulus. Trust me, it's gonna stay there until I get land with my stimulus.
Come
And I'm
on,
gonna say,
sis. Pick
thank
up
you,
yourself.
America. Thank you, America, for giving me my land. See? But how many people is about to go and be Louis Vuittoned up and get some sneakers and stuff? Those people are
Yeah,
not
but
invited to my barbecue.
they're
They're
not
not
part of
coming
the
to my
plan.
barbecue.
So they
No,
can
they
say
not. They can't come to the barbecue. So all of
that's
this
it.
about who's not united. Listen, Richie, I know you love your people, but everybody ain't gonna go. They
No,
not
Mm.
about
definitely.
that life.
hey,
No,
melanated. My brother is up here right now, right? And I stay
Hmm.
way out in Timbuktu. And this joker went and got a hotel today because it's too white out here for him and it's too quiet.
Wow.
It'd be awfully
The
rich.
brother went to stay at a hotel because it's too white and too quiet.
No, where I'm at, he said, there's too many white folks out here. I'm seeing all these horses and pigs, and get me out of here. How I get to the hotel? Take me back to the city. He cried for 2 damn hours, almost 3 hours. 3 hours. Take me back. No, man, this ain't us. That. Man, I said, I can't do it, man. Just, I'm gonna take your ass back. And he said, come get me in the morning. I was like, hell no. Nope. Nope. But that's my own brother. And we supposed to be chilling, kind of bonding, you know. I'm the little brother. He wanted no parts of this shit. Gone.
Why I say clan brethren. You see what I'm saying to you? Because this is what I'm saying. That's why the clan thing, and obviously I hope you understand that I'm using it as a, you know what I'm saying to you,
Quick
sentiment as
analogy.
it were.
I
But
agree.
this is what it is, because this is what it is, you know. You see, when this thing here comes to the real thing, you know, there's gonna be people that you love dearly, yeah, like dearly, where you just have to acknowledge, yeah, that they're not coming in it. Wherever it is that you're going, they are not coming.
That's
Yeah.
it.
And it's a painful realization. But trust me, everyone gets to it. You with me? And you see, once you get to that realization, then you just push on ahead and just know, say, you know what, I saw the thing set. Because remember, you know, I know you lot are biblical and all that. I'm not, obviously. You get me? But what do they say in the Bible? Like, I don't know, many are called, few are chosen, careless Ethiopians, 144,000, all these different things that you can use in it. But the point being, I know everybody I can come, and me and Ifa, I don't want to see everybody straight. So that's how I just
Fact.
keep it, man. You know what I'm saying?
No,
This
I
is
already know everybody ain't coming to the barbecue. They not coming to the barbecue. They gonna come there. They gonna complain. They're not gonna have any buns, no ketchup, ketchup, no mustard. They coming with empty hand. You know what I'm saying? You can't come to the nah. Mm-mm. No. You're gonna come and you're gonna bring your ratchet behavior, your poor family values, all this other stuff, messing up our good community we trying to build. Get out of here with that. Stay in your integrated community and our segregated community. We want to love one another. We morning brother, morning sister, whatever. We all. That's it. The rest over there, you stay over there. You stay over there with bad credit and debt, everything else.
Facts.
Yeah,
So
sorry
what?
to cut the Mel. It's better you start the build with 10, 20 strong ones, you with me, than 50 or 100 just, you know what I'm saying? Trust me, because then they're going to mash up the thing, man. Remember, you know, without getting too political, it's 1 and 2 people you have to fling over the ship yourself, you know, just to make sure the rest of us can get, you know, like, you got to go. It's not, it isn't nice, man, but this is the reality, man.
This is the joke of it. As I said already earlier, and I'm going to wrap it up, and I'm going to let everyone say their closing, you know, sentiments before we wrap up. But again, you know, once we decide, and I'm hearing in general, segregation is the way to go based on the narrative of what we've experienced. But once we separate from our opposers, oppressors and opposers and our bullies and captors and all the rest of it, then by default, we would naturally need to then separate from the people that look like us, that are not for us again. That's just, it's going to happen. You get me? And as 9 Ether said, it's about starting with a smaller number of solid people than you trying to bring the world. And again, we're back to square one, because there's a hell of a lot more chance to be infiltrated, compromised, and thrown off, of course, of what you want to do. Let alone, again, what Melanae Goddess said about people with poor family values, poor ethics, trying to come to the party and add their 2 cents to the conversation. It just doesn't make sense. So it's a natural progression that once we separate ourselves and decide and sort out ourselves from the systems and the countries that we live in, this diasporan place, or in the Western diaspora, then by default, it's about cleaning up our communities. We have to do that. There has to be a separation of some of our people. As most of you have said, we're not all going to make it. That's standard issue. We're not all going to, you know, have the same viewpoint. We've seen that this evening. We've seen that some people are hell-bent on staying in a zone of what if, and, you know, what about these odd people and this one case over here? Doesn't that change everything? And,
because
you know,
they are of the system. They are of, you get me? They are of it, and there's going to be many more like them. You with me? This is what it is.
We covered it. It's
We
the
just
mind
got
state.
to it. Because the beautiful thing for me is like hearing Mel say, "Well, boom, with her check, she's gonna get herself a piece of land in it." And maybe it's a piece of, you know what I mean? Maybe she buys it in a place where I may have, you get me, be looking or bought. You get me, bought already, Brother Richie, or yourself or whatever with me. And then we make a build it. We make a connection. Although really we should be making a connection from here still. It could be argued, you know what I mean? Between America and Britain, but that's a different story. But do you know what I'm saying to you? For me, that's how it starts, man. But the most important thing that I would like to also add, though, and that's why I'm glad that Melanated spoke about the stimulus check, because I still think that we mustn't like cut off our nose, as it were, to spite our face, as it were. As in, this is where we're born and grow and bred in it, and this is what we know. And I think we should still utilize where we are as best as we can regarding that journey in it. Like, you know what I'm saying to you? Like, our parents as well have put in a big shift here as well, in it. So make sure that whatever we're doing, that we collect what is due in it. You know what I mean? So that might mean And also, if we are even thinking about going elsewhere, I still think that it's a good idea for us to look about leaving something right here. You know what I'm saying? So if you can get something built whereby it's bringing in them coins or this, that, and the other, then we must do that. And it would be silly of us not to. You know what I'm saying to you? Because for real, if we're ever thinking of going somewhere in the future and we're not going to be slaves in that same place, and when I say slaves, I mean 9 to 5, this, that, and the other, then we should be trying to look about something that's going to be making that money, you know what I'm saying to you, to maintain that life, you know? So that's all I'll say there. I know we don't like to speak about money, but unfortunately, money makes this thing go around. And the places that we're looking to go to, they're becoming more capitalized, if anything, isn't it? So, you know, so that's all I'm saying in that respect, man.
No doubt.
And good luck
Lion.
with that as well, Mel. Good luck with that, man. Definitely.
Thank you.
Lion, were you there?
Oh yeah, I'll
What's
respond to
your
that.
final comments, brother, before we sign out?
Yeah, well, I was responding talking to earlier. I was saying that like black folks having, infrastructure. I was saying that is in the sense that like living off grid. If you get a thing to land, what I'm saying, you can get that. Because Nation of Islam was doing that, but at the same time, um, that like how many black folks are going to do that? Live off grid or do all these types of things. And like I was saying that like you have to have like something to protect that community. And I think that like white folks can just come up there and just invade it, tear it down if they wanted to. So my thing is that like having uh, a certain infrastructure. But other than that, but like even if you get all that, saying the mindset, a lot of people ain't gonna do that. And a lot of people are not gonna be like say, not everybody's gonna catch the train, so not everybody gonna be on it. So I think that yeah, I agree, and I think that yeah. So I think, and also like you also have like you were saying the family, um, the culture, people values and stuff like that. So I don't know if you guys know search for Yuru. He has like his channel. I think he has like a citizenship dynasty Amir. I think he has like a citizenship or something.
Yeah. It's got
Something
dual
like that.
citizenship.
Yeah. So I think that that type of mindset is a good mindset to black, to have. And I think that not all black folks got that mindset, So I think that yeah, so I think that people that are like minded, just like Marcus Garvey was saying, that like not everybody's gonna we don't need these people like in Africa, you say we only need certain types. Not everybody's gonna be helpful, over here and all this type of stuff. So I think that's just the way how to that's just the reality, So, people that are like minded just have to, the rest who ain't on it, then you're just gonna have to say, forget them, So not everybody's gonna be, is gonna be on it. So all right.
No doubt. Brother GOJ, were you there? GOJ.
Yeah. About to sign off. What I want to say. Contrary to popular belief, I am pro-black, but I do believe in securing your own face mask first. You get what I'm saying? They teach you that on the airplane. Uh, Also, I do believe in capitalism. Like Nas said, money makes this thing go round, and that's the bottom line. You know what I'm saying? With 21 years in the Navy, 6 of them being spec, I only know how to get results done. I'm not a guy for a lot of talking. Let's get to it. And if we fail, we fail. Regroup and go back into it. And I think that's the mindset we got to have. Uh, I know this may sound hard, but miss me with all the fluff most of the time. Tell me what I got to do. Give me the tools to do it, and let's go get it. Because I believe we all, at least everybody right now, should at least have at least a $500,000 in their bank account, and that's just starting off. That's what I believe, and I set goals like that, and I believe everybody should set goals like that. Uh, That's just me, man. Somebody told me that one day, and I told my daughters that, and that's you set a goal, man, and go get it. I don't care how you got to get it. Outside of killing folks, well, I don't even want to say that, but outside of hurting folks and robbing them and sticking them up, you can do it. Set a goal and go get it. You get what I'm saying? And that's where I'm at. But I got to go to North Carolina tomorrow to see my aunt. Got to go pick up this city slicker in the morning who wouldn't stay here, and you know, it is what it is. Mel, I will call you.
Mm-hmm.
And I will. I'm just uncomfortable online like that, man. I just, I don't know. I'm different like that. But
She's
yeah,
got that voice.
gotta go see Auntie. You know what I'm saying? Got the jailbird
Yes.
out down here. Yeah.
Oh,
So
go
yeah,
take care of family.
I'm gonna drop him off. And he gonna stay with my aunt for about a good 2 or 3 weeks. And that's gonna be a wrap. And I'm pretty sure she gonna call me and tell me come get him. And but he get to leave the state now, so he completely off papers and he ready to travel on my dime.
Okay.
But yeah, but I'll catch y'all on the flip side, man. Great show, great conversation. Peace.
Definitely.
Peace, brother.
Appreciate
Gotta
you
take
guys coming on, man. You get me? Melanated goddess.
And let me also say good night,
Orlando.
family. Let me just
Yeah,
follow
good
Gonna Jay.
night, sis.
Good night. Bless up yourself, man. Big up yourself, Richie. Nice show, nice show. And yeah, man, give thanks. Catch you on the other side. Thank you. One love.
Oh yeah, I love you,
Peace,
guys.
guys.
My man,
Hours.
yeah.
Oh,
So
is
I
it
was
just gonna be?
looking. I think the brother's still there. I think he's still there. So I was looking in the chat, right? And I don't know what I said about getting drunk or something, but somebody put, yeah, melanated want to turn up and get drunk while the youth are dying. I'm like, what? Like, what in the world did I say?
I do believe here's the comment. Melanated goddess, yeah, turn up and get drunk. That will solve everything.
And the one right next to it, melanated, you turn up while the youth die. I'm saying, I think I said something about going to the barbecue. It's a saying, just like Kylie said, everybody's not gonna miss the train, and not talking about a literal train. I'm not talking about an actual barbecue. Like, calm down. It's just basically saying Black folks come to the barbecue. That's where we congregate at the barbecue, and everybody won't be able to come into the barbecue. Hope you understand the analogy now. That's people are so thick.
Let's clean that shit up.
I know, right? Like, I want forget about the youth, let them die. But if you're a more of a global Black, right? Then you wouldn't think that I'm leaving the youth to die, or only the youth are dying there. The youth are dying throughout the globe. Like, the Black people are not doing well wherever they are on the globe. So if I end up going to another Black nation and help out, then you're not gonna make me feel guilty for like I'm doing something bad. Like, that's when and if you want to stay, you stay.
Yep.
I leave, then we're both helping out. Like, yeah, you're not gonna like cast or do some guilt or some shaming tactics on me.
Yeah, shaming tactics.
Yeah, that's. But
Well, some of these problems are generational. You can't just fix them with no quick knee-jerk reaction. So when we're talking about, sorry to interrupt you, and I'm going to bring it right back to you, that when we're talking about fixing these problems or separation or moving to other places, we're trying to set a tone that is generational in fixing these problems. So again, because some of these problems, as I said, are not going to be fixed with a flick of the wrist, a snap of the fingers. It's not that. It's not that, because as we talked about already, we're dealing with a mind state that's creating all these various scenarios that we're talking about of cooning and swooning and divisiveness and all the rest of it. So we're talking about, when we're talking about solutions, doing things that create scenarios and situations for generations to come where their mind states will be better equipped to problem solve these very problems that we need to deal with. Yeah, just need to say that. Oh, true, melanated. Sorry.
So I think, like, with segregation, I miss most of the show really, but I think of it like people segregation as in some people want to um go and live somewhere else in the diaspora. Maybe they might want to go live in Brazil. Maybe they might want to go live in on the islands, or they want to go live in Africa or whatever, right? And then for some people, segregation looks like staying in the UK but concentrating your numbers maybe in one different place. Maybe everybody go move to Birmingham and make Birmingham nice or whatever. Or
Yeah.
maybe everyone moves to Georgia and Alabama and Mississippi, and we build it up, and that be the little black states or whatever. So segregation looks different, but I think it's a matter of people being invested into the community and intentionally building it up wherever you are in a nation, because then you have the people in the US doing business with people in the UK, doing business with people in Cameroon, doing business with people in Colombia, because we're black all over. So that's my thing, is that it's definitely possible, it's feasible. And I think that like I said, and I need to say, when a small group does it, then other people will jump on board. But if we just keep waiting for something to pop off, we waiting forever, man.
Yep.
Facts. All right. Well, again,
All right. Well,
all the people them in the chat. Oh, sorry. Finish.
no, I was
Sorry,
gonna
my dear.
say peace and blessings to everyone that stayed with us to the end, especially y'all over there in the UK, because we know it's late. And Sunray, peace and blessings to you. Yeah, and that's it. Good night,
Yeah,
everyone.
big up to Sunray. He came late, but my man's an avid supporter from the Southern Hemisphere. You get me? So big up to him every time supporting the
All right,
platform.
man. Yeah,
Yeah,
all
big
right,
up,
man.
guys. Yeah, I see
Yeah,
you. Look out for the flyer next Tuesday, every Tuesday, same
yeah,
time.
my
So
first time being on here, so yeah. So thanks for having me on. So I like to see people in the UK, that's
yeah,
you
man,
know
drop
that's
true,
on this
bruv.
stuff. Yeah,
Drop
yeah. I,
true.
I did, yeah. I didn't even know it was like people in the UK was like awake like this and stuff like that. So
I know. Don't worry. We're here. We're no
yeah,
coons.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. All right,
We're,
man.
we're,
Yeah, yeah.
we're not doing
Much
shit.
love.
You get me? There's enough of us that know ourselves. Trust me. And are pushing this thing. And got
Yeah, black
enough
love.
relationships with
Yeah,
our brothers and sisters across, America, Africa, Jamaica, whatever. So again, drop in. You'll be surprised the kinds of things you'll hear over here. You get me? And you'll learn a few things, and hopefully you can teach some of our brothers and sisters some bits and bobs about America that we may
yeah,
be
yeah,
ignorant to or may not know about. You get me? But I
yeah.
appreciate it for you lending weight to the conversation, and big up to everybody that again lent their mind to the conversation, whether it be in the comments, whether it be jumping on the panels. You made the show where it was tonight, or else I would have never have gone this long. But everybody was so interactive, so I appreciate that. Big up to everybody. Again,
All right.
look out for the flyer for the next Tuesday
Peace,
show.
brother.
Yeah, peace, brother. I don't have a clue what the show's gonna be about yet, but I'm gonna give it some thought, and I will come back to the people then with something soon enough. But again, appreciate it to everyone for tuning in. Go check out Black Eyes TV future shows. I did a big show with George last night. We caught some jokes and had a conversation about uh white racism, black forgiveness. That was a big show. So go and check out my boy George Macon, George Macon Experience and George Macon 2 channel. And go, if you haven't subscribed yet, to Black Eyes TV X2, which is a secondary channel where we're doing certain entertainment bits over there. And yeah, go back into the back catalog. You'll be surprised at some of the interviews me and Riggsy have done over the last few years, and shows to come. So again, peace and powers to everyone. Big up to you for joining us. I'm out. I'm going to my bed, y'all. Peace.